And she's calling Uber.
Talk to New York for me.
Let's see, wait a half hour to talk.
Chase him.
Oh, it's still on there.
Remember when Tony Soprano made fun of him?
Did you really?
That's what that guy said. Sanatorium.
That's a big compliment.
Hi everybody and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We're looking at a media stakeout right now. Earlier today we did see Jared Kushner walking into the building here. We have him on film. I'll take you guys there in just a little bit. Right now though, we're still streaming this stakeout for you guys. Coming up, House and Senate Democrats hold an economic agenda event, plus President Trump is expected to speak at noon a little bit later in the show. A lot more events coming up. We did have that police standoff in Missouri, although we are not allowed to stream it live for you right now. We've had strict directions from the police there. They do not want us to stream this live because they have no idea what could happen. Highly dangerous event, but we're recording on it. We might be able to show it to you later, but right now we're not allowed to stream that live for you. Anything else that comes in breaking, we'll be sure to take you there. But right now, we're just streaming live of this media stakeout event, working on getting more details for you guys on who we're expected to hear from soon. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching.
He says there was really nothing to it because we really didn't know anything about Googling pictures. Junior, he said that he got emails, he didn't really read. This was part of what he said. He said that when he was at this meeting in July, he was looking for a polite way to leave and get back to the system. That I actually emailed the system from the meeting after I had been there for 10 minutes or so. Can you please call me at my cell to the meeting, excuse to get out of the meeting? He said, I did not before the meeting since I thought nothing more of a short meeting until it came to my attention recently.
Who's at the last few? So where Alex go on vacation?
I don't know. Not, I think it's a staycation. This meeting initially
That's impressive.
Staycation in August? So there was one issue.
Not all of us, like to leave home. It's true. Like to stay home. Some people have stuff to do on their houses, or
How's that 2-minute guy doing?
God, it's not doing well. Thanks, Matt.
6-minute guy now.
you get down.
Where is she? I have no idea.
I can't wait to yell. Here we go. Don't tell me that.
I told you to consider the show.
It's like when a pilot says we're ready to take off.
Yeah?
It'll just be a few minutes.
Yeah, we're fourth in line to.
Yeah, it'll just be a few minutes.
It's just gonna be a
I got suckered in by the. I got suckered in by the headline. Free fall.
Oh yeah. Keyword free, right? It's like using leggings or something like you're $100.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Yep. We have somebody there.
Assuming you did.
Thank you.
Must be that hourglass 2 minutes.
Yeah.
In Paris for the last couple months, but I thought I saw a story where women were actually being chastised for wearing pantsuits. It's our senator.
Oh man, he's packing up.
No, he's done.
I'm still liking this position over there.
Gabe?
Yeah.
He's back.
But you get the us.
That's right.
The us is good.
Yes.
Get the
Well, I've already got his face. So let's get the us. How am I supposed to get
Oh,
my
man,
face?
he's coming back now.
There she is, sort of wandering. Yeah.
Okay, everybody, so bringing up some more information for you about what this event is. This is a Jared Kushner stakeout. They are expected to hear from Jared Kushner a little bit later today on Capitol Hill. We did get some shots of him walking inside a little bit earlier. I'm going to pull that up for you guys in the upper right-hand corner of your screen here. So let me just pull this up here really quickly, just so you guys can see Jared Kushner getting out of his car earlier this morning. Let me make sure the volume is down here. Okay, so let's pull this up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. This was Jared Kushner getting out of his vehicle this morning. Full screen is live where they're expecting to hear from him a little bit later today. Now, the investigation into possible ties between the Trump campaign and Russia could take on a new dimension today. The president's senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, will begin 2 days of questioning before Senate and House committees. It's just the start of a busy week on Capitol Hill. Hopefully, we'll hear more later today from President Trump's son-in-law. President Trump is hoping to make some headway on Capitol Hill this week, especially when it comes to health care reform. Democrats, meanwhile, are looking in another direction towards Russia. And today they will be speaking with Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Now, what does the president's son-in-law know about Russia? Well, Democrats are anxious to face off with Jared Kushner, now one of the president's top advisors, who played such a key role in last year's campaign. They're looking for more information about meetings involving Kushner, Donald Trump Jr., and one-time campaign manager Paul Manafort. The president's new communications director, Anthony Scaramucci, said yesterday this will help settle the matter. Scaramucci says, quote, "I'm confident that tomorrow when Jared Kushner speaks, I'll keep my fingers crossed in saying this to you. It'll probably be the last time that he has to talk about Russia," end quote. But the other issue for Scaramucci, who is tasked with improving White House messaging, is trying to rein in leaks, an issue that has really troubled the Trump administration almost from day one. And he is promising to crack down. Scaramucci says, quote, "If you're going to keep looking, I'm going to fire everybody. It's just very binary." Meantime, in theory, the Senate will vote this week on a measure to undo major provisions of Obamacare, but there's still uncertainty. As far as the questioning that begins today of Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, by agreement, this will be behind closed doors and Kushner will not be under oath. We'll see, though, if we hear from Jared or anyone who represents Jared. That's what the media is live for here right now. And in the upper right-hand corner of your screen was from earlier this morning when Jared was first walking into the building for his questioning. We'll keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Is that a real trailer that we saw the other day? Oh my God. They're making a movie about the making of the room.
You ever seen the trailer?
I'm showing it to you right now. Well, what's his name? Who's the actor? Tommy was
No. Somebody that's playing him that we like.
Franco.
James Franco.
James Franco.
No.
It's a comedy about the making of starring James Franco. Here it is. It's called The Disaster Artist.
Maybe a few too many meta puzzle pieces. Don't turn the other way. Isn't that something fancy you can see out?
See Mark sitting there in the red shirt?
Not yet. I gotta get my
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
The story behind the disaster artist.
Did you ever see the Simpsons version of that?
The Simpsons did it?
Oh yeah.
No, I did not.
Even had Tommy on the show.
I did not see that. Oh, Mom. You're tearing me apart. You bad, Lisa.
First time I saw that was in a theater, and it was the best experience that I've ever had in theater in my entire life. And it was still the best.
Why? Because of the
Again, if you guys are watching live right now, media waiting for Jared Kushner to possibly come out, or someone on his team to come out and speak to the media about President Trump's son-in-law and special advisor being questioned for 2 days this week on Russia. If you guys remember, last week we were reporting on Donald Trump Jr. having a meeting with Jared Kushner and Paul Manafort and a lawyer about getting information from the Russian government about Hillary Clinton that could possibly help them in the election. Donald Trump Jr. said he felt like he did nothing wrong, that he was just simply taking a meeting. Now, Jared Kushner was also in that meeting. So he will be sitting down answering questions for 2 days today on Capitol Hill about that meeting and what he knows about any possible Russian involvement in the election. So we'll see if we hear from Jared or anyone else on his team today. Pulling up the latest information for you guys, though, the investigation into possible ties between the Trump campaign and Russia could take on a new dimension today. The president's senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, will begin 2 days of questionings before Senate and House committees. It's just the start of a very busy week on Capitol Hill. President Trump is hoping to make headway on Capitol Hill this week, especially when it comes to health care reform. Democrats, meanwhile, are looking into another direction, towards Russia. And today they will be speaking with Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. That's what he's doing right now, and that's why media is just waiting outside where he's being questioned to see if they can hear from him, ask him how it went, ask him what kind of questions he had to endure about this Russian involvement. Now, what does the president's son-in-law know about Russia? Well, Democrats are anxious to face off with Jared Kushner, now one of the president's top advisors who played a key role in last year's campaign. They're looking for information about meetings involving Kushner, Donald Trump Jr., and one-time campaign manager Paul Manafort. Schiff says, quote, "We want to know whether those meetings took place, whether other meetings took place. We have a lot of ground to cover. His counsel has said they will only make him available for 2 hours, so we expect this just to go between the first interview." The president's new communications director, Anthony Scaramucci, said yesterday, "This will help settle the matter." He said, quote, "I'm confident that tomorrow when Jared Kushner speaks, and I'll keep my fingers crossed in saying this to you, it'll probably be the last time he ever has to talk about Russia," end quote. But the other issue for Scaramucci, who is tasked with improving White House messaging, is trying to rein in leaks, and this is an issue that has really troubled the Trump administration almost from day one, and he's promising to crack down. He said, quote, "If you're going to keep leaking, I'm going to fire everybody." In the meanwhile, in theory, the Senate will vote this week on a measure to undo major provisions of Obamacare. There's still uncertainty. And from the president's last tweet, he said, quote, "If Republicans don't repeal and replace this disastrous Obamacare, the repercussions will be far greater than any of them understand." As far as this questioning that begins today of Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, by agreement, will be behind closed door, and Kushner will not be under oath. We'll keep streaming this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Hopefully we'll hear from Kushner or someone on his team soon.
I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
You're a manager. You know
That's the movie producer.
how you manage.
I did not.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the nerves, yeah. After a while, you hang in the moment. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, they don't need to bring me anything. They're so busy.
Sorry?
Why don't you just tell them you're already getting me something so fancy they don't need to worry about it. I guess so. That's how it always is.
Go.
Yes, every time. I know it's a coupon for a Rolex. I want a Rolex coupon. Thank you. Mm. I'll send you a picture of what I want, okay? Really? That's cute. Oh, I thought you had an idea for yourself. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, I'll send you something cheaper. Yeah. No, just the same one. Yeah. Okay, I have an idea for you. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I did not.
Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I'm waiting for okay. All right, I can't talk to you right now because I'm surrounded by everybody.
Okay, everybody, so we do have another shot live outside of Capitol Hill here, so let's pull this up. Jared Kushner expected to walk outside of those doors any moment, where he just had to sit through a Senate meeting on questions about Russia. How much involvement did Russia have in the 2016 presidential election? Well, Jared Kushner being asked those questions today, and we'll see if he walks out looking just tired of the questions, confident, or just plain over it. We will see live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching.
Are you gonna get it?
Pulling up for you guys in the upper right hand corner of your screen, inside the building. Actually, let me take the inside live, and I will pull in the upper right hand corner of your screen outside the building. So we're just keeping our eyes on every single angle of this building here where Jared Kushner is going through questioning right now about Russia. We're hoping to catch him. As you guys know, earlier this morning, we had him live on camera here, walking into questioning, looking confident and happy this morning before he went through rounds of testimony about any possible Russian involvement in the 2016 election. This was from earlier this morning, taking you back now live, where we're waiting for him to come out.
Which direction?
It's up. Here we go. Mike.
Coming up, guys, if you're listening, the stakeout is coming up now. Coming up now, guys. Coming up now. Yeah, coming up now.
Mike, please.
Mr. Kushner, will you take some questions from reporters? Mr. Kushner,
Good
do you
idea.
have a statement for reporters?
Mr. Kushner, how was your meeting? Mr. Kushner, what did they ask you?
Testify in public? Mr. Kushner, do you like your meeting with the Russian lawyer?
Any comment, Mr. Kushner? Any comment?
Mr. Kushner, will you come back and talk to the whole committee? Yeah.
And we should start talking to each other about how he forced this person to resign and everyone that's with him. He's going to pardon his family. He's going to pardon his staff. He's going to pardon himself. When will Congress act?
Did you read his statement today?
I did read his entire 11-page statement, and I think he's a liar. And everyone who reads that statement knows he is a liar. He is communicating through secret back channels with the agents of the Russian government. We all know it. Why does everyone in the White House have all these connections to Russia?
So there was Jared Kushner leaving, getting in his vehicle, heading back to the White House after answering questions about any possible Russian involvement in the 2016 election. Now let's go back inside where we are hearing from Democrats.
Under oath because they don't want to be guilty of perjury. That's the only reason they don't want to go under oath. We all know that.
Lying to Congress is lying to Congress regardless
Right?
of
It's a
whether
crime
you're
as well. But it's not as serious. Why won't they go under oath then? Why won't they just go under oath and testify? Because they're liars and they know it and the American people know it.
Why did you feel it was necessary to stay here among the media, though?
I got as close to him as I could get.
Sir, what's your name, sir?
Ryan Clayton from Americans Take Action.
Spell your last name.
Clayton.
Where are you from?
Hey man, are you touching me? Don't touch me. Don't touch me, man. I want to be assaulted.
Say your name again.
Clayton, Clayton, and I'm here to bring attention to the fact that there are people in the White House that have conspired. Clayton, Clayton. Ryan, Ryan.
It's Ryan Clayton.
Ryan Clayton.
With what?
With AmericansTakeAction.com. We're the ones that handed out the flags at CPAC with Trump's name on them.
When did you decide to do this today?
I flew in last night so that I could be here really late after training in a different city in the Midwest. So made sure I was here for this wonderful moment today.
Where did you come from?
I'm from the Midwest.
Did you get into this building okay?
Guys, clear out. Sir, here's the deal. Come on, Nick. Come right down.
Guys, we're just going to need a pass. Okay, in the hallway? Let's go.
John,
Thanks for that, guys. Come on.
take a right. All right, guys.
Okay, everybody, so that was live inside after Jared Kushner had just left. Let's take you back now. We're live outside the White House, where we are waiting for Jared Kushner to arrive back from Capitol Hill to discuss what kind of questions he had to answer today about any possible involvement that Russia had in the 2016 election. Now, some of you might be wondering, well, why today? Why is he being asked these questions today? Well, last week we were reporting that Donald Trump Jr. released emails that he exchanged with a lawyer that they met with that promised them some information about Hillary Clinton that could help them win the election. Donald Trump Jr. said, yeah, I'll take that meeting. He took the meeting with this lawyer who apparently had this information about Hillary Clinton. Not only was he in that meeting, so was Jared Kushner. So Jared Kushner being questioned today about what does he know about that meeting? What went on in that meeting? What other kind of meetings did you guys have involved with the Russian government helping you win the election? So that's what Jared Kushner had to be questioned about today. We just saw him leave Capitol Hill. Now we're waiting for him to arrive back at the White House. Hopefully we'll hear from him or someone else on his team here at the White House to discuss what kind of questions he had to answer today about Russia. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up around noon, we're going to have President Trump speaking live as well. And in about 30 minutes, we'll have Fox 10 weather anchor and live reporter Corey up here with me to discuss all of this crazy weather action happening here in the valley. Storms, rain. You wouldn't believe that we actually get rain here in the desert, but we do. And Corey is one of our best live reporters up here. Even if you're not local here to Phoenix, you're going to want to see Corey. He is the funniest, most charismatic guy that I think you guys will really enjoy hearing from him in about 30 minutes here on the Fox News Now stream. So a lot more coming up on the show. Stick with us here live on Fox News Now.
You're welcome. Told you to come out.
That was live back inside where Jared Kushner was just being questioned. We did show you guys just a few seconds ago Jared leaving the building. He's on his way back here to the White House. We will be hearing a press conference shortly. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, so if you did miss Jared Kushner leaving Capitol Hill, just head to the video section on our YouTube page. We have it clipped there in full. Any moment now, we are waiting for President Trump's son-in-law and special advisor to speak here at the White House, or hopefully someone on his administration to speak. And again, as I promised, coming up in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have Fox 10 weather anchor and reporter Corey up here with me to discuss all of this crazy weather going on here in the Valley. So a lot coming up on the show. Again, as I said, around noon, we'll have President Trump speaking live, but just to keep you guys updated on the weather here, take a look at this. Pretty crazy. You wouldn't think this is in Arizona, but I'm telling you, it does rain in the desert, you guys. And I'm going to be talking to Corey about that a little bit later. But right now, let's take you back to the White House. We cover local events, national events, anything you guys could imagine. Fox News Now stream. This is the place to go for all political news and breaking news here on the show. Thanks for watching.
Do more lives, or I mean, we could just hang it up for now unless she wants to keep it in.
What?
Okay.
No, I got the phones over there. What is it?
Again, let me show you. This was inside Capitol Hill. Looks like they're just taking down the mics, everyone clearing out, waiting for Jared Kushner to speak live here any moment outside the White House. Again, we are still live outside the White House right now, where we are just awaiting for Jared Kushner to come back from his questioning on Capitol Hill today. Not the only day that he'll be going through a series of questions about why they had a meeting with a Russian lawyer. As you guys know, we reported this last week that Donald Trump Jr., Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner all met with a Russian lawyer to discuss possibly some information on Hillary Clinton and how that could help with them winning the 2016 election. Now, I did speak with a legal analyst and asked him, how can they possibly get in trouble for this? Was it wrong for them to speak to a Russian lawyer? What are the fine lines here? So I want to play that for you guys in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, just to give you some background on why Jared's being questioned today, because he might not have set up the meeting, but he was in the meeting. Was it wrong for them to meet with a Russian lawyer? Well, this legal analyst that I spoke with said, yeah, they're still meeting with someone who's part of the Russian government, who had information from the Russian government that they were willing to give over to Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Paul Manafort. So I'm going to pull that legal analyst interview up for you guys just to give you a little bit of background on this. All right, everybody. Well, while we are waiting for Jared Kushner to come back to the White House, let's take you full screen to this crazy weather we are getting here in Phoenix. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen, I will put the White House, so that way we are always keeping an eye on this. As soon as Jared Kushner and his team arrive back, we will take that live. But right now, let's just check out this weather happening right now. We do have Skybox up in the air as well. Let me pull that up for you guys. Take a look at this flooding situation that we have got going on right now. Let me pull this up for you guys. You wouldn't think that in the desert we would get this much rain, but it's monsoon season where all of these storms roll in during this time in the summer. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream, but check out this flooding. So this is at Ironwood and Broadway right now. Car is stuck in floodwater. Driver is out and okay, but take a look at this. I mean, can you imagine, yeah, you're out and you're okay, but you're just watching your car being swept away by the water here. And believe it or not, yes, this is in Phoenix, where you would assume it's the desert. There's no way that there would be any sort of flooding or crazy storms. Well, that is something that we see here every summer, monsoon season for the next couple of months here. These are the kind of storms that we get in Phoenix. It's only 77 degrees right now. Hard to believe, seeing as how we've been getting temperatures up to 120 degrees the past few weeks here in Phoenix. Hopefully we'll be able to get a meteorologist up here on the show. I did promise you guys Corey might be up here a little bit later to discuss this weather here in Phoenix. And of course, in the upper right hand corner of your screen, we still have the White House, still awaiting Jared Kushner. But in the meantime, just streaming for you guys this weather. I want to pull up for you live pictures of the traffic as well. Traffic moving, just normally right now. No accidents yet, luckily. But as you know, when it rains like this here in Phoenix, traffic usually backs up because people aren't used to having to deal with this much, precipitation here on the ground. Let's pull you back to live shots from the chopper. Take a look at that. This car driving through all of this flooding right now. Hopefully everyone is out there driving safely and slowly. Those of you who might be watching from the Midwest, personally I'm from Ohio. My co-host Mike Page is from Chicago. We deal with weather like this all the time, where it's raining and snowing, and we're kind of used to driving through these conditions. But here in Phoenix, you only have to deal with this maybe 2-3 months out of the year. So some people don't exactly know how to drive in weather like this, and unfortunately accidents can occur, but hopefully that does not happen today. You can see people really taking it slow right now as these grounds, or as these streets I should say, are being flooded with water. We did show you just a few seconds ago a car completely submerged in the water. So streaming 2 events for you right now. White House upper corner. As soon as Jared Kushner comes out, we will stream that for you live. Full screen. Check this out. This car is still completely being swept away from this flooding right now. Completely underwater here. Driver is out and okay. That's the good news we can report for you. Again, this is at Ironwood and Broadway here in Phoenix, if you're watching locally here in the Phoenix area. You guys, I am keeping an eye on the White House, but right now I just figured why stare at an empty shot at the White House when we can show you some weather. As soon as Jared Kushner comes out, we will stream that for you live, so stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, you guys, we are just streaming for you live. Monsoon season 2017 right now. Heavy rain and flooding hits the East Valley right now. A flash flood warning is in effect for parts of the valley as we're seeing heavy rain on Monday morning. Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and other parts of the East Valley are getting hit hard the most as we're expected to see rain in the valley throughout the morning. We thank you for watching live with us here on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. We did just show you a few minutes ago a car completely submerged in water. We can report for you, though, the good news that driver is out and okay, but not so good news for them as they watch their car being swept away by the flooding here today in Phoenix. We'll stay on this feed for you for as long as we can. And coming up a little bit later in the show, Jared Kushner will be speaking live outside the White House after he was questioned today about any Russian involvement in the election.
Right out ahead of us, Larry, is a good spot. Pretty much right underneath us now.
And if you are watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream, because I know some of you that are watching on our YouTube stream aren't here locally in Phoenix, so let us know where you're watching from. And if you are here locally in Phoenix, send us your pictures, your videos. We'd love to see them. Post them on our Facebook page. Tweet them at us. Fox 10 Phoenix is our Twitter handle. Easiest way for me to pull up any pictures on the show here is if you just comment them in the live stream, in the comment section on the Fox 10 Phoenix live stream. I can pull those up live here on the show. Any pictures and videos that you guys might have that you can take safely from your homes, we'd love to see them as we're just continuing to stream this flooding right now in the valley. Monsoon season 2017, everybody. That car that was submerged underwater, I can see some of you asking where that was. That was at Ironwood and Broadway with that car stuck in floodwater. Driver is out and okay. We'll continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream.
I'm going to go from this area here, Larry, to the right and just follow it.
James West says he's watching from California. Thanks for watching with us, James.
Copy.
As you can see, looks like two people out there right now watching this flooding. We do not advise anyone to get out and play around with this right now. Very dangerous conditions. Even in the desert, we see flooding, everybody, and we're continuing to stream this live from our Skyfox chopper. We do not advise anyone to leave their home and play around in conditions like this, as it can still be very dangerous. I want to show you the traffic as well. Let me pull that up for you guys. Take a look. This is on the I-10 westbound. Traffic moving normally but slowly as people are using extra caution this morning with all of the rain. Let's take you back, though, live to our shots from the news chopper. Hi everybody, press the wrong button. Let me take you back to the Skyfox chopper. Still showing you live pictures here as well as the traffic. Take a look, another car about to be submerged in water, everybody. We do not advise you go out in this unless you have to. Use caution when driving. Thanks for watching. Looks like I will have Corey McCluskey up here with me a little bit later in the show, possibly Ron Hoon as well, to discuss this weather and so much more happening in the Valley. That's coming up next. Again, I want to take you to a look of the traffic right now. Take a look at that. Hopefully nobody gets in a wreck this morning, because this requires extra caution today as rain keeps coming in pretty strongly. It is monsoon season here in the Valley. I want to pull up for you a live look of our weather map as well. Let me put this in here real quickly. So take a look at this. This is our radar right now. Hopefully we'll have Corey up here in just a little bit, and possibly Ron Hoon, to discuss all this crazy weather happening right now in the Valley. Let's take you back, though, to live pictures from Skyfox. We don't advise anyone to come out and play in this right now, because it is very dangerous. As we were showing you earlier, we did see 2 people out there right near that flooding, but it's definitely a dangerous situation. We've seen cars already being swept away here, as it is monsoon season 2017. Heavy rain and flooding has hit the East Valley. A flash flood warning is in effect for most parts of the valley, as we're seeing this heavy rain on Monday morning. Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and other parts of the East Valley are getting hit hard the most, as we're expecting to see rain in the valley throughout the morning. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We're still streaming for you live. Sky Fox up in the air right now, showing you monsoon season 2017. Heavy rain and flooding has hit the East Valley this morning. A flash flood warning is in effect for parts of the valley as we're seeing heavy rain this Monday morning. Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and other parts of the East Valley are getting hit hard the most as we're expecting to see rain in the valley throughout the morning. Let me show you a live picture of our traffic as well. Take a look at that. Our traffic cam completely covered in rain. You can barely see it at this point. All right, everybody. Well, I've got Corey up here with me right now. As I promised, I was telling all of them that you're the most
there was
animated.
A promise?
Yeah, I said I promise you, Corey's going to be up here live with us, the most animated weather anchor here.
I'm really here
Phoenix.
just to show off my haircut.
I love the haircut.
Left profile.
But we don't want it ruined in the rain. Are you going to go out and it's just going to be ruined in the rain?
I've got so much repellent and retardant on this. It may ruin my clothing if the water runs off.
But never the hair. Never the hair. So I was just showing them, live pictures of the traffic. We have your weather map up as well.
Yeah.
Let's pull that up for a second just to give people a look at it. So that's what they're seeing.
Look. It is busy out there. We've already heard, and much of the video that we've been showing, the live images from the morning show, have been out in the East Valley where it had been pouring throughout Mesa and Apache Junction. Now you can see that has started to sort of quiet down. However, things are starting to really bloom across the west side. So we'll take you in there in a moment. But first of all, 2 flash flood warnings are out. They sort of straddle the downtown area, but they're out till noon. So this means anywhere that you see within those red zones, be extra cautious because additional rainfall is probably going to cause more runoff and perhaps some additional problems. So we'll swing you out west now, just to orient you that the road that goes through the bottom of your screen there on the left side, that's Route 85. So that goes from Buckeye down to Gila Bend. So as you cross over the 10 there on the west or the left portion of your screen, that is a strong thunderstorm, and it's kind of moving across the Hassayampa River Valley. That's that sort of a light colored area that you see west of the mountains there. That often fills up, and it will today for sure. It's already running now, but as all of this water starts to move northward up toward Wickenburg and then drains into the Hassayampa, it always runs very hard and very fast. So that'll be coming under the bridge there at the 10. And farther to the west, if you're out Tolleson way, keep your eyes on those southern skies, because that rain is going to be very heavy and will be upon you probably in the next 40 minutes or so. So as we swing back eastward, you can see right downtown, we're seeing rain now. It hasn't been terribly heavy, but we have had some heavy weather throughout or through Ahwatukee and Levine. And if you were out around the 101 and the 10 junction out there in Goodyear, you are really under the gun. There's a very strong thunderstorm just east of there, closer to Litchfield, or rather not Litchfield Park, but in Avondale. So that's going to be headed northward as well. So out here's where the trouble was earlier today. Again, the weather has really started to quiet down in Queen Creek and Apache Junction, but we're left with an awful lot of runoff. We've shown the pictures all day long. Also, one lone thunderstorm here that's continuing out around Shea Boulevard, just west of Fountain Hills. That's going to continue to move northwestward as well. And again, this is that storm I was talking about near Avondale, the one just at just east of the 101 junction there, and the rain is falling there at a rate of about 3/4 of an inch or 2/3 of an inch per hour. Now it's not standing still, but that just lets you know how fast that rain is coming down. So if it were to stay stationary, you'd get that much rainfall in 1 hour. But anyway, as we keep things moving here, these are the rainfall totals that we have for you. About an inch has fallen from that storm that we were just showing you so far. As we move farther to the east, this has been a really big morning.
Wow.
Almost 2 inches. Yeah, northeast of Apache Junction, about an inch along Route 60 there, and about 9/10, call it an inch up there in Fountain Hills as well. So I know there's a lot to talk about here. As we get farther up the way, just west of Pine Strawberry, we've seen about another inch in the mountains there, and that's fine. We love to see all the rain we can get in the mountains. So again, here's the wider look, and most of the action is now out west from about Buckeye westward along the 10. So it's going to be that kind of a morning. So remember, 2 flash flood warnings in effect generally for most of northern Maricopa County. So just be super cautious out there. And out east, there's all kinds of trouble. So just don't drive through any flooded areas.
Basically everywhere.
Yeah. Turn around, don't drown, that old saw. But boy, it really can make a difference in your family's life. You don't want to be caught in something like that.
Oh, yeah,
Plus,
too.
we've seen a lot of stranded cars, and you talk about a bummer when you figure, I think I can get through this, and then you don't.
Yeah.
It's your car could be ruined or certainly in for a huge
Did you see
repair.
what Skyfox had just a little bit ago? There was a car completely submerged in water, just being taken away.
Oh, no, I did not see that.
Yeah, and luckily the driver got out, but multiple cars have been dealing with that.
Yeah, it's been quite a weekend for sure. So we'll keep on top of the radar all morning long, and of course we'll have another forecast on television coming up at noon. But Mary Kate's always on top of things here.
And if people are wondering, why aren't you looking at Corey and paying attention? I'm paying attention, but I also wanted to pick this picture out for you guys. This is our weather app, the Fox 10 weather app. Please download it because it'll show you everything Corey basically just showed you, but in the little app here of the radar of where weather is.
We're past the please part, Mary Kate.
Oh,
now compliance
no, it's compliance.
is mandatory.
You have
we've
to
got
download
small
the app.
teams of effective people, let's call them, who are trying to make sure you've got the app.
Yes,
it's
get
easy
the
to
app.
do. Get it on
it's free,
Wi-Fi.
Totally, yeah.
The radar is great, and it's all in motion. You can see where the rain's going and whether you are in its way, and you get all the warnings as well on your phone too.
Pulling up this picture of the traffic as well. The traffic camera almost completely covered in rain. You can barely see, but I was driving the other day when it was storming last week, Corey, and I felt like everyone was just completely slowing down. I heard ambulances, I heard sirens. I thought, wow, just from just a little bit of rain. But then I realized, okay, it's not just a little bit of rain. It's monsoon season, which for me, this is my first monsoon season here. I didn't even know what this was like until recently with these storms that come in out of nowhere. And how do you predict this? Corey, when you come into work,
you can't predict it.
Do you even know this is going to happen until a few minutes before you go
live?
Well,
you know that the conditions are right for thunderstorms like these, and this time of year you can almost always say, hey, we're going to get rain this afternoon. This has been such a big event that it was raining. It continued to rain all night long. So if I come in the morning and it's still raining, then I know it's really going to be a very big day. But this image we're seeing now is on the 101 out near Glendale on the west side, and that's where most of the action is, west of the valley now, or in the West Valley, I should say. So keep your eyes today generally to the southern or southwestern skies, southeastern skies, I should say. That's where most of the action will be coming from. So I'll try to zip back over here later today and give you another update.
Perfect. And it looks like I am going to be getting Nicole in a little bit. She just pulled up to a flooded area. She's going to call in on her IFB in a little bit, so I'll be able to talk to her. But Corey, thank you for coming up here. I've always wanted to have you on my show, so I'm really glad.
I'm sorry it's under such soggy circumstances.
I know. Come up another time. We'll talk about something a little bit more happy.
Oh, very good.
Thank you, Corey.
Sure thing.
All right, you guys. coming up in just a moment, as soon as I see her, I'm going to have Nicole up to discuss this crazy weather going on right now in Phoenix. In just a moment, live here on the Fox News Now stream. Okay, everybody, well, it looks like we do have a shot of where Nicole is. Let's take you live to the scene right now. Nicole, if you're there, tell us what is going on. How is this weather treating you right now in the valley?
Hey guys, so we just parked, so you're going to walk with us over here. We're at the corner of 16th Avenue and Saguaro, and it's been raining pretty hard the whole way out here along the 60, and check this out here. Let's walk across this puddle onto this sidewalk and show you this car that's stuck over here in what is now a raging river crossing 16th Avenue here in Apache Junction. And here's some of the neighbors. They're shocked. You know, they lived here for a while, and they're like, why would anybody drive across this? But Alfredo, check this out. So that white car there, that's been stuck there for about an hour. Thankfully, though, the driver is okay. He was or he or she, we're not sure, but the driver's fine. Was rescued about an hour earlier. So we're looking at this wash right here, and that's cutting across Saguaro Avenue, or actually 16th Avenue, and right over here is a school. I think they are in session because we could see some cars in the parking lot. But let me tell you, I was here a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, because my memory is kind of foggy, at the same exact intersection, and this same thing happened during the monsoon season. This wash right here became a raging river. It flooded out this street, closed this street down, and turned this, what would normally be during the most part of the year, a very dry wash, into a roaring rapid, so to speak. So you see kind of all the news stations parked out here, and just people walking around looking at things, and you can tell if you look at that car how high the water is. I mean, it's all the way pretty much over the wheel almost. So you know, we've seen a lot of cars coming down this way. I mean, there are roadblocks, but there aren't any law enforcement officers, you know, trying to keep cars away. But I mean, it's pretty obvious when you drive up here how bad this looks. So you have to think, you know, this driver must have felt pretty brave to think he can take that sedan all the way across this river here. But again, luckily the driver was rescued. Nobody was hurt. The car obviously is still there, and who knows how long it's going to take for this river to finally calm down and get dried up again. So obviously this car is going to be sitting here for quite a while. But if you look here, look at this, there's this big truck. Nobody's in there. Are you guys gonna? I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah, you probably get ticketed or something. So yes, I see a lot of people just driving down here, just looking at this car stuck in the road here, and I don't think this guy is going to risk it, even though he's got a big old SUV with big old tires. He sees the officer on the other side, and I'm pretty sure he could get ticketed or something if he tried to do something stupid like cross this. So luckily he made the right decision, and he's turning around. So this is exactly what you should do when you come across this situation here, is no matter how big your tires are, don't cross it. So yeah, no, we're gonna walk closer. So
this is amazing, Nicole, because not only are you reporting, but you're also directing traffic right now. I think you just convinced him not to drive through that flooding situation there.
Thank you. Yeah, well, no, look, he had those big tires and his truck was lifted. He was like thinking about going across the river here, and thankfully he didn't. So I hope that in my advice saved a life. But here's Alfredo's way ahead of me. So check this out. This is normally a very calm wash, and it looks like it's a rip-roaring rapid here. And the water comes all the way pretty much almost over the sidewalk. So I'm not sure how deep this intersection is typically, but obviously you can get a sense for how deep it is looking at that car. And like I said, I was here a year ago. Could have been 2 years ago, but either last year or the year before, this exact spot. And I remember talking to the principal of the school across the street, and he said, yeah, every so often when we get a bad rain, this is what it looks like. And actually, during the school year when it's dry, there's actually a walkway that goes from this school through the wash here, and that's on the other side is where they have their baseball and football fields. So, you know, when it's dry, typically the students will be going across this little wash here. Obviously not today, but gives you a sense that this doesn't happen very often here. But when it does rain like this, it always happens in this particular intersection. So luckily, the school officials here are pretty prepared for this, and obviously you're not going to let the students cross here. And I think it's the first day of school. I haven't checked, but there are a lot of cars in the parking lot, and I know it was the first day of school for Chandler Unified. So obviously, no, we don't see anybody out here. As far as we know, there are no injuries. Nobody's been hurt. We were told that a cat was rescued from this area earlier. No cats have been harmed. So all is well except for this raging river. And so far, everybody has turned around. Even that truck who was daring to go across the street here.
And it does look like we're being told that traffic light is definitely out at Ironwood and Octio, right where you are, Nicole. Now, for me personally, this is my first time experiencing the monsoon season. I know you've probably covered this many times. What's the worst situation you've seen during monsoon season?
You know, luckily, personally, I haven't seen anything too deadly. I mean, you know, when you think about what happened last week with that family up in Payson, that's probably the worst story I've covered during monsoon season. That was obviously very tragic, just sad. But a lot of times, you know, when we cover monsoon and we cover weather, it's stuff like this where washes get flooded, cars get stuck. We cover a lot of rescues. And sometimes people get hurt, people don't make it, floods overtake people, but thankfully that's more rare. So it's more often to see somebody, you know, trying to be brave, probably like this driver was trying to do, and cross a wash that's not safe. But like I said, I was at the same exact spot another time before during monsoon, and this intersection pretty much looks like this every time we get a big rain.
Well, you know what? I am so glad you were able to convince that one driver not to go through. Hopefully, anyone else that comes by, Nicole can be the one that says, "Don't do this."
Yeah. Well, there's no roadblocks, but you would think it would be obvious that you, look at this guy right here. What's he doing? He's
oh no, let's see what he does.
He's like doing donuts around the intersection. Oh, drivers out here.
So basically, no. See, there he is. There's the same. Is that the same truck driver over there? It looks like it. Yeah, that truck driver trying to go through there.
I think he just came here to admire. Yeah. Yeah. So we've seen a lot of cars. I mean, just turn around. So.
That's so funny. Well, Nicole, stay safe out there. Stay dry, and have a good show this morning.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody, taking you back now to a live look of the weather map here. That was Nicole Garcia just reporting live in this flooding situation here in Phoenix, taking you to a live look of the traffic as well. Still pretty wet out there. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching with us. I'm still keeping an eye on Nicole's live shot. It looks like she could be talking to somebody soon. If we see her chatting with someone out there, I will definitely take that live for you guys. In the meantime, though, still streaming this traffic cam for you. It is the time for the monsoon season, everybody. These are the monsoon storms that we're streaming live for you here on Fox News Now. Okay, everybody, taking you now to a barricade situation in California. Let me pull this up for you guys. Viewer discretion is advised. We are working on getting more information about this for you right now, but we do know a suspect has barricaded himself inside his home. Pulling up some more details for you right now as we continue to stream this live for you here on the Fox News Now stream. Well, it does look like Chopper is leaving the scene now. So let's take you to the Democrats who are discussing their economic agenda right now in Washington.
Unleash the bargaining power of 41 million seniors and let them negotiate less expensive prices under Medicare. We must do that. We need tough enforcement on price gouging and more transparency with price hikes. The American people want to know why they pay more for prescription drugs than any country in the world. How can that be when we have invented so many of these drugs, when we manufacture so many of these drugs? We are sick and tired of paying more than any country in the world, and it has to stop. And we are seeing this lack of competition all across our economy, whether it is prescription drugs, whether it is cable bills, whether it is airfare, or even beer, right? Then we're getting serious when that happens. And so that's why I'm the ranking member of the Antitrust Subcommittee, and Elizabeth's going to be talking about this in a little bit, but we have to pass a stronger law so that companies just can't get away with murder, so that they can't merge and make things worse for the American people, and that's why we're going to be introducing a stronger standard under our antitrust laws so that we can bring competition and lower prices to the people of America. So, with that note, I'm excited to introduce someone who's also from the Midwest, and there's been a lot of talk about baseball. This woman actually plays it. She is a really strong women's softball player on the congressional team. She comes from Moline, Illinois, where her congressional district is, of course, located, which is, of course, the international headquarters of John Deere. Yes. So Sherry Bustos is someone who knows a little bit about the Midwest and a lot about our country and how we move forward. Sherry Bustos of Illinois.
Thank you. And by the way, Senator Klobuchar is our play-by-play announcer for our Congressional Women's Softball game, worth noting. Well, hello, Virginia. And hello, America. And Leader Pelosi, when you were talking about the Orioles hat, I see that out there, but I also see a DeKalb seed hat out there. And that's like my kind of peeps. I am Sherry Bustos, and I represent the 17th District of Illinois. It is 7,000 square miles. It is mostly rural. It is mostly blue-collar, and it is all along the Mississippi River. So way too many families that I represent understand the economy is not working for them. Some have worked for decades in manufacturing, only to spend their last days training the replacements who came over from China, and where their last job was to padlock their factory door. Others poured their hearts and their souls into Main Street businesses, only to see the greed of Wall Street get the better of them. And moms and dads across the heartland in regions like I represent worry whether they'll be able to see their grandkids grow up because their kids have had to move to big towns just to get a job. The truth is, across America, there are millions of hardworking men and women who have been left behind. They don't want a handout, and they don't want our sympathy. We all know that. They simply want government and corporations not to work against them. And we're here to say, we hear you, we agree with you, and we are ready to present a better deal. In the better deal that we offer, we will restore opportunity by helping 10 million Americans get good-paying, full-time jobs. We will do that in part, by doubling our investment in workforce training and in apprenticeships. And let me tell you why this is so important. About 2 years ago, I convened a group of manufacturers, all representing small and mid-sized companies. And I asked them, how many of you have jobs that you have open that you can't fill? Every single one of them raised their hands. So there are those opportunities. But we know that to be ready for the 21st century job, we need to have 21st century skills. And while there are lots of people ready and eager to take those jobs, they don't always know where they can go and get those skills. And you know what? We can solve that problem. One way is by connecting community colleges and technical schools with local employers. By having employers in the same room as these programs are developed, we'll create a skills pipeline to get our economy back on track. Not with low-paying, part-time jobs, but with the kind of jobs that hardworking men and women can take home and realize that I can take my family on vacation again. I can buy that pickup truck that I like to buy every 5, 6, 7 years. And I can buy my kids not the shoes that they need, but the shoes that they want. We do that by connecting these workers with the better skills that lead to better jobs, that lead to better wages, and that in turn will lead to a better future for the hardworking families that we all represent. That is our better deal for America. Bringing back hope, restoring trust. And I know, the folks behind me know too, that we can do it. Thank you very much. And it is my distinct pleasure to elect somebody that probably each and every one of you know a little bit about, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you. Hello, hey. Hello, Virginia. Hello, Berryville. So, we know why we're here today. We're here today because the economy is broken. Today, a tiny sliver of wealthy individuals and giant corporations hold the majority of this nation's wealth, while working families are struggling more and more just to make it day to day. Americans know that this economy is rigged in favor of billionaires and giant corporations, and rigged against everyone else. And it's not hard to see how this happened. In industry after industry, a handful of corporations have seized power in this country. Since the 2000s, the number of major U.S. airlines has dropped from 9 to 4. The 4 giants left standing now have nearly 80% of all airline seats. 2 giant corporations sell more than 70% of all of the beer in America. 5 health insurance giants now own more than 80% of the country's health insurance market. 3 giant drugstore chains suck in 99% of all pharmacy revenues in this country. 4 giant companies now run more than 80% of America's beef market, and the list goes on. This kind of concentration matters. It matters because giant corporations crush competition. They shut out small rivals and they kill young startups. This matters because giant corporations jack up prices and cut corners on quality. This matters because giant corporations put the squeeze on wages. As profits have gone up, wages for American workers have gone down. And this matters because many giant corporations don't win in marketplaces because they're better. They win because they are big. And most of all, this matters because giant corporations can swing their weight around Washington, accumulating massive political power, the kind of power that can capture our government and rig the system even more in their favor. Corporate influence over our government has gotten worse under the Trump administration, far worse. President Trump has stacked his administration with a who's who of big-time lobbyists, Wall Street bankers, and corporate executives. Now, America has faced this problem before, more than a century ago, when railroads and steel mills and oil companies grew to monopoly size. Congress passed antitrust laws and broke up those powerful corporations, and competition flourished in this country. But for decades now...
Okay, everybody, we're going to hop out of this for just a little bit. In just a few moments, we'll have Ty here from Fox 10 Phoenix, who's going to report on some flooding. As soon as I see that he's ready, I will take him live. Looks like he's shaking his head. Looks like he is ready to go, so give me just a second. Let me pull him up. Let me actually change that lower third really quickly before I take you guys to the shot here. So, okay, just change the lower third. Now taking you, everyone can see live right now. Ty is out in the flooding. Ty, how's it going out there? How are you enjoying this lovely weather?
I'm going to show you here real quick. This is Hunt Highway out here in Queen Creek, and they do have this blocked off because as you flip around over here, you can see quite a bit of flooding happened right here. In fact, a couple of cars actually got stuck in this particular area, and that's why the Pinal County Sheriff's deputies out here right now are blocking off this road. Now, this all happened right next to this church you see here behind me. This is Mountain View Church, and we have Porfirio here with me. Walk me through kind of what you saw this morning, because you saw that wash start to fill right behind the church. And you guys got a little worried, right?
Yeah, we were here at 8 o'clock this morning, and the water started to come down real quick, so we noticed that the wash was filling up, and for literally 20 minutes this parking lot filled up, as you can see right here. And there was a couple cars that were trying to come in and go through the road before it got closed off, and there was 2 cars, as you said, that got stuck and they had to be towed away. So it all happened really quick this morning. Thankfully, none of it came into where we are here in our offices.
But it came pretty close, though, didn't it?
Yeah, it came a little bit close. I mean, you can see where the water line came up. It all stayed, thankfully, right next to it. The wash behind it did its job, and at least it got directed into the parking lot versus into our buildings, so that was good.
But you can see just how deep that water is, those cars that are still in the parking lot over there. Greg Brown, my photographer, kind of showing you that right now. You can see just how high that was. And again, the water is starting to recede here. They had the maintenance man out here a few minutes ago trying to unclog this drain. He was trudging through the water, right?
Yeah, he was trying to go through and making sure that the drain wasn't clogged. There was debris covering it, tree branches, things get picked up from the mountain when it comes through. So he was doing a great job coming through. Our maintenance guy, Harvey, just trying to unclog it and making sure that the water gets to where it needs to go so it can move away and not build up.
Now, you've worked here for quite a while, right?
Yeah, I've been here probably 4 or 5 years now.
And have you ever seen flooding quite like this?
Well, there was one time a few years ago when it got pretty bad, and that's before they had finished this road. It was a 2-lane road. But this is probably only the second time in my 5-6 years here that I've seen it this bad. So it doesn't come that often.
Yeah, and again, we're glad that it didn't get into your offices because you can see just the power of this water. And you said it came within 20 minutes or so, really started to fill up the parking lot here. Well, Porfirio, thank you so much. Hang around real quick because I've got a couple more questions for you after, but I'm just going to finish up with these folks here that are watching on our Facebook and our YouTube channel. Again, we are at the Hunt Highway, the main intersection, the closest main intersection right now is Thompson Road. So folks are having to detour. Again, you can see the deputies that are turning around all the traffic here on Hunt Highway, telling them to get out because, again, we said, as Porfirio said just a few minutes ago in his interview, a couple of folks did try and go through that water. A little too deep for these cars to go through. Some of those folks did get stuck. They had to be pulled out. So again, we're going to be continue to monitor the situation out here in Queen Creek. Again, the good news out here, you can see it has stopped raining. Clouds are still out there, but we did see some localized flooding. Again, not quite as bad as we're seeing right here on Hunt Highway, but throughout the entire city of Queen Creek, there are areas, the low-lying areas, of course, that are a little bit flooded out throughout the main area. So if you are traveling out here to the East Valley, that is something to keep in mind. Again, that the localized flooding is something you may be dealing with if you're heading out here.
Okay, Ty, thanks so much. Stay dry out there.
You bet.
Millionaires don't pay their fair share. Pensions are gone. Medicare is under attack. And while the corporate special interests are doing better than ever, everyday people are working 2 or even 3 jobs just to get by. It doesn't have to be this way. And when we take back Congress, a year from now, it's not going to be this way. We're going to help 10 million Americans find good-paying, full-time jobs. Under our plan, A Better Deal, America will once again value honest, hard work by investing in the American worker. We're going to address the economic challenges and the anxiety that folks are feeling in my district and all across this country. It starts with an aggressive, bold plan to rebuild and modernize our transportation infrastructure. Washington has ignored this problem for too long. Our roads, bridges, and airports were once the envy of the world, but that's not the case anymore. A better deal means that we'll put folks all across America back to work in good-paying jobs, fixing our bridges, our roads, our transportation networks, so they can be the best in the world again. It's time for us to think big. We built the Transcontinental Railroad. We built the interstate highway system. And under our plan, millions of Americans will find work building a new transportation network that's second to none. Next, we're going to invest in building a new manufacturing economy. We're going to start making things again in America. Manufacturing jobs have always offered the promise of a better future. The technology has advanced over the years, but these are the jobs that have always been essential for building the middle class. So we're going to double our investments in apprenticeships. We'll create new tax credits for employers to retrain their workers and pay them a living wage. And we'll work with the private sector, schools, and career and technical programs to build a new network of training opportunities for millions of Americans. And finally, we're going to make sure that working families are valued in America, that moms and dads can earn a living wage and still have the time that they need to help with homework or care for a sick child. That means fair work schedules, paid family leave, policies that support working families. In the weeks ahead, we'll have more to say about these policies and what we're going to do to get this work done on behalf of the American people. The American people here in Virginia and everywhere in our country deserve a government that is working for them. Americans have earned the right to send their kids to excellent schools, to live in safe communities, to have health care that protects them, and to live and retire with dignity. This agenda will make that happen. The American people have had enough broken promises to last a lifetime. We're going to deliver real results. We're going to give them a better deal with better jobs, better wages, and a better future. And it is now my great pleasure to introduce our host, someone you know well, the extraordinary Senator Warner.
Hey! Hey! Hello, Berryville! Hello, Clark County! Hello, Frederick County! Hey, Winchester! Welcome, all of you. Chuckles, you listen. Welcome to the Commonwealth, not the state. Welcome to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Anybody hot yet? So I will be brief. And Amy, let me just say, echoing what you said, I've got a daughter with type 1 juvenile diabetic. I've seen those rising costs, and frankly, we do deserve that better deal in terms of prescription drug prices. Let's, you know, we're here talking about what we're going to try to do as Democrats in Washington. But the truth is, in Virginia, we never get any time off. We have very important state elections this year, and we've got two great candidates for the House of Delegates, Wendy and Tia, right down here in front. And let's make sure we elect Ralph Northam as our next governor. You know, sometimes politics feels like it's always caught in the past. And frankly, a lot of the debate in Washington feels a little bit tired and stale at times. And what we're trying to offer here is a better deal that recognizes that a lot of the challenges we face in America today are no longer left versus right or liberal versus conservative, but it's future versus past. And the Democratic Party has always been at its best when we've been future-leaning. You know, the nature of everything is changing. Automation and technology dramatically transforming our workforce. My dad worked for the same company for 38 years. He never made a lot of money, but he had that security of a job and a set of benefits that allowed him through good times and bad to get through. The truth is, in 2017, virtually no one is going to work for the same job for 35 years. So we have to have an education system and a training system that realizes if you want to be a lifelong employee, you've got to be a lifelong learner. So let me just give you two quick ideas. First, why don't we have a tax code that would give the same kind of tax credit for those investments in R&D for people who will invest in human capital?
Yes.
A tax credit that says we will train and continue to upskill a workforce throughout their whole career to make sure that people can stay employed as they move from job to job. A second thing, let's acknowledge that, candidly, not everybody needs to go to a four-year college. The truth is, we have right now in Virginia 17,000 jobs in cybersecurity, half of which don't even need a four-year degree. So what we want to do is do new partnerships. Let me get some water here because I get dry mouth. Listening to so many politicians makes me dry. We need to have a partnership with community colleges and apprenticeship programs, and recognizing that we've got to have skills that will meet the jobs of the future. 17,000 unfilled cyber jobs, starting salary $88,000 apiece. Half of them don't need a four-year degree. So how we lean in to this new economy, this new future, is what this better deal is all about. We're going to have an opportunity over the coming weeks to lay out more ideas, to continue to frame this as not the old politics of the past, but a bold democratic agenda that leads into the future. And one of those great leaders who are leading us into the future is the next, and actually the cleanup hitter of this whole group, the great congressman from the city of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah,
Well, good afternoon. I thank the great senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia for his tremendous leadership. I'm Hakeem Jeffries, and I'm from a small town up north, Brooklyn, New York. But whether you're from Brooklyn or Berryville, the zip codes may be different, but the issues are largely the same. We all understand that the American people deserve a better deal, better jobs, better wages, and a better future. Over the last 40 years, the productivity of the American worker has increased by more than 285%. But during that same period of time, wages have increased by less than 10%. The productivity gains of the American worker have not gone to the American worker. Instead, they have gone to the privileged few, to the wealthy and to the well-off, to the special interests. The American people deserve a better deal.
Yeah.
The American dream has always been about, if you work hard and play by the rules, you can be rewarded. But for far too many Americans, that fundamental contract has been broken. Working families, middle-class folks, senior citizens, the poor, the sick, the afflicted, people in urban America, suburban America, and rural America, increasingly left behind by an economy that works for the privileged few and not for all Americans. We deserve a better deal.
We do.
For far too many Americans, wages have failed to keep up with the rate of inflation. For far too many Americans, wages have failed to keep up with the rising cost of living. For far too many Americans, wages have failed to keep up with our collective aspirations to provide a better future for our children and for our grandchildren. The American people deserve a better deal.
Yeah.
Democrats will work hard to aggressively tackle the persistent problem of wage stagnation. We will use the tax code not to benefit the wealthy and the well-off, but to incentivize and encourage small businesses and corporations to raise the wages and increase the pay of the American worker. We will break up monopolies that artificially suppress wages and keep the pay low of the American worker. And we will raise the minimum wage to $15 per hour and make sure that every single American can have a living wage that will provide them with the opportunity to raise their families in a comfortable fashion. Democrats will invest in education and job training, invest in transportation and infrastructure, invest in research and development, invest in technology and innovation, and invest in the American people. We will not rest until every single American across this great land has a better deal, better jobs, better wages, and a better future. God bless the United States of America. I yield to Leader Schumer and Leader Pelosi.
We'll do questions. Nancy, we'll do. Okay, we're ready for some questions. We'll take a few. Jerry.
Senator Schumer, 10 years ago you wrote a book in which you talked about the Democratic Party appealing to the middle class. But that appeal in that book wasn't strictly on economic issues. You talked about a 50% reduction in abortion, 50% reduction in illegal immigration. How has your point of view changed over time, and why are you not addressing any of those issues?
First, I'll tell you the good news and bad news about my book. The good news was Newt Gingrich, of all people in those days, said if Democrats followed Schumer's book, they'd be the majority party for a generation. The bad news about my book is Democrats didn't follow it, no one bought it, and I'll have plenty of free copies for anybody who wants it. We have focused on economic issues. We think that is what the American people are most yearning about. That doesn't mean we won't, in future months, discuss other issues, but the focus starts on economic issues. That's where the American people are hurting. That's what we most felt was missing in the past, in the last several elections, and we all take some of the blame of that. I certainly do. We got to get focus on economics, number one.
And this has been a product of listening and listening and listening to the American people, listening to our colleagues, the American people in the heartland of America, across America. The economic insecurity, the financial instability of America's families is undermining their future, our democracy, and that's why this focus is on the economy.
Right. It's what the American people are yearning for. Yes.
The economy is in terrible shape, but the financial system is doing very well in terms of profits. I wonder why you don't go behind Glass-Steagall in a major way.
Okay.
It was Franklin Roosevelt's first piece of legislation.
Okay.
We're on the verge of a blowout that makes it minor.
Yep.
Why don't we enact
Okay, we are going to talk about some of the issues dealing with Wall Street and short-termism and all these things in future months. Today we unveiled these three issues. Press people first, if I could. Yes. Well, we'd welcome our Republican colleagues joining us. We'd welcome them with open arms. And we think, you know, you take an issue that we talked about that Elizabeth focused on. Adam Smith economics said we shouldn't have 3 or 4 big companies dominating. That's classic republicanism. We would welcome them joining us. Here's the problem. Their party has so been taken over by the wealthy, powerful, Koch brother-led special interests that many of them who would agree with us are afraid to even join us. But we hope as a better deal resonates around America and they see that their path, free up corporations, cut their taxes, get rid of all the protections to consumers and workers and the environment, fails, they may come join us. That's our hope.
Well, let me just say on that score, we have had overtures made to and fro on the subject of rebuilding America, on investing in the infrastructure of our country. It has never been a partisan issue. We have always worked together. That is until they blocked what President Obama was trying to do in that regard. But we're not in a place of blocking, we're in a place of working together. And I said earlier about President Washington, he's cautioned against political parties who are at war with their own government. Does that sound familiar with the deconstruction of government that the Republicans are advocating? And part of that is to undermine our investments in the future. But we're hopeful and we're optimistic, and we always extend the hand of friendship.
Yes.
Perhaps the two campaign chairs as well. The extent to which this is sort of the political message going into 2018 for Democrat incumbents and people who might be running.
Okay, I'll call on the two campaign chairs, but this is not just for 2018. We are going to. The question is, will this help our 2018 candidates when they run? This is not simply aimed at 2018. This is what we feel America needs. And you will find in the House and in the Senate, we will be offering amendments. We will be having lots of different kinds of fora to spread the word, because this is what we think America needs. Now, if our Republicans don't come around and help us, as Nancy mentioned, yeah, I think that this will hurt them. Their being against things like this will hurt them in 2018, but that's not our sole focus at all. And if do one of our campaign chairs, Ben Ray?
Go ahead, and then I'll follow. Look, all across the country when we're visiting with constituents, and I think you've heard it here today, voters, constituents want us to focus on them. They want us to understand where they are. And they want us to understand that their wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. And so the more people that are able to have that conversation with the American people will be in a stronger place in 2018. But today is about making sure that the entire country is doing better, not just now, but through 2018 and beyond. That's the conversation we're having with the American people, and that's what we'll continue to hear day in and day out.
Chris?
Yeah, let me emphasize, this is the result of people traveling to every parts of their states and districts, listening to our fellow Americans, and responding to the things that they say are most important to them. And also responding to the people who say, okay, you guys always talk about this stuff, but what are you actually going to do about it? As I said earlier, it's not enough to empathize or sympathize or analyze. You got to do something about it. You got to tell the American people, if they support our candidates, here's what we will do. So this is a response to the cries we're hearing from the American public, and we think that people are crying out for what we call a better deal for America.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Well, last word from the leader.
I just want to say one more thing, because I've been quoting presidents and honoring the founders of our country and the rest. President Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. He then on to say, with it, you can accomplish almost everything. Without it, practically nothing. And what we want to do with this is accomplish something for the American people. If the Republicans join us, all the better. If they have some good ideas, all the better. But the fact is, we can't wait for them. And so as we convey this message to the American people, listen to how they experience their concerns and what they want to hear as we create jobs, lower cost, and have a brighter future for people. Remember, it's not this isn't a political mission, although it will have a political benefit, maybe. But hopefully the Republicans will join us as they understand, when the public knows, they hold elected officials accountable. Public sentiment is everything. Abraham Lincoln. Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Berryville. Good work. This was good.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. As you can see, Senate and House Democrats just wrapping up their press conference on their economic agenda. We're going to take you now. We're going to go back out here to Arizona, where we're getting reports of some sort of water rescue in Mesa near Ellsworth and Elliott. We're going to see what Sky Fox is able to capture here for us. We do appreciate now our viewers continuing to watch on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. There is a flash flood warning, including Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and Gold Canyon until about 1 o'clock. A flash flood warning will also continue for Avondale, Goodyear, and Buckeye until noon today. We appreciate everybody joining us here. Sky Fox up in the air. You're watching Fox10Phoenix.com right now. We appreciate everybody also on our YouTube page as well. This is all happening near Ellsworth and Elliott Mesa, Arizona. Flash flooding threat continues for the Far East Valley. That is the major news today as we're back at the work week. It is Monday, and this is the way we are starting it up. You know, when we do have the monsoon, at any hour, at any time, something can happen. You can also see our Fox Vision radar here as well. Live Doppler radar for you. And also a flood advisory for much of southwest Maricopa and northwest Pinell counties as well. That's happening through noon. Includes the I-10 between Casa Grande and the Southeast Valley. And here we go. Skyfox first now getting these images here of a rescuer that is helping someone right now. So these are our first images that Skyfox is able to grab us right here on the News Now stream for this water rescue that someone needed some aid. We don't know how this happened where the person did get stuck here near Ellsworth and Elliott, but you're taking his rescuers are helping now. And this is just another tip and reminder, everyone, that we here in Arizona we do get those very quick moving flash flood areas. So if you know the areas in your neighborhood that could be susceptible to flash flooding, you need to stay away from those areas because things can get bad to worse really quick, and now we are seeing some rescuers helping out this man there. Sky Fox is able to capture that for you of that water rescue. Once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream for this continuous coverage here on the News Now stream. A flood advisory for northwest Maricopa County into western La Paz and Yuma counties. That's happening until 2:15 this afternoon. That includes I-10 west of Phoenix. Washes are running. That's according to the National Weather Service in Phoenix. Once again, folks, we always appreciate when you join us here as well. Fox10Phoenix.com as well as our Facebook Live. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage of breaking news alerts from all over the country. And this one just so happens to be right there in our own backyard of Arizona. We are dealing with monsoon conditions, and we've been doing that the last couple days here. You can see our Fox Vision radar as well in the top right corner of your screen. So once again, thank you for those first responders for being able to help that individual out. We're continuing to watch live for you as Sky Fox is able to get this moving water that we are seeing now here on the stream. And welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us here on either Facebook Live or fox10phoenix.com, there was a water rescue here that rescuers were able to help a man in need in Mesa. We're continuing to watch right now on the stream as it was in Mesa, and there was a boy that they helped. And it looks like now we have a guardian or someone wanting to now check on this boy there in the ambulance. And also, everybody, a flood advisory for northwest Maricopa County into western La Paz and Yuma counties until 2:15. That's including I-10 west of Phoenix. Flash flood warning including Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and Gold Canyon until 1 o'clock. A flash flood warning continues for Avondale, Goodyear, and Buckeye until noon. So we've got about 30 more minutes to kill in that area. As there is water racing off the Superstitions right now, we are being told in Gold Canyon, estimated at anywhere from 3 to 4 feet deep as well. You're watching here in Mesa as this is continuing the area of Apache Junction, Queen Creek, and Fountain Hills. Another flash flood warning. Just moments ago, the city of Scottsdale tweeting out that all Unbridged Indian Bend Washcross streets are now closed. Do not try to cross the running water or flooded areas. That is turn around, don't drown. It's coming from the city of Scottsdale. Just reminding everybody of unbridged Indian Bend Wash areas. Cross streets are now closed. Do not try to cross that running water or flooded areas. So this was a young boy that rescuers did have to come to the aid near Ellsworth and Elliott in Mesa. You can see the top right corner of your screen as well of our live radar that we are showcasing to you as well here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. And you can see here as the washes are flowing in the area that you do not even want to get close to that water, because it is very strong, it is very powerful, and it could sweep you right under and you'd be in a lot of trouble. All right, everyone, and as you can see, that our Sky Fox is now leaving the scene. For more news and updates, always head over to fox10phoenix.com. All right, everyone, coming up here next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner has held a press conference regarding the SB 1 school funding bill. Rauner gave Democrats a noon deadline today to send him the bill that they've been holding on to since the end of May.
Have been holding the school funding bill, SB 1, since May 31st. This is fundamentally unfair to our children, to our families across the state of Illinois. Our schools must open on time with the full appropriate amount of money for every child, every teacher in the state of Illinois. The Democrats and the majority are playing political games with our children's education. They seem to be intent on holding up school funding until August, when schools need to open, and they seem intent on denying days of education to our children to advance their own political agenda. This is wrong, fundamentally wrong and unfair. We've got to put our children first, our families first. We have low-income children, disadvantaged children, African Americans, English language learners, low-income families who are struggling here in the city of Chicago and across the state of Illinois, in Waukegan, in North Chicago, in Harvey, in Maywood, in Cicero, in Waukegan, in Aurora, in Moline, Peoria. They deserve more support. They need schools to open on time. They should not be denied a single day of education. We cannot allow the majority in the General Assembly to hold school opening hostage for their own political agenda. It is wrong and unfair for them to hold this school funding bill. There is no legitimate reason for that school funding bill to be on my desk right now. We have given them until noon today to send me SB 1, the school funding bill. If that bill is not on my desk by noon, we will be calling special session. Special session. We will ask everyone in the General Assembly, come to Springfield, do your job, pass school funding, and we have a deadline set of July 31st. There is no reason that we can't have school funding completed and signed off and done by July 31st so our schools can open on time. Every school in the state of Illinois can receive proper support from the state, and every child in a low-income community, every child from a disadvantaged circumstance can receive a better education, a better future. Children in Englewood and Austin and Lawndale, and children in Cicero and North Chicago and Rockford and Decatur. With that, I will turn it over to Leader Durkin to address this as well, and then Senator Leader Brady.
Thank you, Governor. Starting next month, approximately 2 million children in 852 school districts throughout Illinois are to begin their school year. But let's be clear, the Illinois school funding system is antiquated and unfair. SB 1 does not fix the decades of problems with school funding, but rather worsens it. The Democrat leadership in Springfield, for no legitimate reason, has been holding SB 1 from the governor since the end of May. That is 54 days. The further they hold it, the more likely that the Democrats want to create and manufacture a school funding crisis. I want all schools funded fairly. I want all schools opening on time. And so does my caucus. We are going to open schools on time. The Democrats cannot stay silent on this issue. Send the bill to the governor. I'd like to turn it over to Leader Brady.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Leader Durkin, Secretary Purvis. 22 members of my Senate Republican caucus believe that the school children in their districts and school children in every senator's district throughout the state deserve fair and equitable funding. the Senate Democrats rammed through a budget that relied on a new education funding model. We need a new education funding model, an evidence-based model that will create parity in funding for every student throughout the state of Illinois. That's what Secretary Purvis, Governor Ryan, Leader Durkin, and his caucus and my caucus are fighting for. So far, they've been void on presenting that evidence-based funding model to the governor so that we can make sure our schools open. The governor's absolutely right to demand Senate Democrats to send him SB 1 so that he can act and ensure that our schools stay open for the children and the parents that we represent. This is embarrassing. This is the time of year when parents should be buying backpacks for their students and supplies instead of worrying about whether or not the schools are going to be open for their children. Teachers are worried. Administrators are worried. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been long enough. Senator Colleton and the Senate Democrats need to send the bill to the governor. The governor is right to call a special session if they refuse to do so. This is a crisis that needs to be solved before the end of the month. Our caucus, my Senate Republican caucus, is ready and able to solve that crisis.
Again, all of us in public service should actually perform public service. Put the best interest of our children ahead of all else. Our children should come ahead of political games and political brinksmanship. There is a good, historic new school funding model, new school funding bill that is ready to be implemented. It was hijacked at the last minute by the majority in Springfield, and a poison pill was inserted to force payments to a pension system that's broken, unsustainable, and it needs reform. And we together should reform that pension system and help Chicago fix its pension problem. We should do that, and I've personally committed to that. That is a separate issue, fundamentally separate issue from treating our children as the priority they deserve to be and treating our teachers as the wonderful professionals who deserve our support and treating them the way they deserve to be. The new school funding formula is good. It was created on a bipartisan basis. I support it. I applaud the members of the General Assembly, Democrats and Republicans, who came together on a new school funding formula. We should implement it now. Separately, either now or sometime soon, we should deal with pensions, pension issues, pension reform for the city of Chicago and across the state of Illinois. We should do that. But in no way, at no time, should be money from the classroom for current teachers and our students be diverted, money taken from the classroom and given to a broken pension system. That should never happen. And that's what SB 1 does in its current form. When that bill does come to my desk, and I hope it comes right here this morning, I will mandatory veto that bill. I will remove the diversion of the money from the classrooms so the money can flow through the new funding formula that was arrived at on a bipartisan basis. That new funding formula helps the children of Chicago, just like it helps the children in Cicero and Waukegan and Aurora and Rockford. Separately, we should take up pension reform and pension assistance for the city of Chicago. That is good and right that we do that, but in no way should that hold up our schools opening on time. In no way should that take money from the classroom, from our neediest students, and divert it to a broken pension system. Our children must be treated as our top priority. Put yourself in the shoes of our parents around the state. They're anxious. They're anxious. They're struggling to make ends meet. They just got a massive tax hike put on them for nothing, for not even a balanced budget, for no reforms, no more job growth, no property tax relief. Their cost of living just went up. They're struggling to make ends meet. And now they don't even know if their school's going to open on time. They don't know if their child's going to receive the education they need. And they could have days of their education taken away. Our children, especially our most vulnerable children, our most disadvantaged children in our most struggling communities, they need to be treated with the top priority. That's what the new school funding formula does. That's why I've been an advocate for it all along. That's why it has strong bipartisan support. We can't let leaders in the Democratic caucus take a good bipartisan bill, subvert it, take money out of the classroom for a broken pension system that needs reform. That's what this issue is about. That's why we need your support to get the message out to the people across the state of Illinois. Let's do what's right. Let's get the bill, SB1, to my desk so I can fix it with a mandatory veto. Get that implemented, separately deal with pensions, but make sure our schools open on time with the appropriate amount of money for every school district.
Are schools
Yes.
going to open on time?
We are going to do everything we can to make sure they do.
Is it just the pensions you object to, or is it the block grants also?
The bill would come to my desk. You wouldn't have to answer that question, ask that question. I'll be clear. I'm going to mandatory the veto quickly, immediately, and then have the General Assembly take it up, and we can deal with this in a matter of just a couple days. There is no reason we can't have it done. We need it on my desk, and you will see. They don't want me to be able to mandatory veto it. They want to create a crisis and just say, there's no discussion, there's no more time, there's nothing to debate, it's over. If schools want to open, only SB1 in its current form. That's unfair to our children. That bill should have been on my desk June 1st. So we could deal with this and treat our children with the priority they deserve. They're playing political games with our kids' futures.
Senator Collins says he wants you to sit down and meet with leaders down there and work out some kind of compromise on this. Is there any compromise to be worked out? Are you going to meet with them?
There's always compromise. What they've done is have discussions go on for months and months and months. And we've compromised. Many ideas have been on the table. And out of all those discussions came a good new school funding formula. It's there, it's done, it's ready to be implemented.
Are you willing to compromise on anything where you stand on this?
So what we need to do, what's clear, that bill passed the General Assembly. It should be on my desk. We can't have any rational discussions until that bill's on my desk. There's nothing really to discuss without that bill being on my desk. I will mandatory veto it, and from there they can discuss what the changes that I made, and we can implement either those, or if somebody else has another idea, that's fine. But without that bill on my desk, we can't really make any progress at all.
So will you meet with
Yes.
the
What about the other one that you're talking about? I mean, that wasn't a bill that was passed, was it? The one
Which other one?
The one that you were in favor of, the one that you were just discussing?
All I've said, there's other ideas, there's other bills that might be good, that's fine. SB1 should be on my desk. There is no legitimate reason, none, for SB1 not to be on my desk. You know what? How many bills have they sent to my desk that I was going to veto? That doesn't stop them. That doesn't stop them. They're playing political games. They want to create a crisis. They want to hurt our school children for their own political agenda in mid-August. That's what's going on. There is no reason for that bill not to be on my desk. Yes.
Is the analysis? Last week you talked about a number of factors going into this most recent analysis. Seems like Secretary Purvis is here. Is it through an ISB analysis?
The analysis you're talking about starts with data provided by the Illinois State Board of Education. The Illinois State Board of Education does not run an analysis unless the legislation has been introduced. What we did is we took the data that they provided every caucus about how to calculate an estimated analysis, combined that with what we think will be the mechanism for funding, and those are the numbers that you've seen.
So when will you call the special session? If they missed the deadline today, are we talking Friday? Are we talking tomorrow? When will you call?
Wednesday.
Governor David, you were asked about a meeting with the leaders. You didn't actually answer. Would you meet with the leaders before a special session?
I am happy to have all kinds of discussions after the bill is on my desk. There is nothing to discuss. There is nothing to discuss unless that bill's on my desk. What they'll try to do is, as they've done for the last 2.5 years, obfuscate, delay, have excuses, come and spin false messages to you after some meeting. No. They passed a bill. Our schools can't open unless that bill or some other version of it becomes law. They are waiting. They don't want to have any real progress until August. They want a crisis. They want, frankly, seem like they want to have schools not open so they can force no real rational discussion or debate, just force SB 1 in its current form. That's why we've got to have that bill on my desk this morning. And there's really nothing to discuss until that bill comes to my desk.
Governor, will Chicago schools be able to open if you do issue your mandatory veto?
Every school district's different. Every school district has different financial circumstances and conditions. But frankly, every child deserves to be treated equitably. And whether some school districts can open and others not, there's no reason that one single child in Illinois should lose a day of education over this pension bailout issue. That should not happen for any school district, irrespective of what community it's in.
Governor, if,
yes,
as the backers say, no school district in the state would lose money under this, and that some districts would in fact do better than Chicago, why is it imperative that money for Chicago be taken out before anything else can happen?
See, this is the misperception. This is the spin coming from the other side. Money is not being taken away from Chicago. Money under the current SB 1 diverts money from the rest of the state and the suburbs to Chicago. We want to stop that. And then we want to help separately, help Chicago fix its pension problem and help Chicago have its pensions treated just like all the other pensions in the state. I've committed to that. It's the right thing to do. That's its own separate issue. We deal with that, and I've asked to deal with that for the last 2.5 years. So far, the General Assembly has refused to do it. But what should never happen is that money be taken from the classrooms, be taken from our kids in Austin and Englewood and Lawndale and Cicero and diverted to the pension payment. Money should not leave our children to go to pension payments. That's the critical issue.
Governor, if you call
yeah, Bill.
What you think of being called evil last week by Jamboree?
I'm sorry?
What you think of being called evil last week?
Political rhetoric gets heated sometimes, yes.
If you call a special session, aren't you worried that you'd be overridden again? I mean, it's an easier vote to say I open schools on time than it was to raise taxes. That's the risk you're going to run.
What we've got to have is the bill on my desk. I will quickly, immediately, a mandatory veto it. Then the General Assembly should take up my veto, and we should put the proper position in place. The right thing to do is get schools open with the appropriate funding, and we've laid this out. Separately, we can, and we can do it this summer or some other time, fix the pension problem in Chicago and around the state. That needs to be done, too, but that's got to be a separate issue. Yeah, Tony.
Besides the CPS money, would you change anything else in the bill?
That's the vast bulk of it. You'll see if they would actually deal with the reality and have the truth come, you could read my mandatory veto and you'll see what I'll do. That's what they don't want the truth. They don't want an open debate. They don't want this to be out in public because the truth is so bad for their position. They want to take money away from our low-income kids all around the state and divert it to a pension payment. That is just fundamentally wrong for our children. They don't want that known. That's what they're scared of. Yes, Kim.
Can you be more specific about what money you're saying is being taken out of classrooms and sent to CPS? My understanding is that there's a hold harmless, so every school district under SB 1 as it is currently written, every school district will receive the same amount of money that they received in the previous school year.
So,
what dollars specifically are you saying are being taken from those schools?
The General Assembly appropriated, I think, $720 million more for schools in the new budget. Awesome. Great. I'm all for it. I fought every year I've been governor for more money for our children, especially our low-income children. Let me draw a contrast to what was going on before I became governor. The majority in the General Assembly in the prior 10 years before I became governor, they cut state support for education 4 times in the prior 10 years. I've changed the paradigm. We're taking our children and making them the top priority in our budgeting, not making them political footballs. In the $720 million that should be going to the classroom, SB 1, with the poison pill that got inserted by the Speaker and his majority, diverts hundreds of millions of dollars, almost half, about half of that money, diverts away from the classroom, goes to a pension payment. That money should go in the classroom for Chicago and all the other communities. That's the money I'm talking about. Somebody else had a question. Yes.
You've always said that you're looking for the best in the brightest.
Uh-huh.
Can you explain why you hired someone who has written about comparing abortion to Nazi eugenics. Is that someone that you want on your staff?
Well, I can tell you this. I am committed to having the best staff we can possibly have. I do not agree with every position that anybody who's ever worked with me has ever taken. And I have my own views. I stand by my views. And to be crystal clear, I am a strong advocate for women's reproductive rights. Yes, yes.
It raises questions about the vetting of your people that's going on beforehand, and you think that that would be something that would be picked up before somebody...
Yeah, I wish we were perfect. You know, we're not perfect. We're not perfect. I tell you this, there's been a lot of writing and talk about staffing. This is the tempest in the teapot. There's nothing changing. My positions have been clear. I am a strong advocate for the people of Illinois. I want to change our government so it actually works for people. We put our children and our families first. Political insiders, the privileged inside government, the folks who make their money from political power, we need to battle against them. And that battle is hard. That battle is stressful. That battle is demanding and it's draining. And frankly, sometimes we need fresh troops to engage in the battle, and that's what we've done. It's not, it signals no shift or change in my views, change what we're battling for. My whole life, and certainly the last 5 years, as I decided to become a public servant, as a volunteer, I've fought for 4 things, and I will not give up on 4 things. More jobs, lower taxes, better schools, and term limits on our elected officials to deal with this corruption and cronyism. These are the 4 things I've been fighting for 5 years and longer, not giving up and not changing one iota from that.
We have time for one more.
Governor, you keep talking about how you don't want to put more money into a broken Chicago public school system. Yet
pension system.
Yet the budget that was just approved puts an additional $600 million into the statewide teacher pension. Everybody except Chicago, it's even more broken and has a much lower funded ratio.
So you're raising the correct issue. We need pension reform. I want pension reform.
Not cutting off money to TRS, just only money to Chicago schools.
I have talked every day about the necessity for pension reform. Pension reform we need, and Chicago pensions should be treated like other communities' pensions. I have said that from day one. The reason this is a hot button, Greg, right now is what the majority in the General Assembly is trying to do is divert money from the classroom to fund Chicago pensions, money that should go to our communities in Lawndale and Austin and Englewood and Cicero and Waukegan and North Chicago and Aurora. They're taking it away from the classroom to fund a pension. I will never, ever allow that to happen because that is treating our children as political pawns, and we will not allow that to happen. Thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
White Sox, sir.
All right, everybody, and coming up next, this is going to be a live event. We're expecting President Trump within the next 15 minutes at the White House. He's going to make a statement on health care from the White House. We'll have that as soon as that feed does become available. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, while we do wait for our White House shot, we are going to take you out to Tampa Bay area, the South Florida Museum, providing an update on the tragic and accidental death of their oldest manatee.
I'd just like to start by saying that we remain deeply affected by the tragic events that have transpired, and that we do appreciate the outpouring of support from the community, the outpouring of love from not just the community but the world as we work our way through this. No one wants to understand what happened here more than we do. So I can start with this. We did receive the summary necropsy report this morning from Dr. Dave Murphy, Snooty's longtime veterinarian, and the FWC up in St. Petersburg, confirming that Snooty's cause of death was drowning. I'd also like to address some of the understandings that we have about what the situation was within the tank. If you're not familiar with our manatee habitat, within the habitat there is a 4-foot ledge, 4-foot deep ledge that extends around half of the interior of the habitat. This was constructed for Snooty, who grew up in a 4-foot deep habitat. So we wanted to make sure that he had a comfortable habitat that he was used to. This also allowed him to interact regularly with his caretakers, and that was there for him. At the base of this ledge is a 30-inch by 30-inch opening that allowed staff access to the life support and plumbing systems that were hidden beneath that ledge. That opening was secured by an access panel at all four corners. This was a panel, not a door. And in fact, the last time that we opened that panel was 5 years ago. We were doing some upgrades to the life support system at that time. We do not open it regularly, but we do have divers in the tank daily, and they visually inspect that panel every day. The day in question, visual inspection showed no issues with that panel whatsoever. We do have divers in the tank this morning and today as well, and we can confirm that that panel is secure. The three young manatees in our care, Randall, Gale, and Baca, are safe and secure. The panel is not an issue. We should also note that our facility is monitored and licensed by the USDA. Our last inspection of the facility was last month on June 5th. We were citation-free and certified to continue our operations in the aquarium. We've got a 68-year history of caring for manatees. We've had 33 manatees in our tank with us over the past 19 years, with no major issues, no significant issues, no manatee injuries of any note. We will open the museum tomorrow in its entirety, including the aquarium. We will continue our work with manatee education with the public and all of our regular museum programs. In the coming days, we will share information about memorial plans for Snooty and ways that the community can share its feelings about Snooty's passing and his life. That was it for me. I'd like to pass this on to our CEO, Brenan Basayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. I just want to say again that it has just been wonderful, the outpouring of support that we're getting from the community. As you know, Snooty's living in our hearts now and forever. And we, as Jeff mentioned, we will be working to make sure that we can continue his legacy, and that includes this manatee rehab program. As well, we are planning some expansion opportunities, but all the assets we have here at the museum are integral and work together, and that manatee rehab program is a big part of it. So. Again, thank you all for being here, and we will continue to keep you updated.
So we will be taking questions, and if we want to get that started, we can do that now.
So 2 questions. So people are asking about culpability. Either the manufacturer of the panel is culpable, or there's human negligence, or I'm missing something.
So at this point, we're in a review process, and we're looking at everything. I assure you, we're leaving no stone unturned. But our focus right now is on the staff and on the caring for the manatees today, and really looking from all sides what happened, so we can ensure that it doesn't happen.
What role are state and federal officials playing in your review and your investigation of what happened?
At this point, we adhere to best practices with manatee rehab, working with the Manatee Rehab Partnership and Fish and Wildlife. And then, as Jeff mentioned, we are governed by U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Are they involved? Have they been involved with
the last inspection we had was in June.
But nothing since yesterday?
We have not been in contact with them today.
I know you said that hatch hadn't been open in 5 years, but was there plumbing work that was recently done on it, or is it routine maintenance?
The life support system works 24/7. So all the pipes back there were working routinely and normally. So there would be no reason to access that behind there. It was really for, in case they need, a pipe might have disrupted or something. And they regulate everything is flowing in the aquarium. We have gauges and so we can keep track of pressures. And so we knew that things were functioning normally. No need to access.
So to answer that, how was it that he got you there? How did he
At this point, we're in a review process, and we're assessing all of all the factors that are involved. And as I said, we're focusing on the caring for the manatees in the tank, and we'll, keep you apprised.
All right, everybody, we are taking you now live where we do have the podium, and in just a few minutes, we're going to have President Trump make a healthcare statement from the White House. And yesterday evening, President Trump tweeting out now, if Republicans don't repeal and replace the disastrous Obamacare, the repercussions will be far greater than any of them understand. So he, right now, at this moment, last couple of days, really trying to put some full court pressure on Senate Republicans for a repeal and replace. Representative Mark Meadows, a Republican from North Carolina, emphasized how dogged President Trump has been in trying to get Congress to pass health care reform. People don't realize, he said, no one has worked harder than the president to get this done. He's making phone calls in the middle of the night, early in the morning, and saying we have got to be all hands on deck. A frustrated President Trump warned Republicans last week about the repercussions of their inability to get an Obamacare repeal and replace bill on his desk. Meadows agreed that the GOP must brace for, quote, unbelievable fallout if they fail. The House Freedom Caucus leader found himself at the center of the health care debate in April when he and other caucus members rejected the original House bill. The revised House bill eventually made it to approval, with a majority of Freedom Caucus members voting yes. Americans have every right to be frustrated, he said, adding that citizens he talked to asked why there was not something on the president's desk on January 20th. Representative Meadows said most Americans are saying it's about time. The health care bill faces a stormy path in the Senate, where just last week several GOP senators rejected the bill, dooming the current version. I fully expect that we'll see some results this week, the congressman said. So we are waiting for President Trump to make his live statement inside the White House on health care. Thanks to all our viewers also on Facebook Live. Let us know where you are watching from on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we do wait for President Trump. And the Senate will move forward with a key vote this week on a Republican health bill, but it's a mystery on what exactly they will be voting on. It's not yet known whether the legislation will seek to replace President Obama's health care law or simply repeal it. Senator John Thune of South Dakota said yesterday that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will make a decision soon on which bill to bring up for a vote, depending on ongoing discussions with GOP senators. Thune sought to cast this week's initial vote as important but mostly procedural, allowing senators to begin debate and propose amendments. But he acknowledged senators should be able to know beforehand what bill they will be considering. Both versions encouraged opposition from enough GOP senators to doom the effort, but McConnell is making a last-gasp attempt this week after President Trump insisted that senators not leave town for the August recess without sending him some kind of health overhaul bill to sign. Some senators told the Wall Street Journal that McConnell told them that they would find out before any vote if they will be asked to repeal and replace. Senator Rand Paul, who called the bill a pork fest in an interview, said that the current legislation will not work. He said, "I think it keeps the fundamental flaw of Obamacare. The death spiral will continue, and we're going to subsidize it." McConnell was making a last-gasp effort to resuscitate the legislation as they cannot afford to lose any more than 2 Republican votes. President Trump tweeted yesterday, "If Republicans don't repeal and replace the disastrous Obamacare, the repercussions will be far greater than any of them understand." President Trump has had a complicated relationship with the Republican Party, but GOP lawmakers have continued to be generally supportive of the president, even as his approval ratings take a slip. There's less money from the government going to poor people, but there's more money from the government going to rich people who run insurance company, Paul explained. "I think when voters find out that Republicans gave billions of dollars to rich insurance companies and took money away from poor people getting Medicaid, I think that's a disaster. Still, at least 2 Republican senators yesterday appeared to reaffirm their intention to vote against the procedural motion if it involved the latest version of the GOP's repeal and replace bill. Moderate Senator Susan Collins of Maine said she continued to have concerns about reductions to Medicaid and criticized the Republican process, saying lawmakers were being unfairly kept in the dark. Under McConnell's plan, 22 million more people would become uninsured by 2026, many of them Medicaid recipients. She wants to hold public hearings and work with the Democrats. So once again, folks, we are waiting for President Trump to make a statement about his healthcare initiative, and we're expecting him at any moment now. First, Vice President Mike Pence will introduce the president, and we are being told that President Trump will make a 7-minute statement. And it looks like we are getting closer now. And in a new Fox News poll, 74% want the GOP to reach out to Democrats on health care. Republican lawmakers are well aware that they need to fulfill their 7 years and counting promise to repeal the Affordable Care Act. A clear reminder came in November when more than 8 in 10 of those who voted for Donald Trump said Obamacare went too far, according to a Fox News exit poll. Yet a Fox News poll taken last Sunday through Tuesday finds support continues to fall for the GOP plans being offered to replace President Obama's signature law. Only 25% of voters favor the Senate's latest health care bill. That's a bit less than the 27% who favored last month's Senate draft and falls considerably short of the 40% who supported the House bill back in May. Among Republicans, a narrow majority, 52%, favor the second Senate bill, down from 75% support for the House overhaul in May. If the existing law isn't repealed, 47% of all voters and a hefty 40% of Republicans say congressional Republicans deserve all or most of the blame. And more voters feel extremely frustrated with President Trump, 37%, then congressional Republicans at 33%, congressional Democrats 24%, or the news media at 27%. For comparison, 28% were extremely frustrated with President Obama back in 2014. And we are continuing to wait for the president to make a healthcare statement inside the White House. Hi, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Page, and thanks to all our viewers right now on Facebook Live as well as Fox10Phoenix.com. Let us know where you are watching from as well, and give us your thoughts on healthcare in America. And in other news, a Republican-aligned super PAC is trying to knock down Democrats' official effort today to rebrand themselves as a better deal, launching an ad campaign that targets House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi and argues her party remains mired in, quote, the same old liberal ideas. The Congressional Leadership Fund is behind the digital ad campaign, which is titled Resistance, and targets Pelosi's San Francisco congressional district and 12 other Democrat-leaning districts that President Trump won last fall. All 435 House seats are up for re-election in 2018. The Democrats are the party of the resistance, the narrator says in the 33-second ad that includes images of window smashing and other protest-driven violence surrounding the inauguration. Radical extremists who destroy buildings, burn cars, and divide America, Hollywood celebrities who are blinded by their hatred of the president, Nancy Pelosi, and the Washington Democrats answer to them, and that is what is part of the new digital ad. On Monday, we just saw that Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer led an event in Virginia to announce the, quote, better deal agenda, following party leaders acknowledging they lost to Trump in large because voters didn't know what the party stood for. The new message, formerly titled, quote, a better deal, better jobs, better wages, better future, follows months of internal debate and analysis of polling and focus groups. Schumer acknowledged just yesterday that Democrats were partially to blame for Americans not knowing what their party stood for. However, Congressional Leadership Fund leaders say the message continues to advance the same old liberal ideas, including single-payer health care, tax increases, and military cuts, despite all of the poll testing. And for those of you just joining us, the president was scheduled for a 3:15 Eastern statement. As you can see, that has come and gone right now, and we are still expecting the president to deliver his statement very shortly. Now, after making his healthcare statement, President Trump is expected to fly to West Virginia, where he will make remarks at the 2017 National Scout Jamboree. That's happening around 6 o'clock Eastern. We'll have that for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as well. A White House official told Fox News that President Trump will be joined by Obamacare victims as he delivers a statement urging the Senate to move forward on a health care vote. President Trump previously asked Republican senators to, quote, repeal and then replace at a later date if they couldn't complete the legislation that they were working on. Then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell delayed a vote to accommodate Senator John McCain, who was sidelined due to surgery. However, it became clear that GOP senators would not have enough votes to pass their version of the bill after some party senators said they would not support it. And the Senate will move forward with a key vote this week on a Republican health bill, but it's a mystery on what exactly they will be voting on. It's not yet known whether the legislation will seek to replace President Obama's health care law or just simply repeal it. Senator John Thune of South Dakota said yesterday that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will make a decision soon on which bill to bring up for a vote, depending on ongoing discussions with GOP senators. Thune sought to cast this week's initial vote as important but mostly procedural, allowing senators to begin debate and propose amendments. Looks like we are getting a little bit closer here, as now we do have families coming in, and Fox News Channel was reporting that these are the victims of Obamacare that will be behind President Trump and the Vice President. So let's continue to listen in here as they get started.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank President Trump for inviting us to the White House today. We are grateful for his incredibly strong commitment to patient-centered health care reforms. I'd especially like to thank the Weir, Finn, Atchison, and Witzig families who are with us today to tell their stories. The uncertainty and hardship that each of them have faced in confronting your family's health challenges are a vivid reminder for all of us why inaction on this problem is not an option. Right now, Obamacare is failing to deliver for the American people, and the folks here in this room today are a stark reminder of that problem. Principles of health care are pretty clear: accessibility and affordability and quality and choices. You all represent millions of Americans for whom those principles have been violated. And it's because of your voices and your experience that we're here today to urge Congress to give the President a bill to sign. The President has laid out a positive vision for how to fix this mess by putting patients and families and physicians in charge of health care decisions, not Washington, D.C. We are committed to ensuring that the American people enjoy a health care system that works for them. The President has made that crystal clear. And an individual who, just like the President, has been working day and night on getting this accomplished is the Vice President. He understands the imperative of patient-centered health care. And it's an honor to introduce to you my friend, the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence.
Well, thank you, Dr. Price, and good afternoon to all. To the families who are gathered here from all across America on behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. Since the first day of this administration, President Donald Trump has been working to keep the promises that he made to the American people, to rebuild our military, revive our economy. And this president has worked tirelessly to repeal and replace Obamacare. President Trump knows that every day Obamacare survives is another day that American families and American businesses struggle. As we've traveled across the country, we've heard firsthand from Americans just like those who stand behind me today, from families who are bearing the cost of skyrocketing premiums and plummeting choices, from families who've lost their doctors, lost their insurance, and from families who are starting to lose hope that Congress will ever respond. But as I've told every one of them and people all across this country, thanks to the leadership of President Trump, help is on the way. President Trump hears you. He is fighting for you, and he will keep fighting every day until we give the American people access to the world-class health care they deserve. Tomorrow, the United States Senate will have the opportunity to begin the debate on a bill to repeal and replace Obamacare. And as the President said this morning, after years of talking and campaigning on it, now is the time for Republicans in Senate to act. Republicans in the Senate will have, in his words, a chance to do the right thing, to keep their promise to the American people and these families and families all across this country. And this president and the American people are counting on the Senate to act. So, with gratitude for his leadership and his persistence and determination to make American health care great again, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to these families and to all of you the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Vice President Pence, Secretary Price, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. For the past 17 years, Obamacare has wreaked havoc on the lives of innocent, hardworking Americans. Behind me today, we have real American families, great families, just spent a lot of time with them, who are suffering because 7 years ago, a small group of politicians and special interests in Washington engineered a government takeover of health care. Every pledge that Washington Democrats made to pass that bill turned out to be a lie. It was a big, fat, ugly lie. Democrats promised Americans like Steve Finn, a former police officer in West Virginia, that they would save $2,500 a year under Obamacare. Instead, his premiums have more than tripled. That's pretty bad. As a result of Obamacare's skyrocketing costs, Steve and his family and many of his employees had no other option than going on Medicaid and giving up their existing coverage. That's pretty bad, folks. Pretty bad. No choice, right? No choice. For them, Obamacare's promise was a nightmare. Marjorie and Kevin Weir from South Carolina have a son, Monty, who suffers from spina bifida, Washington Democrats promised families like the Weirs that if they liked their doctor, they could keep their doctor. But now there is only one insurer left in the state exchange. And Marjorie says that every year she waits anxiously to learn if the doctors and hospitals, which her son needs the most, will remain in their network. More Obamacare lies. And you've seen that up front, unfortunately, up front and personal. The Democrats promised Melissa Atkinson that her son's pre-existing conditions would be covered. The Atkinsons quickly learned that Obamacare's promise of covering for pre-existing conditions was meaningless, though if the doctors you need to care for you aren't on your Obamacare plan. So you just have a meaningless promise, and everybody knows it, and most people on Obamacare know it. After an excruciating series of events and complications, Melissa and her husband found themselves, just before Christmas, emotionally and financially devastated, crying in a doctor's office faced with yet another seemingly unpayable bill. When insurance wouldn't cover the Atkinsons' care, they emptied out Melissa's 401k to pay their bills. They're not going to be, and they haven't been the first. There are many, many cases such as that, the 401ks. The first rule of medicine is do no harm. But Obamacare's lies have caused this, and throughout the whole country, families like this, nothing but pain. Aaron and Andy Witzig are small business owners from Illinois. They have 6 children. Their youngest daughter, Poppy, has a rare genetic condition. Children born with it are sometimes called butterfly children because their skin is as fragile as the wings of a butterfly. Poppy has to wear special bandages all of the time. Unfortunately, under Obamacare, Poppy's insurance has been repeatedly discontinued and replaced with what Washington deems equivalent policies. But for Poppy, these plans are not equivalent, and Poppy's family has to spend precious time and tremendous resources fighting for exceptions for Poppy. The Washington politicians who made those promises to Steve, Marjorie, Melissa, Aaron, and their beautiful children want to ignore all the pain, all the suffering, and all of the money, the tremendous amounts of money that these lies have caused. They want to forget about the countless Americans they've hurt and the many that they are continuing to hurt every day by refusing to help us replace Obamacare. For the last 7 years, Republicans have been united in standing up for Obamacare's victims. Remember, repeal and replace, repeal and replace. They kept saying it over and over again. Every Republican running for office promised immediate relief from this disastrous law. We as a party must fulfill that solemn promise to the voters of this country to repeal and replace what they've been saying for the last 7 years. But so far, Senate Republicans have not done their job in ending the Obamacare nightmare. They now have a chance, however, to hopefully fix what has been so badly broken for such a long time, and that is through replacement of a horrible disaster known as Obamacare. The Senate is very close to the votes it needs to pass a replacement. The problem is we have zero help from the Democrats. They're obstructionists. That's all they are. That's all they're good at, is obstruction, making things not work. They say all the right things, and then they do exactly what they're not supposed to be doing. The Democrats aren't giving us one vote, so we need virtually every single vote from the Republicans. Not easy to do. The Senate bill that is being considered outside of the outright repeal of Obamacare will also provide emergency relief for the law's victims, and it will deliver truly great health care and health care reforms that our citizens want, need, and really should be demanding. Some are demanding. You'll see that at the voter booth, believe me. Here are just some of these terrific reforms that we will be doing if everything works out the way it should. The Senate bill eliminates the painful individual mandate. It eliminates the job-killing employer mandate, repeals other burdensome taxes, and will significantly lower Americans' premiums. It will stabilize collapsing health insurance markets and give Americans far more choice and far more flexibility. The Senate bill protects coverage for pre-existing conditions, and you don't hear this from the Democrats. They like to tell you just the opposite, and they didn't even know the bill. They run out, they say death, death, death. Well, Obamacare is death. That's the one that's death. And besides that, it's failing, so you won't have it anyway. It dramatically expands popular health savings accounts. It provides tax credits so Americans can purchase a private plan that is right for them and their families. It devotes substantial resources to fight the opioid, and this is a tremendous problem, the opioid epidemic. $45 billion is being put in so that the people of many states like New Hampshire, Ohio, and so many others that have such a big problem can be helped, and helped greatly. We're going to be fighting the drug problems very, very seriously in my administration. And it provides, among many other things, higher quality care and more flexibility for states to administer Medicaid to better serve their poorer citizens. Tomorrow, the Senate will vote on whether to allow this urgently needed bill to come to the Senate floor for debate. The question for every senator, Democrat or Republican, is whether they will side with Obamacare's architects, which have been so destructive to our country, or with its forgotten victims. Any senator who votes against starting debate is telling America that you are fine with the Obamacare nightmare, which is what it is. For Democrats, this vote is a chance to make up for the terrible harm they have inflicted on Americans like those who are with us today. Obamacare has been for them a nightmare. There is still time to do the right thing. And for Senate Republicans, this is their chance to keep their promise. Over and over again, they said repeal and replace, repeal and replace. But they can now keep their promise to the American people to provide emergency relief to those in desperate need of help and to improve health care for all Americans. To every member of the Senate, I say this: the American people have waited long enough. There's been enough talk and no action. Now is the time for action. We are here to solve problems for the people. Obamacare has broken our health care system. It's broken. It's collapsing. It's gone. And now it is up to us to get great health care for the American people. We must repeal and replace Obamacare now. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so the president wrapping up his statement. He said, oh. And you can see here locally now is our Fox radar still showing some activity in the valley here. Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. So you're taking a live look here at the Fox Vision radar. Other top story here today that we had for you was Jared Kushner made a statement outside of the White House. We're going to play that for you, as that is one of the other big stories that we've been monitoring here for you. Let's show that to you. This is from earlier today.
My name is Jared Kushner. I am senior advisor to President Donald J. Trump. When my father-in-law decided to run for president, I served his campaign the best I could because I believe in him and his ability to improve the lives of all Americans. And now, serving the president and the people of the United States has been the honor and privilege of a lifetime. I am so grateful for the opportunity to work on important matters such as Middle East peace and reinvigorating America's innovative spirit. Every day, I come to work with enthusiasm and excitement for what can be. I have not sought the spotlight. First in business and now in public service, I have always focused on setting and achieving goals and have left it to others to work on media and public perception. Since the first questions were raised in March, I have been consistent in saying that I was eager to share any information I have with the investigating bodies, and I've done so today. The record and documents I have voluntarily provided will show that all of my actions were proper and occurred in the normal course of events of a very unique campaign. Let me be very clear. I did not collude with Russia, nor do I know of anyone else in the campaign who did so. I had no improper contacts. I have not relied on Russian funds for my businesses. And I have been fully transparent in providing all requested information. Donald Trump had a better message and ran a smarter campaign, and that is why he won. Suggesting otherwise ridicules those who voted for him. It is an honor to work with President Trump and his administration as we take on the challenges that he was elected to face. Creating jobs for American people, keeping America safe, and eliminating barriers to achieving the American dream. Thank you very much, and I look forward to taking questions from the House committee tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, so that was Jared Kushner about a couple of hours ago making that statement from outside of the White House, saying that he has no Russian connections and no collusion was a part of President Donald Trump's quest for the White House. We'll get you caught up on some of the latest headlines going around the country as well. And health officials said that the norovirus that is believed to be what caused dozens of people to report becoming ill after eating at a Chipotle in suburban Washington, D.C. earlier this month. The health department said, however, that it has not identified the specific source of the norovirus. It says it's not aware of any customers that became ill since the store in Sterling reopened last Wednesday, after undergoing what the restaurant chain called complete sanitations. And Senator Dianne Feinstein is calling on Attorney General Jeff Sessions to appear before the Senate Judiciary Committee. The California senator is the top Democrat on the committee. She says it's important that the committee hear directly from Sessions in light of a Washington Post report last week. That story said intelligence intercepts showed that the Russian ambassador to the U.S. told Moscow that he and Sessions had discussed campaign-related issues. A survivor of the deadly trip from near the Mexican border in a swelling tractor trailer says he lost consciousness while sweating profusely without water inside the pitch-black ventilation-less compartment and awoke in a San Antonio hospital bed. 27-year-old Adam LaVega told the Associated Press on Monday that people cried and pleaded for water, and that he heard children's voices whimper in the desperate humanity. And President Donald Trump's new communication chief says television cameras can start rolling again in the White House briefing room. Under Press Secretary Sean Spicer, who resigned over the new role for the communications chief, the daily press briefings had become must-see TV, but in recent weeks, Spicer moved into a more behind-the-scenes role, pulling the briefings largely in the hands of his deputy, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who made them off-camera events. On Friday, Scaramucci accepted his new position at an on-camera briefing and announced that Sanders will replace Spicer as press secretary. The last on-camera White House briefing prior to that was on June 29th. Scaramucci said that going forward, the briefings will be back on camera. We're televising the briefings. We went to audio as an experiment, and now we're back on audio and video, he said Monday. I talked to the president about it this morning. Scaramucci said that if there was a reason to go off camera, he or Sanders would explain why. Over the weekend, he pledged on Fox News to begin, quote, an era of a new good feeling, and said he hopes to create a more positive mojo.
All right, everybody, taking you now live inside the United Nations, where they're discussing violence in and around Old City of Jerusalem and other topics during their daily briefing. Let's hear what they have to say.
Include in the dialogue local governments and front lines,
a statement
coming
from the
and
Secretary General on
parliamentarians, because the front line of globalization is
Until
not
then,
in rooms like this.
What I can say is that the UN mission in Afghanistan has condemned today's deadly suicide attack in Kabul, which occurred against the backdrop of intensified violence in the country. This morning, a suicide bomber detonated a car bomb against a bus carrying civil servants. More than 20 people have been killed, with more than 40 others injured. The Taliban has claimed responsibility for the attack, which the mission described as egregious, cowardly, and bereft of humanity. Today's attack comes just 1 year after the 23rd of July 2016 attack in Damazang Square, which killed and injured hundreds of people exercising their rights to the freedoms of assembly and expression. As the mission announced last week, suicide and complex attacks by anti-government forces have been the leading cause of civilian casualties. Over the weekend, the envoys of the Middle East Quartet, comprising the European Union, the Russian Federation, the United Nations, and the United States, expressed concern about the violence in and around the Old City of Jerusalem. Noting the particular sensitivities surrounding the holy sites in Jerusalem and the need to ensure security, the Quartet envoys call on all to demonstrate maximum restraint, refrain from provocative actions, and work towards de-escalating the situation. The envoys welcomed the assurances by the Prime Minister of Israel that the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem will be upheld and respected. They encourage Israel and Jordan to work together to uphold the status quo, noting the special role of the Hashemite kingdom as recognized in its peace treaty with Israel. And you will recall that in the statements issued last Friday, the Secretary General urged Israeli and Palestinian leaders to refrain from actions that could further escalate the situation, and called on all political, religious, and community leaders to help reduce tension. The Secretary General reiterates that the sanctity of religious sites should be respected as places for reflection, not violence. You will have seen the statement we issued yesterday, in which the Secretary General condemned the killing by suspected anti-Balaka militias of a peacekeeper of the UN mission in the Central African Republic in Bangassou, in the southeast of the country. 3 others were injured. The Secretary General offers his condolences to the bereaved family and to the government of the Kingdom of Morocco, and wishes a speedy recovery to those injured. The Secretary General is appalled by attacks against UN peacekeepers and urges the Central African authorities to investigate this incident and bring the perpetrators to justice. He's deeply concerned about the continued fighting in the southeast of the country and calls on all parties to cease violence. He reiterates his support for the efforts by the UN mission to protect civilians and assist in the stabilization of the security situation in the Central African Republic. And our humanitarian colleagues tell us that on Saturday, 14 humanitarian workers from 4 international NGOs and 2 UN agencies were relocated from Bangassou to Bangui. Several thousand people have reportedly crossed the river to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Assistant Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Ursula Mueller, began a 3-day visit today to Iraq, where she's expected to meet senior Iraqi and Kurdish officials in Baghdad and Erbil. Her visit will focus on the current humanitarian crisis, ongoing relief efforts, and priorities for humanitarian delivery in Iraq following the military operation in Mosul. It is estimated that 3.5 million people will be forced from their homes once military operations against Daesh end later this year. Across Iraq, more than 11 million people are in need of assistance. Here in New York, the intergovernmental process to adopt a global compact for migration continues today with the 4th of 6 thematic sessions focusing on the contribution of migration to sustainable development. Speaking at the opening session, the Secretary General's Special Representative for International Migration, Louise Arbour, highlighted the key contributions of migrants to their countries of origin, which includes hundreds of billions of dollars in remittances, more than 3 times official development assistance, and the transfer of ideas, skills, and knowledge. She also stressed the importance of basing migration policy on evidence rather than perception, saying while the net benefits of migration outweigh its costs, the public perception is often the opposite. Such public perceptions and attitudes negatively influence sound migration policy choices. This must be reversed so that policy is evidence-based and not perception-driven. Her remarks are available online. And the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, today called on Australia to immediately end its harmful practice of offshore processing of refugees. He said that Australia's policy of offshore processing in Papua New Guinea and Nauru which denies access to asylum in Australia for refugees arriving by sea without a valid visa, had caused extensive, avoidable suffering for far too long. Mr. Grandi said that 4 years on, 2,000 people are still languishing in unacceptable circumstances, with families having been separated and many people having suffered physical and psychological harm. He noted that at a time of record levels of displacement globally, it is crucial that all states offer protection to survivors of war and persecution and not outsource their responsibilities to others. Refugees, our fellow human beings, deserve as much, he stressed. You can read more about this on UNHCR's website. That's it from me. Yes, Whitney.
Hi, Farhan. I saw the quartet statement. I'm just wondering what the SG is personally doing to try to quell the violence in Jerusalem. Has he reached out or spoken to the Israeli or Palestinian leaders, or is he liaising only through Mladenov? Has he offered his good offices to either party?
Of course, we continue with our own work with the parties, including through Mr. Mladenov. The Secretary General has not spoken directly with either of the leaders, but you're aware of the sentiments expressed in the statements we issued on this on Friday. Mr. Mladenov, by the way, is here, and he will be conferring with the Secretary General today, and I believe Mr. Mladenov will brief the Security Council for one of the scheduled briefings on the Middle East tomorrow. Yes, Jahan.
Thank you, Farhan. Can you please tell us on the latest position on the Qatar Gulf crisis, and more specifically on the speech that the Emir of Qatar gave last week on Friday? Thank you.
Yeah, on that, what I can say is that the Secretary General welcomes the call for dialogue by the Emir of Qatar. Together with the forward-looking 6 principles announced earlier by the foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain, these statements show readiness of the parties to resolve differences through compromise. The Secretary General encourages the parties to enter into dialogue in that spirit and seek mutually acceptable solutions. He also commends Kuwait for its mediation efforts and hopes that it would be able to pursue these efforts further based on the positive signals by the parties. Yes.
Sure. I wanted to know, there are these, on Libya, there are these talks in France, I guess tomorrow, between Sarraj and Khalifa Haftar, summoned by France. And I wanted to know, does the UN, with its mission there and its political mission there, have any role in that? And what does the UN think of it?
Yeah, what I can tell you is that the incoming special representative for Libya, Hassan Salameh, will officially assume his functions on the 26th of July, which is 2 days from now, while he's here, actually, in New York. However, Mr. Salameh has been invited to attend the consultations organized under the auspices of the French presidency tomorrow, the 25th of July, as an observer in his capacity as the incoming RSG for Libya. And Mr. Salameh is grateful to President Macron for the invitation. And yes.
So will he participate? I mean, I understand you're using the word observer. Is he literally just observing, or is he...
He's talking with people. In fact, today, Mr. Salameh met with Prime Minister Sarraj and Foreign Minister Siala to listen to their position. And he also met with General Khalifa Haftar. And Mr. Salameh looks forward to consulting and engaging with all Libyans in the coming days and weeks. Yes, Oleg.
Thank you, Farhan. There were phone talks between the leaders of the Normandy Quartet over the weekend. And one of the things that was discussed and pointed out by the Ukrainian President Poroshenko was, in his opinion, the necessity of deploying a peacekeeping operation in Donbass. He has been talking for a while about that, and I just wanted to know what is the UN position, the Secretariat position concerning the possibility of deploying such a mission. Is there any work behind the scenes being done in preparing such a mission? Thank you.
Well, as you're aware, what we support is the efforts of the Normandy 4, the Trilateral Contact Group, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And so we're paying attention to those efforts and where they will lead. At this stage, that's we're not doing the other sort of planning. Yes?
Yes, but since one of the parties of the conflict is consistently calling for some sort of UN presence in the conflict area.
Of course, we're trying to see what the parties will both agree to, and that is in the context of the efforts by the various groups that I've just mentioned. if there's agreement on a way forward, of course the UN's willing to contribute and to positively contribute to that, but we'll have to see where we go. Yes, in the back first.
Yeah,
Ben.
just more on the Kabul suicide attack this morning. Is there any more information coming out? I mean, what's the UN doing there on the ground? It seems the situation is getting much worse for civilians. Can you tell us a bit more about what's going on?
Well, the UN mission has been consulting with the government, and you'll have seen the work that we've done also to analyze the sort of dangers that have been posed, particularly by the attacks by anti-government elements. I do also expect a statement from the Secretary General on this, which we should have shortly. But we're trying to extend as much help as we can to the government of Afghanistan as it deals with this problem. Yes.
Jeffrey Feltman's visit to Sri Lanka. It seems like it's over, and there have been quotes there from the foreign ministry. See, quote, some erroneous remarks by Emerson, which would be the remarks about torture by the government, were raised with Feltman and the matter sorted out. What is DPA, how did the DPA sort out the documented allegation of torture by Special Rapporteur Emerson, and what is Mr. Feltman's either his kind of statement on the trip, or can he come here and do a press conference? What do you have on this?
In fact, I just got a statement on this. What I can say is that the Undersecretary General for Political Affairs, Jeffrey Feltman, visited Sri Lanka from the 19th to the 21st of July. He met with President Sirisena, Prime Minister Wickremesinghe, other political leaders, senior government officials, as well as civil society groups and relevant diplomatic community. He also visited Trincomalee in the eastern province. During his stay, Mr. Feltman emphasized the importance that the practice of impunity for crimes would end. He encouraged Sri Lanka to be a mode of a post-conflict country with harmonious relations among communities. The Undersecretary General was in Sri Lanka on the week that President Sirisena signed the official gazette for the Office of Missing Persons. Noting that every community has missing persons, he called for a selection process to produce independent, credible, and competent commissioners and a budget. So, as you can see from this, he is speaking out on human rights. And that's where we stand without referring particularly to Mr. Emerson's own comments. Any other questions? Then it's you. Oh, and you can actually, why don't you go and then you.
Thank you. According to the Norwegian Refugee Council, the food crisis in northeastern of Nigeria is expected to deteriorate between now and the end of August. Is there any action from the UN to prevent that? Or?
Well, we've raised attention, as you know, including at the level of the Secretary General, to the food crisis there. We've been trying to get humanitarian contributions to Nigeria. As you know, there are 4 countries, Nigeria, South Sudan, Yemen, and Somalia, where we've tried to get more assistance to areas in need so that there's no food crisis, and we'll continue with that.
Do you have a specific deadline to get the funding for that?
No, I mean, this is something that we and the various agencies of the UN system have been pursuing and will continue to pursue until the material conditions on the ground improve. And as I had promised earlier, I have the following statement attributable to the spokesman for the Secretary General on Afghanistan. The Secretary General strongly condemns the horrifying bomb attack in Kabul today, responsibility for which was claimed by the Taliban. The deliberate targeting of civilians constitutes a grave violation of human rights and international humanitarian law and may constitute a war crime. The Secretary General expresses his deepest sympathy to the families of those who lost their lives and wishes a speedy recovery to the injured. He reaffirms the solidarity of the United Nations with the people and government of Afghanistan. Yes.
Sure. I wanted to ask you about this. You'd say, well, 2 things about it. Last week you'd said when I'd asked you why it was that in the Englab Seng case, Francis Lorenzo, who's pled guilty to UN bribery, had a UN email address, and you said to ask the Office of the President of the General Assembly. So I did. They can't obviously answer it because it's 2 presidents ago. But they did say that the DGACM ICT focal point is the one that gives out UN email addresses. So I want to reiterate, they can't answer it. And so it seems like unless DGACM has a separate spokesperson, can you get an answer from them if Mr. Francis Lorenzo had an UN email address, and if so, why he did, given that he's not listed among the team. There's still a web page online showing that.
Regarding the why, that would be a question for the previous presidencies of the General Assembly.
John Ash is dead.
It's not a decision that was taken by us, and it's not something that I could speak to.
So, I have
regarding
another question.
Yeah, you'll have a question after this. I also have the following statement attributable to the spokesman for the Secretary General on Pakistan. The Secretary General strongly condemns the terrorist attack in Lahore, Pakistan today and calls for those responsible to be brought to justice. The Secretary General extends his condolences to the families of the victims and wishes full recovery to those injured. He supports the efforts of the government of Pakistan to fight terrorism and violent extremism with full respect for international human rights norms and obligations. Yeah.
I just because you say it's up to, obviously John Ash, may he rest in peace, has expired, but does DGACM have any, if a PGA today, after the scandal, after the indictments, were to ask, just provide names, would they automatically hand out these email addresses, or is there some standards within the Secretariat as to how to respond to such requests?
Regarding that, if someone is hired on as an advisor, in the UN, they're entitled to a UN email address, so they would process that. I believe that someone has to vouch for the credentials of who are the staff who have entitlement to a UN email address.
But who does the vouching? The PGA's office or the Secretariat? Because he was never pictured on that. It was essentially an unlisted.
That would have to be a decision taken by the President of the General Assembly.
So there's no reform of that. There's no.
It's not something that I can speak to. I don't speak for the President of the General Assembly.
The other question is this: in testifying in the case is Francis Fuller, who was the personal assistant to John Ash, paid UN staff, attended the conference in Macau and other trips to Macau. And I wanted to know. I'd asked you about her before because after John Ash left, she then worked for Catherine Pillard and then for ex-Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. So I wanted to know. One, does she still work in the system? And two, what did the UN's lawyers, Mr. Glen or others, speak with her before she testified about? She claimed that she didn't remember any of these trips to Macau, and yet there were photographs of them. So I wanted to, I guess, get your response to a person who stayed on post Mr. Ash testifying in the case and saying, I don't remember anything, I have no recollection, et cetera.
Okay, I'll check to see whether she's with the UN still. Yeah.
Yes, going back to the situation in Jerusalem and also the terrorist attack killing 3 members of a Jewish family celebrating Sabbath. I want to ask a couple of questions. First of all, would the Secretary General consider it to be a change in the status quo if weapons are smuggled into the Temple Mount, particularly the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Wouldn't that be considered a change in the status quo?
We want to make sure that there's no changes to the status quo. Ultimately, a lot of the arrangements are handled by the authorities on the ground themselves. And in particular, there's collaboration between the Israeli authorities and the authorities of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And we want to make sure that cooperation in maintaining the status quo continues.
Well, I'm trying to get at the definition of a change in the status quo, because the metal detectors and now the installation of cameras is a response, isn't it, to the smuggling of guns used in the killing of the police officers on July 14th, right outside the Temple Mount.
Joe, for us, the bottom line is any of the changes materially on the ground would have to be something that is acceptable to all of the parties responsible for security. They have to agree with each other on that.
Well, the smuggling of arms would not be acceptable to any of the parties. Let's say the UN is a member of the quartet. Would the smuggling of arms into Al-Aqsa Mosque be considered acceptable or a change in the status quo by the United Nations as a member of the quartet?
Of course it's not acceptable, and I'd refer you to our statement a week ago when that happened.
And one other question, well, you were referring to the killing. I'm talking about the practice of smuggling arms into that holy site. And the related question is, does the Secretary General have an opinion on the continued payment by the Palestinian Authority, which appears to be the case, to the terrorist or the terrorist family, involved in the killing of the 3 members of a Jewish family last Friday? I'm focusing on the issue of the continued payment while a terrorist is in captivity, Israel detention, which has been the practice of the Palestinian Authority.
I believe Mr. Mladenov has spoken out on this issue of payments before, and he will be briefing the Security Council tomorrow, and I would refer you over to that. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
All right, everybody, getting a live look of the White House right now. That was from the United Nations discussing violence in Jerusalem, as well as discussing the latest updates in the Middle East. Taking you to the next top story here in the show, giving you again now a live look of New York City. Thanks for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you live now to Air Force One. Following his remarks on healthcare, President Trump departs Washington, D.C. for West Virginia. All right, everybody, that was President Trump taking off from Washington, D.C. to West Virginia. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. We thank you for watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Here's a live look of New York City right now. Taking you live now to the United Nations.
I would like to invite now Mr. Mahdi Martinez-Soleiman, Assistant Secretary General and Director, UNDP Bureau for Policy and Program Support. You have the floor, sir. Microphone for UNDP, please. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy Permanent Representative, Mr. Nabil Munir, the Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for giving UNDP the opportunity to contribute to this debate with very succinct few thoughts. As we heard today, there is no typical profile of migrants around the world. Fruit pickers, nurses, political refugees, domestic helpers, construction workers, academics and computer programmers are all part of the nearly 1 billion people on the move, both within their own countries and overseas. Targeted policies are essential to maximize this diversity and enable migrants to contribute with their skills, their knowledge, their labor, and their investments to the development of their countries of origin and to their countries of destination. The human and professional capacity of migrants and diasporas contribute to a country's national and local development. I will address the issue of local impact in a second. The 2030 agenda requires transforming migration from the hazardous journey it is today to a safe, regulated and destigmatized circulation of talent and workforce to achieve key development outcomes at home and abroad. Capacity building for achieving the migration-related SDG targets is crucial for development. In Morocco, for instance, the government has integrated human mobility into their national development strategy after comprehensive discussions with diaspora organizations, immigrants, civil society, and local governments. We work with our Moroccan counterparts as a UN development system to exchange their experience with other member states like Bangladesh, Ecuador, Jamaica, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Serbia, and Tunisia in the context of a joint IOM-UNDP program supported by the Swiss government for better human mobility and development. Much is usually said of national governments' work, but less attention is given to local administrations' share of the effort. In Turkey, Serbia, and Jordan, for example, we are supporting municipalities' capacities to cope with the impact of massive migration on their labor markets, on their housing needs, on their health systems, on their education institutions, on their law and order forces and other services, strongly affected by voluminous departures, massive transits, and equally bulky arrivals. In conclusion, we believe that good migration policies are development policies and that governments can create enabling frameworks at origin and destination countries to maximize the contribution of migrants to national and local development. With our partners in and outside the UN system, UNDP is supporting member states in this endeavor. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank Mr. Martinez-Soleiman for his intervention. Now I would like to revert to the panelists, and this time let me reverse the order and give the floor first to Mr. Tasfa Mariam. You have the floor, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Just for 2 minutes.
Okay. A few points that I picked. As the delegate from Kenya mentioned, the M-Pesa, it's very important. That could be applied to many other African countries. And also because it's related with financial education, that would be also important if we try to integrate, for example, if there's any other traditional, for example, in Eritrea, I know there's a traditional way of money, collaborating, collecting, and so forth. So maybe each country could come up with their own traditional and integrating. But financial education becomes very important for if we need to introduce to bonds and stuff like that. The other one mentioned that facts are important, but also we need to be careful that we don't want it to be too mechanical. because otherwise we leave out a lot of cultural elements that are also important. So it's good to be in context as opposed to just numbers. And then the other one mentioned earlier was that the remittance should not be, with money laundering should be very, this issue should be addressed more carefully and so forth, because it becomes very important as to what is remittance or what is money laundering. So it becomes very important. The other one, the Canadian delegate mentioned about having a mechanism to leverage the diaspora as know-how. I just came from Eritrea maybe 4 days ago, and I was involved in workshop. This is the third time maybe in filmmaking, because my undergraduate degree was in film. So we left the 3 other people who were training 80 students. We did that a couple of times. So there's other summer institutes where Eritrean professionals or educators or academicians usually go every summer and teach their summer program there. So this is like the 5th year. So there are programs that are like that that each country could adopt and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Tasmamariam. Now let's go to Mr. Orozco. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think just as a mode of conclusion, my observation is that the Global Compact can benefit substantially with a consideration of establishing a systematic and organized effort to craft a development agenda that is accompanied with partners, especially in the private sector, because this is an effort that depends substantially in the work of different kinds of businesses in the global economy, but also accompanied with milestones. And at the core, at the minimum, the agenda should include issues relating to asset building in terms of financial access on the one hand, and investment in human capital. On financial access, particularly with regards to migration, migrants and families of migrants, you need to focus on the way in which you can formalize savings of millions of people who have very little financial access. The savings formalization can be done through financial education. We have different success cases that provide inputs along those lines, but also credit or savings mobilization in the local economies where migration is taking place, which is the typical problem, the lack of access to credit in those communities of high migration, that focuses on strategic areas of economic growth, particularly sectors of the knowledge economy. And third, investment in human capital. Investment in human capital is essential because one of the drivers of migration is precisely the lack of good quality education, good workforce development, and also an appropriate competitive environment for businesses. So people vote with their feet, migrate to economies where the likelihood of getting a better opportunity is much higher. Therefore, investment in human capital is a central piece of economic development, but also goes in tandem with migration. And you can leverage on the economic contribution of migrants through the savings formalization to invest in the knowledge economy. And there are important success stories to share that can be systematized at the global level, particularly in at least 50 countries for which there is a substantive dependence on remittances and migration. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Orozco, and before I give the floor to the third panelist, let me identify the next 3 speakers, which is Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and Costa Rica. Ms. Dizon Oniniwo, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. I think I have heard a lot of countries sharing about their best practices, about emerging good practices, like Canada, UAE, Kenya, Germany. And also some of the international organizations also have emerging good practices in implementing programs that link migration with development, such as IFAD, UNDP, IOM, UN Women. And I think what is lacking is really an overview. So there is, I think, a need to map all of these different good practices and look into scaling up and replicating so that we can benefit from these good practices from the different government and also from international organizations, also from private sector and civil society organizations. What I also wanted to us to look into is the link between the integration and the reintegration, which some of the member states also mentioned, because reintegration is very much linked to the program that will promote local economic development. And we have initial experiences on this, but I think if especially in countries where there are big migration corridors, there is a big opportunity if we look into strategically looking at a comprehensive reintegration program also for them. Not from integration also to reintegration, because it will have a lot of impact on local economic development. For example, we have a lot of nurses working in different countries, and they're very, very much interested in helping in setting up, for example, retirement villages in the Philippines. And engineers also who are looking into developing renewable energy in some of the origin countries. There are this kind of opportunities for global partnerships, which can have really a lot of impact on the development, not only of the country of origin, but also of the destination countries. Thank you very much.
I thank the panel for their initial comments. And now we have 16 more speakers on my list as of now. We have exactly 1 hour because I'm supposed to give the floor back to the co-facilitators around 4:45 or 4:50 or no? Okay, good. So we have a little more time then. And I also want to give the floor back to the panelists for their final concluding comments. So first, Ethiopia.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their thoughts and picking up from where the last panelist left on the reintegration and on the integration process. Of course, it's really important to think more into that, but at the same time, these are also terms used in the refugee discussion, and I was thinking we need to make in the discussion going forward, in the discussion of the global compact on migration, we need to make a clear distinction between migrants and refugees and the solutions and the mechanisms how to respond to them. And listening to others, and as well as based on our experience, we recognize the contribution of migrants or the diaspora to the countries of origin and to the countries of destination. But at the same time, we should not lose sight of the basic elements that are the prerequisite for their contribution in both the countries of origin and in the countries of destination. For instance, at the national level, member states need to look at the issue comprehensively from the policy, legislative, and institutional measures that they can take to create a framework for regular migration. This may include defining the role of private sector in overseas employment and exchange services, and follow-up and monitoring of such services, prevention and suppression of trafficking in persons and smuggling, as well as making those individuals or entities accountable. And of course, we heard one delegation mentioning about the bilateral labor agreements, and we think that these are really important to establish a framework for lawful overseas employment and to prevent human trafficking. And at the same time, it would be important in the aspect of reintegration. It would be important to look at facilitating conditions for migrants to contribute to the development endeavors of their country or the country of origin. For instance, in in terms of policy frameworks, our experience has shown us that diaspora policy framework, which we have helped us in facilitating conditions for our migrants to contribute to their countries of origin. But at the international level, we also think that there are issues which we need to tackle. For instance, adoption of a rights-based approach to ensure the protection of migrants in the transit and destination countries, irrespective of their status, and addressing the protection gap at the international level would be important. The second issue that we want to highlight is ensuring the protection of the labor rights of migrants. And we heard that one of the panelists mentioning that it would be important to talk about integration of the broader decent work agenda and the occupational safety and health standards. And this would be important to ensure that migrants would be able to make contribution in both countries of origin and destination. And constructing an agenda for fair migration, which not only respects the fundamental rights of migrants, but also offers them real opportunities for decent work and integration into the society they find themselves would be important. And lastly, of course, on remittance, reducing the cost of remittance would, in our view, be important. And we hope that these points will be taken up. Thank you, Chair.
I thank Ethiopia. Next, representative of Bangladesh. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and panelists. Thank you, everybody, for giving me opportunities. I'm representing Bangladesh delegates. We would like to make the following points. Firstly, the Global Compact should call upon member states to strengthen their linkage with respective migrants, workers, and diaspora communities and develop a dedicated plan of action to best utilize the social and financial remittance. Secondly, the Global Compact should push for an enabling framework through which the multifaceted contributions of migrants and diasporas would be duly mapped and challenged and fully utilized to attain sustainable development. Thirdly, the Global Compact should also stress on creating a conducive environment in the countries of origin. So the investment made by the diaspora are transmitted through regular and secure channels utilized in a transparent manner for maximizing its benefit. Fourthly, migrants, investors, and diaspora groups are to be included in multi-sectorial dialogues aiming to frame national development strategies and more coherence between migration-related policies will be required. The compact may like to suggest some guidelines and drawing on best practices in different countries. More researches are to be conducted on trans-border capital and transferring to ensure portability of earned benefits. Practice of brain exchange and circular migration are to be more customized, transparent, and smooth. The compact should call for collective efforts in this regard. The Global Compact should advocate policies to help foster reintegration of their nationals. Global Compact should bring out a collective commitment from member states to address obstacles for diaspora involvement in their countries of origin. For implementing of all suggestions and support of local political leaders and parliamentarians is imperative. The Global Compact should address these particular issues. Fundamental policies of human rights should be included in Global Compact for migrants and diasporas in destination and source country, as their workers and workers' rights are universal fundamental rights. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh. After Costa Rica, the next three are Chile, Belgium, and Sweden. Costa Rica, you have the floor first.
Muchas gracias primero a los panelistas.
Thank you very much. Firstly, to the panelists for their very valuable contributions. Migration is a very important feature in Costa Rica, as immigrants are 9% of our population, and they're even greater proportion in the labor market. Migration, in its many aspects, provides significant development potential for the country, affecting key sectors such as labor market, culture, investment, financial services, and health services. Responding to this, our national development policy has moved away from security to human rights and the link between migration and development. Our country, though, is up against serious challenges. One of the most basic of these is to regularize migrants, essentially because when they're regularized, the doors can be opened for them to be integrated and to participate in the formal economy of the country. In its national migratory policies from 2003 to 23 under Labour, we want to increase the number of migrants providing technical and professional skills. And we also promote self-employment with capacity-building programs, access to credit and microloans, and stimulation for the creation of SMEs and cooperatives. When it comes to financial inclusion, we want to implement programs to improve the financial knowledge and entrepreneurial abilities in areas where there are high degrees of migration to aid remittances and trade, so that there is access to loans to foster the investment of migrants in new forms of trade. We provide primary and secondary education, which is free to all boys and girls, regardless of their migratory status. They can have grants as well, and there is an intention in our national policy to improve the percentage of coverage here and to increase the number of migrants in basic, technical and higher education. This because a lack of education affects their integration and future employability. And this can help us also with long-term human capital in our country. We look at all levels, from local to community level, and participation in private businesses and networks to enhance the social and economic contributions that various migrants can make. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Costa Rica. Next is Chile. Microphone for Chile, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, on this, our policy of links with our communities abroad are vital when it comes to moving towards sustainable development and certainly development that is inclusive. The contributions of our citizens resident abroad are not limited just to the economic sphere, as has been indicated inter alia by Don Manuel Rosco when he spoke, but also there are other aspects, social remittances and also integration amongst peoples. And here, my country is promoting the ability of our citizens abroad to associate. We have 800 organizations of migrants resident abroad. And we've also learned from experience that it is necessary to bring state services to nationals abroad by means of an active consular network. And my country coined the concept of consular active diplomacy, which is intended essentially to provide services to our citizens, such as protection and flanking them in some of the areas that have been mentioned this afternoon. We have updated our second register of citizens abroad, and a couple of Sundays ago, we also had votes for our foreign nationals. As was said this morning, we have 900,000 Chileans abroad. And our country has implemented policies of permanent links regionally and under the South American Conference on Migration, and also nationally. And here I would highlight some of these: the program to strengthen the migratory consular program, to render consular and migratory policy more robust by means of standardizing protocols, formalizing local support networks, and providing consular services and also return services for those who wish to return. We also have a network to help those who are victims of violence, in particular women and girls here. And then secondly, we have a voting register that Chile has for its citizens resident abroad. And then it is important to support migrants so that they themselves can form networks and support one another. And here we have a policy linking our nationals abroad. We have the Chile Global Policy. Here we have a network of foreign talent with employers, students, professionals, and representatives of Chilean culture and the arts who are living abroad and who want to forge links with our country in order to provide their knowledge and contribute to development. And by means of this, we wish to incorporate the country by means of the Society of Knowledge with the human capital living abroad. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Chile. Next is Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Belgium aligns itself with the statement made by the European Union. I will make 3 comments. First, I wish to draw your attention to a program, Meet Africa, initiated by France. This is a program that is supported by Belgium, and that is a think tank on the Rabat process. This is one of the dialogue and partnership mechanisms on migration between 27 African countries and the European Union. This process of Rabat is the heart of a plan of action adopted in 2015. The program Meet Africa aims at strengthening investment by African diasporas in their countries of origin in productive sectors, for example, industry. And I will share a technical document with the Secretariat on this issue. Secondly, I wish to take this opportunity to, during our 4th thematic session, to note the strong African presence, especially of those countries in the Rabat process that Belgium is chairing this year. This is extremely important. There must be global ownership of the Global Compact. Investment in Africa is extremely important. African diaspora have said during the Rabat process that one of the main challenges facing investment is unfortunately the attitude of local authorities in some countries of origin. This is another area that needs to be considered, namely the root causes and drivers of migration, which are seen in many states, which at times discourage potential investments. This issue needs to be addressed in a global manner, taking into account all aspects of this issue. I thank you.
I thank Belgium, and we look forward to the technical document that you would be sharing. Next is Sweden, and after that we would listen to 2 more representatives from other stakeholders.
Sweden aligns itself with a statement by the EU on behalf of the EU and its member states. Sweden mainstreams migration challenges and opportunities in our development cooperation in relevant bilateral, regional and global strategies. By empowering migrants, we can generate enormous potential in terms of remittances and diaspora engagement. In order to achieve this, legal frameworks that safeguard the human rights of migrants need to be in place and implemented. The inclusion of migrants in their host societies enhances their contribution to sustainable development. This may require capacity building of both state actors and NGOs, especially in low-income countries. Initiatives that promote economic opportunities for migrants and hosts are also important for the inclusion, especially in the context of South-South migration. The World Bank's Global Concessional Financing Facility is a great example of innovative financing which supports and empowers refugees and their host communities. While this facility is geared towards communities that have received large numbers of refugees, ideas and lessons may be learned for other similar mechanisms, possibly also in the context of the Global Compact on Migration. In recognition of diaspora contributions to development, including through trade, Sweden supports work with the Somali diaspora in Sweden. The objectives are to promote the transfer of business skills and entrepreneurship to Somalia, as well as raise the awareness of women and youth about their rights and prospects. The program has strengthened the role of the diaspora as change agents in the development of Somalia by making use of their knowledge, skills, and capacities. An assessment of the program confirmed the importance of a participatory approach as well as of basing projects on local needs. Our experience has shown that collaborating strategically and coherently with a large number of diaspora groups can be challenging, however. The diaspora groups may also need capacity building on issues like results-based management, conflict sensitivity, do no harm, as well as risk analysis. The Global Compact should provide enabling frameworks and facilitate the contribution of migrants and diaspora to development through addressing these challenges and facilitating the movement. Thanks.
I thank Sweden. Now I would like to invite the World Health Organization. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Health is a prerequisite for sustainable development, and the SDGs provide the context. It's not on? It's on, yeah. Sorry about that. Health is a prerequisite for sustainable development, and the SDGs provide the context for responding to the health needs of migrants. In this regard, addressing their health needs and the public health implications of migration must be an essential component of the GSM, as well as in achieving the SDGs. This May, the World Health Assembly adopted a resolution on promoting the health of refugees and migrants. By way of this resolution, member states want to ensure that the health aspects related to refugees and migrants are adequately addressed in both global compacts. We have been working closely with member states, IOM, UNHCR, and other partners to support the development of this work. As you know, achieving universal health coverage is WHO's first priority. It is vital not only for migrants and the overall health of the population, but also as an acknowledgement of the fundamental human right to health for all, regardless of status. We cannot meet the SDGs, including 3.8, unless the health needs of migrants are addressed. To do so, we will need the following things. First, national health policies and plans that are inclusive, taking into account all aspects of migrant health and having an intersectoral approach and with a whole of government and whole of society approach based on shared values and evidence. Two, to move towards universal health coverage, it would require modifying regulations that determine the access to services of migrants and social protection. Three, health systems need to be prepared, resilient, and migrant sensitive, taking into account diversities and the different health needs of migrants. This implies overcoming formal and informal barriers to healthcare. This would also include looking at the movement of healthcare workers and addressing education, training, and other opportunities. Lastly, migrant health cannot be solved by the health sector or one country alone. Any solution, therefore, would require solidarity, cooperation, and coordination among sectors, within and across countries, the UN agencies, civil societies, and private sector. WHO stands ready to provide health leadership and technical support in the development of the GCM to ensure that the health aspects of migrants are adequately addressed. Thank you.
I thank the representative of WHO. Next is the representative of the stakeholder Gunry. And after that, the three speakers are Switzerland, Guatemala, and New Zealand. Gunry. Speaker number.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I should like to thank speakers both this morning and this afternoon for their very significant statements. I'm making a statement that I should have made this morning on behalf of the Global Alliance of National Institutions of Human Rights, which welcomes this opportunity to make a contribution to the Global Compact on Migration. I think it is appropriate to underscore that this is not a process that stands alone, but it is part and parcel of an international network of obligations linked to migration, with obligations that have to be observed: the international treaties on human rights and labor conventions, the 2030 agenda, looking at sustainable development goals. All of these are anchored then to human rights, which apply to everybody, regardless of their status as residents or citizens of a country. The protection and promotion of their rights in the countries of origin, transit, and destination guarantee migrants with equality and non-discrimination. In this way, they can make a more effective contribution to sustainable development. The global compact must reflect the obligations set forth in the 2030 Agenda. And the 8.8 target, the protection when it comes to labor and a safe workplace, reflecting human rights and decent work, states have to monitor and control the private sector to ensure that the principles of work, whether we're talking about regionally, nationally or internationally, are observed so that exploitation is avoided. We're talking of all workers, but immigrants are, for several reasons, a particularly vulnerable group. Migrants, regular or irregular, have to have access to justice. Should labor laws be violated, there should be no fear of extradition. Then target 69, obligation to establish a legal identity for a migrant with a birth certificate. We have an awareness campaign here looking at refugees and the ways of registering their children. Then, 17, facilitation of safe, orderly, responsible, regular migration. This is a particular concern when we consider current policies, strengthening borders and criminalizing activities. When it comes to saving lives at sea. We would like to draw attention here to a possible link between the unreasonable requirements for visas on the one hand and regular migration, and on the other hand, human trafficking. We would urge states to establish and extend legal forms of migration, in particular here looking at access to labor markets, doing away with unreasonable visa requirements and providing access to justice for migrants. I shall give you the rest of the text, sir, should you so wish. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Gandri. Next is Switzerland.
Merci.
Thank you very much, moderator. Migrants throughout the world have never needed an invitation or particular motivation to send billions of dollars back to their countries of origin to support these countries after national disasters, as we have seen a few years ago into the Philippines, or to invest into small enterprises or support their families or be stakeholders in all facets of sustainable development. What we're talking about today is to create these framework conditions to facilitate these initiatives so that migrants can participate throughout the world. Our role as governments is not necessarily to say what migrants can or cannot do, but we need to establish framework conditions to facilitate their commitment and involvement in sustainable development, that which is enshrined in Agenda 2030. The measures we can take have already been mentioned, including during the thematic sessions we already had here in New York and in Geneva. We mentioned the importance of inclusion and integration. These are two essential elements to facilitate migrants' contributions to development. Another aspect that is extremely important is the need to protect migrants, our citizens abroad. It is in our interest that the Global Compact recognize this obligation and responsibility of governments to protect their own citizens through a consular system and consulate cooperation abroad. Switzerland, for example, has a law on Swiss citizens abroad. This lays out the rights of Swiss citizens abroad and lays out mechanisms for social, political, cultural participation and their protection abroad. I also want to bring up a point that Mr. Orozco raised this afternoon on what governments can gain through the money that can be gained by governments through the transition of workers in their countries. We already brought up the issue of the protection of these migrant workers, But what we need to avoid here is when we're talking about the benefits of countries in destination, we need to make sure that we don't fail to comment about those who suffer, namely the workers. So here we need to have support measures in place for national and local and migrant workers so that we can ensure that they are being protected from any sort of social exploitation. I also want to bring up a project that we have implemented with Bosnia and Herzegovina's diaspora. It's called Diaspora, and it's a platform to bring together Bosnia and Herzegovina's diaspora residing in Switzerland. There they can launch projects and initiatives to develop their own country. These projects focus on economy, social issues, science, and education. This allows knowledge transfer from Switzerland to their country of origin, namely Bosnia and Herzegovina. I wish to end by stressing what the Philippines already mentioned, namely that when we were talking about framework conditions for migrants to contribute to sustainable development, quite a lot has been done, whether in the Global Migration Forum or regional or local organizations, civil society. So therefore, there is a framework already that already exists. What we need to do is look in there and choose what we need so that the Global Compact can move forward with these significant contributions. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Switzerland. Next is Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. The discussions on the Global Compact provide a worthwhile opportunity to learn of the importance of migration when it comes to the development of societies, not just in countries of destination, but also source countries. Our discussions can help us to provide alternatives to people ensuring the rights of migrants on the labor market, facilitating banking services and technical capacity building where it's appropriate, as well as access to health and education for migrants. Aware as we are of the current pattern of migration, Guatemala promoted a migration code with legislation focused on human rights and protection for migrants. Our new legislation includes the creation of a national migratory institution and another institution for migrants in Guatemala to provide migrants with dignified treatment, protecting their human rights and international law, particularly coming to asylum and refugee status. Guatemala is a country where the social and economic situation has given rise to many migrants. Again, migrants are vital when it comes to development at a local level, not just in host countries, but also when it comes to the return of those who have come back, be it voluntary or involuntary, to their countries of origin. And here, Guatemala has the Guate I Include You project for the social and work inclusion of migrants returning to Guatemala. The aim here is to contribute to the labor market with deported migrants, making a contribution to their in-country to work there. We have public sector, local government, private sector initiatives, as well as civil society and national organizations all pulling together. And we have now results with the various sectors and an intersectoral network. We have businessmen who are migrants, part and parcel of an entrepreneur program for returnees and participation on the labor market inter alia. Looking at the need to provide dates on a recent ILO study on the international migration of Guatemalan citizens in 2016, remittances accounted for 11% of Guatemala's GDP. And it is appropriate to mention that of these remittances, 44% were invested in construction or the repair of houses and also the purchase of new ones, and 8% of the remittances are for social investment, in particular health and education. We agree with the statements made by the representative of the Secretary General, Madam Alba, to the effect that we need to change the narrative when it comes to migration and acknowledge the important contribution that women migrants can make to developing their societies. If women are empowered, their communities are empowered, and consequently, so is their country. We have to tackle those programs which exacerbate xenophobia and racism, outlawing migrants. We have to ensure that migrants can be integrated in local economies. Thank you very much.
I thank Guatemala. Before I give the floor to New Zealand, the next three on my list are Liechtenstein, the Netherlands, and Spain. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, panellists and delegates. Within the GCM, New Zealand believes it is important to recognise the benefits of both high and lower skilled migrants to sustainable economic development. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight two practical examples that New Zealand has implemented. Firstly, in attracting international talent, the Global Impact Visa was recently launched in partnership with a local NGO. The visa has been designed to accelerate the growth of New Zealand's entrepreneurial ecosystem and to enhance its global competitiveness by attracting and retaining high-caliber entrepreneurs, investors and startup teams with the potential to make New Zealand an innovation leader. The 30 entrepreneurs and investors selected for the first cohort have 421 combined years of startup experience and collectively represent $3.7 billion in capital. Secondly, for low and semi-skilled migrants, New Zealand currently takes 10,500 temporary workers annually, mostly from the Pacific, through a recognised seasonal employment program in horticulture, viticulture and carpentry sectors, where we have national labour shortages. Migrant labour through this scheme directly contributes to New Zealand reaching its economic growth targets in the export sectors, at the same time as participants earn money to remit to their families and countries of origin. Workers undertake capacity building, including financial literacy aimed at savings and remittances, which also enables skills transfer. Policies such as these create an enabling environment for migrants of all skill levels to have a legal routes of migration and to be able to achieve win-win or even a triple win for the migrant, the country of origin and the country of destination. Thank you.
I thank New Zealand. Next is Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having again the opportunity to share our thoughts and experiences. Liechtenstein recognizes that well-managed migration can contribute to both countries of destination and origin. Migrants can fill gaps in the labor market and contribute significantly to increasing innovation. The Liechtenstein economy relies strongly on the skills and innovation provided by migrants. More than 1/3 of Liechtenstein's population are foreigners. People from more than 100 countries live in Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein has a highly innovative economy and one of the world's lowest rates of unemployment, approximately 2%, and especially of youth unemployment. Migrants are an important factor contributing to our economy. In order to maximize the contribution made by migrants, we believe that enabling frameworks for migrants are important. This includes creating opportunities for legal migrants through integration policies and equal access to education, labor market, housing, social insurances, as well as health services. Thank you.
I thank the Liechtenstein. Next is the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Allow me one remark on integration and two concrete examples to share with you on connecting diaspora with their countries of origin, but not after I've obviously aligned myself completely with the remarks made by the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states. On integration, in order to maximize contribution of migrants to the development of their countries of origin through financial and social remittances, their full inclusion in countries of destination is a necessary prerequisite. Migrants who came through regular channels can claim a plethora of rights and social benefits in the Netherlands, They are provided, for instance, with the same set of social security provisions that are available to nationals of the Netherlands. Migrants are also enabled and stimulated to fully participate in society. Their inclusivity in the Netherlands facilitates the accumulation of economic and social capital. And this puts them, we believe, in a better position to also contribute to development in their country of origin. Regarding the two concrete examples, the Netherlands is well aware of the positive impact the diaspora communities can have on their countries of origin. And therefore, we fund the CD4D project initiated by IOM the Netherlands. This project stands for Connecting Diaspora for Development. It supports the development of specific private sectors in Afghanistan, Ethiopia, Ghana, Morocco, Sierra Leone, and Somalia. The different diaspora communities in the Netherlands are mobilized to promote knowledge in their country of origin, to promote knowledge transfers and to strengthen the selected sectors through capacity buildings in their country of origin. Then secondly, the Netherlands also supports an initiative which aims to connect Dutch and African entrepreneurs to facilitate knowledge transfers between the Netherlands and Africa. The aim is to promote the growth of African entrepreneurs. And the project focuses on African migrants and students living or studying in the Netherlands who aspire to start a business in their country of origin, and also on Dutch entrepreneurs seeking to invest in their respective countries and are looking for partners. We believe that the Global Compact on Migration should recognize the importance of such initiatives and should encourage them. Thank you.
Next, after Spain, we have Libya, Eritrea, and Kyrgyzstan. Spain first.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you also, panelists, for the very interesting statements you've made. Firstly, I'd like to say that Spain subscribes to the statement made by the EU. What we're looking at in Spain is what are we doing, what programs are we furthering to facilitate development and also ensure that the diaspora in Spain contributes to development. Here, Spain does enjoy an advantage in that we're a country which is traditionally of immigrants, and we have a diaspora abroad. And at present, we're a country receiving immigrants. And so we know how to work with the diaspora in our country at present. The diaspora is of vital importance for two reasons. On the one hand, because it facilitates integration in the host country, and on the other hand, because it makes it possible to retain a link with the source country. Now, both of these factors are vital for development. What are the programs that we are furthering in order to retain these links and this channel to development? Well, we have circular migration programs. These programs help us to obtain the resources which are necessary in Spain, and they also are of use to the countries of origin with financial flows brought by migrants who've traveled to Spain. And again, they can bring back the knowledge they've acquired. We have significant circular programs inter alia with countries such as Morocco, which is a valuable partner here. And then we also have programs of productive voluntary return. These voluntary return programs provide economic contributions, but not just that. There is also education of a financial nature and training for those who voluntarily wish to return to their countries of origin, with information about investment that can be made in these source countries and measures which can be transplanted and help people to learn there. We have valuable contributions from countries such as Germany with reintegration programs. And then, moreover, cooperation with the Spanish diaspora is important. By this, I mean Spaniards in the countries of origin, basically businessmen, entrepreneurs, contributing regarding migrants in Spain at present. Then lastly, we also carry on programs trying to retain links here because we believe that a good migration policy is one for development cooperation. We have connection and coordination programs operating at national level, ensuring that all those nationally can work together on migration and development. And as I conclude, I would say that the diaspora is of key importance for the social and economic development of both source and host countries, as well as countries of transit. In order to ensure that there is a treble win for migrants, for the host and origin countries, we need orderly, regular, well-managed migration, and here the role of the diaspora is a key one. We believe that the Global Compact should have ambitious targets, but one which can be met, which enshrine the interests of all involved. Thank you.
I thank Spain, and next is Libya.
شكرا سيدي والشكر موصول للسادة المحاضرين.
Thank you, moderator. I also thank all those panelists for their important briefings. In many of the statements, we mentioned support for migration, or how it supports countries of origin and of destination. We also talked about the positive interaction of migration. We need to maintain this positive link, but there is a question that is raised here. How can we maintain this positive role of migrants when the countries of origin are seeing crises or instability? And how can we address these challenges? How can we mitigate the impact of these challenges on migrants? Is there a vision in place for this? Is there a ways to create, for example, credit funds that destination countries would contribute to and migrants could contribute to, so as to assist those who need to overcome economic and social challenges? Thank you.
I thank Libya, and after Eritrea, we have Kyrgyzstan, India, and then three non-state stakeholders. First, Eritrea, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'd like to thank the panel for presenting very concrete examples how migrants and diaspora could contribute to sustainable development. A lot of food for thought, I must say. The challenge is one of scope, how we can expand projects and programs that have shown good results in enhancing the role of migrants and diaspora towards achieving sustainable development. On remittances, we heard from the panelists how it could be used as a source of investment for productive activities. Precisely, this is what we need in order to maximize the use of remittances. There are, of course, several issues associated with this, beginning from information and education on financial literacy to reducing the transfer or transaction cost. I'm sure we'll be discussing this one tomorrow in panel number 3. Finally, social remittances. There is huge opportunity for this to enhance and promote active participation of the diaspora, especially to effect social remittances. Ideas, knowledge, and experiences are very valuable assets that could be transferred, and we need to lay out policies that facilitate for such activities to take root in countries of origin. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I thank Eritrea. Next is Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the key to successfully manage migration issues is to put an equal sign between working migrants and and employment abroad, all the mechanisms in the employment system that are implemented at the national level should be used at the international level as well. So these supply and demand exists, and it needs to be dealt with in the best way possible. There is the possibility of employment on the ground currently that's significant. 85% of the working migrants, 85% of their income is spent in the country of destination, and 15% is sent to the country of origin. But we have to take into account there's increased value of these migrants to the GDP of the country of destination. Therefore, the role of host countries must be increased as they gain the greatest benefit from working migrants. It would be naive to consider the remittances of working migrants to be something that should be included in large-scale national investment projects. Their role is more to transfer these goods from a country of origin. There the diaspora could be involved, for example, to improve tourism in countries of origin. And this is their main resource abroad, which with time should be implemented into the development of the country of origin. I support the opinion of our Swiss colleague about the fact that we should not allow social exploitation of workers. Their remittances should not be used for investment. The issue is that we need to strengthen education and awareness in the families of working migrants so they can properly plan their own household budgets. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Kyrgyzstan. Next is India. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and very good afternoon, everyone. At the very outset, I'd like to thank the panelists for sharing their expertise and experience with us, and also to the co-facilitators and SRSG on migration. Mr. Moderator, India has been a country of source, transit, and destination for international migration. In recent times, it has emerged as the biggest source country for international migration and biggest destination for remittances. Owing to all these, we have stepped up our conscious efforts for increased participation of our diaspora in countries' development, and that has been proven fruitful. Separately, we have also played an active role in protection of our diaspora in evacuating migrants not only of India but of neighboring countries from the zones of conflict. We have seen our diaspora not just as a source of financial remittances or channelizing investment, but also as an asset and a source of social remittances. As a result of Indian ethos, diversity within the countries, educational aptitude, Indian diaspora is playing an active role in the economics and politics of the destination countries. To integrate them further with India and India's development, we've issued something called OCI and PIO card, which is Overseas Citizenship of India and Persons of Indian Origin. A couple of points I'd like to highlight for the destination countries where Indian immigrants are. We would like that migrants should be provided a secure status at destination, along with their being integrated into the institutional structures in the host country, which will help them realize their full potential. We must ensure that the rights of the migrants are respected while providing opportunities to harness their full potential for further honing up skills and recognition of their educational credentials and certificates. This will not only bring benefits to the migrants, but also to the destination countries. We need to provide greater policy support at the international level to the issue of short-term migration, in particular on issues related to portability of pensions, social security contributions. We must also focus our attention to the temporary movement of natural persons to supply services, that is Mode 4 movement under GATS, which is in response to specific skill shortages and thus provides direct benefit to the destination economies. The unskilled overseas worker constitutes the most vulnerable segment of international migrants. We need to strengthen the mechanism for coordination and cooperation with the government of destination countries to give them the requisite social and economic protection. Therefore, there is an urgent need to consider the concept of an accepted international norm of linking the wage structure to the cost of living index. This will help situating migration in 2030 agenda and SDG perspective as well. While emphasis has been made on regular migration as against irregular migration, one small suggestion from our delegation would be to deliberate more on role of ODA in promoting regular migration. The irregular migration is mostly from the segment which has not been skilled enough, which does not find its way through regular migration channels. Therefore, meeting ODA commitments by the donor countries would be helpful in converting that irregular migration to the regular migration and stop trafficking. This would also help creating infrastructure back home wherein the remittances can be used for further development of the host source country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the representative of India. Next, I have IPU.
Thank you. It's a great honor to address you today. Actually, I don't have a statement, I have an observation and a question. But first, let me say, I'm here with a group of about 20 members of parliament from around the world, and they'll be contributing more in their own capacity on Wednesday during the hearing. My observation is very, where I'd like to have maybe a comment from the panel, is quite simply, we say that migration rightly is a shared responsibility, but we also hear from countries around the world that some countries feel they are taking too much of a responsibility and they are unable to absorb large flows of migrants at any given time. There is no question that migration is a positive in the long term, but there is an absorptive capacity, let's call it that, in the short term. So my question on the panel is, would it be useful or feasible for the Global Compact to agree on basic criteria to determine a country's absorptive capacity, so that we are clear and the country can assess itself also against those criteria and say, well, we're doing enough or we're not doing enough. It's all, you know, it's just the pressure from our own public that's telling us this is a problem, when in fact, objectively, it is not a problem. And vice versa, there may be countries that are not really facing large flows of migration and that could be doing more if only they had a way, a sort of an objective way agreed internationally that there are, according to this criteria, they actually could do more. So I'm only asking this intellectually if this should not be the sort of reflection that should be incorporated in the Global Compact and whether it's at all feasible in Europe.
All right, everybody, cutting out of that to take you live. President Trump landing in Virginia.
From where all of us in the media pool and the press pool are located, they're going to bring the stairs out, and then President Donald Trump will be getting out. Again, to the greeting of some local dignitaries. Also, over to my left, I can't really get a shot of it right now, but over to my left there are about 100, give or take, friends and family of President Trump, and also of the Secret Service, which was just a nice touch. Secret Service was about to invite some of their local family to be here as well. Also, supporters, some members of the Republican Party are here as well. If you are looking for protesters, you are looking in the wrong place. This was kind of a invite only. It was tough to get in, I'll put it that way. And so, yeah, there are no protesters here on site, which I'm sure the president really doesn't mind, seeing how he is here for a happy occasion. He is here, obviously, to go visit the Boy Scouts of America over at the 2017 Jamboree. I'm sure President Trump would like this to be as stress-free as possible. Yeah, they're coming off around the tail, and I'm going to try to get a shot of that. So, again, this is live, so stand by with me here. So, yeah, they are getting out of the back door. My view is blocked, unfortunately. And well, I'm not sure if the president himself will be coming out the back or if that's just Secret Service. We'll find out. And I'm hearing the president will be coming out the front, so I'm going to zoom in on that. A lot of media here, as you can imagine, a lot of Secret Service here, as you can imagine. Now, the president running a little bit behind Air Force One, I should say, running a little bit behind. It's entirely possible that the weather did have something to do with it. We had a lot of rain and a lot of wind. I would estimate that wind got probably up to 15-20 miles per hour there between 5 and 5:30. And from what I hear, that storm itself is actually coming from the east. So it's quite possible, as the doors open, it's quite possible that slows down the flight of Air Force One. President Trump was going to greet the dignitaries originally. Whether or not he will now or whether or not he'll hop straight in the limousine, we will find out. There is Governor Jim Justice walking over to the plane to greet the president. Stand by, I'm going to try and zoom in.
Can you get Jim Justice?
After the president, I'm thinking he'll come down and maybe a little bit.
Because Dan is just keeping, we're live and he's just talking.
Okay.
Statewide elected officials.
I just don't want to miss the president.
Again,
All right, everybody, you're watching live from the Fox News Now stream. President Trump about to come out of those doors on Air Force One. He's arriving in West Virginia to make remarks at the 2017 National Scout Jamboree. This is going to be later this evening. Hopefully we'll be able to stream that for you. We also have Mike Pence outside of the White House who's going to be making remarks soon as well. We're keeping an eye on that feed. He has not come out yet. But right now we are still waiting for President Trump to descend the stairs on Air Force One right now. Again, this is in West Virginia, where he will be speaking at the 2017 National Scout Jamboree tonight. Thanks for watching. Pulling up some of the latest tweets from President Trump. He says, quote, Republicans have a last chance to do the right thing on repeal and replace after years of talking and campaigning on it. His latest tweet, just 8 minutes ago, says, any senator who votes against starting debate is telling America that you are fine with the O-Care nightmare. A new hashtag he's trying to start trending, hashtag O-Care nightmare, coming from the president just 8 minutes ago on Twitter. Again, we're just waiting for him to come out of Air Force One here, where he will be speaking tonight at the 2017 National Scout Jamboree in West Virginia. Hopefully we'll be able to stream that for you guys live here on the Fox News Now stream. We also have Vice President Mike Pence, who is live outside the White House right now. Let me show you this shot. Well, actually, he's not live yet. You can see some reporters there still waiting for him to come out. But let's take you back now to Air Force One. Let's see when President Trump will come down those stairs. Hopefully we'll get a wave and see him travel in his motorcade over to the event tonight, the 2017 National Scout Jamboree. You guys are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream.
hey, how often does the president come to West Virginia? Earlier on, I spoke with Representative Evan Jenkins, and we might later on be able to play a little bit of that interview maybe at 6 o'clock. And President Trump campaign is held right here in West Virginia, as many of you know, and many residents seem to have fallen in love with President Trump. He's won here in the state of West Virginia quite overwhelmingly over Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton, and so it seems like a lot of West Virginia residents really like President Trump, and it seems like he likes here, and he is now appearing. There he is, appearing through the door to the roar of the crowd to my left. Of course, it is a pro-Trump crowd, but they are very excited to see him as President Trump now makes his way down the stairs, and he is going to. We'll have to see where he goes. Seeing how he's behind, he might get straight into the beast, as it's called, the armored limo, and they might escort him immediately up to the reserve, or he might come by and see his supporters. We'll find out. Right now, it appears as if he is speaking with Governor Jim Justice.
Okay, Franz, can I talk to you now?
Justice and Trump do know each other somewhat.
Hey, Franz, I didn't know, is my audio hot? Can I talk to you?
In fact, I know one of Donald Trump's sons.
Hey, Franz? Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so are we going to come back to this live, or what do you want to do?
Sorry, everybody, having some technical difficulties here. We did just see President Trump descending. Let's see if we can pull up the video here, where he is supposed to be live right now in West Virginia. Okay, it does look like we have lost the feed, but I'll be sure to take you back there as soon as we get it back. Again, we do have a live shot outside of the White House where Vice President Mike Pence is supposed to be speaking at some point. I'll keep an eye on this feed. While we're waiting, though, I'm going to take you back to the United Nations.
Migration is a cross-cutting issue, and a lot of the different stakeholders are engaged in this. And the intervention that we have to look into should be also involving multi-stakeholder and transnational partnership. But there are barriers to partnership. One of this is openness to this kind of partnership with private sector, partnership with other government, partnership with civil society, or even migrant organization. So there should be a strategy to build trust among the different stakeholders, because to be able to make this partnership work, it's important that we trust the ability of the different partners to contribute to migration and development. Second, we have discussed that this is not only happening at the national or international global level, but also these are the impact is mostly felt at the local level, from both on the sending and on the destination cities or local government. And I agree, it is very challenging. Because this is the realm of work where we are working right now. It's with local government. And what we realize is there is a need to advocate and to do a lot of capacity building, because most of the policies that are happening here or being discussed here are not understood at the local level. So, for example, if we engage local government to implement program for migrants, they're not their priority because, for example, from their point of view, they will say they are not the poorest of the poor. In fact, they are relatively well off because they don't understand the issue that migrants are confronted with. So to make this work, there is really a need for capacity building for local government, for migrant organizations, for civil society organizations, so that the contribution of each can really be fully appreciated. Third, I think what was mentioned about by the University of Torino about the important role of the youth is really right now we feel it also in implementing migration and development initiatives. In fact, we have started integrating the Department of Education and state universities and colleges in implementing migration and development initiatives. And as far as, for example, in the Philippines, there is one thing that we can see that why this multi-stakeholder partnership works. For example, we create local migration and development committees composed of local players, including the local government. It works because there is openness for partnership from the government side, from the civil society, and from the private sector. And I think this is what should happen. And even our Department of Education, our schools, and even our state universities, because of the advocacy and information and capacity building work, they are now able to mainstream these interventions in implementing programs, value formation, financial education to the children left behind and to the youth in the Philippines.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Tasfa Mariam.
Going last has an advantage because it makes it easier to say all the ideas are put out, so I'll just have to recap. But the panel this morning and now, and then the interventions and the stakeholders, almost everyone agrees, but the thing is, how do we get there? It's like driving. How do we know we have to drive there, but how do we get there? So the first thing, as was mentioned by Ms. Melissa Siegel this morning, was that to have a political will, and that brings trust into the discussion, and trust becomes very important. And also, a couple of things that were mentioned earlier that I need to recap. For example, the delegate from Germany and China mentioned that for the ones who want to return should be voluntarily, which I totally agree. And then we need to look into issues of the potential returnees raise, which is like more or less the issue of health and education for their children. So we need to look into how do we, if that's their concern and they're ready to go back, how do we check or look into that. The other issue raised was the narration that was raised by Ms. Harbour this morning and the delegate from Guatemala, that the impact of media really, we need to look deeply into the impact of media on the migratory behavior, and because in what R. Negrin called the internationalization of television. So because of the internationalization of television, it's become easier for people to be to look into. It doesn't have boundaries. It doesn't have, so people look at CNN or all these. So it brings images, and these images create. It's not what we see as what Stuart Hall called what you see. What you don't see is as important as what you see. So we need to look into the impact of media into this. And finally, there's various countries mentioned through their intervention, their respective programs. And one good program that I've seen, for example, the UNDP and the Eritrea program, where they have a lot of collaborations in establishing training for and employment for youth and women and so forth, which is very commendable program. And the other, for the gentleman from IPO, asked a question about some countries say that they're doing more. So again, it goes back to the political will. And as was mentioned this morning, that migrants in regional areas have also taken care of a lot of people. So I think that should be put in consideration. So if there's a political will within South-South cooperation, so it should be a political will between South-North cooperation. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tesfa Mariam. And I think that's the good thing about having a great panel. They have concluded so well that there's not much left for me to say. I come from Pakistan, of course, and I'm a great fan of cricket. And you just look at the cricket teams from UK, South Africa, New Zealand, West Indies, and many other nations, and you see what migrants are doing. There are practical ways of helping their countries of destination. I just wanted to also share a very poignant story with you. Early 90s, I had just joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and there was a rickety boat taking some South Asian migrants to Europe, a story that still goes on. And it was, it sunk. It was carrying around 30 migrants. About half of them died. About 15 of them made to a transit country. And about half of those 7 or 8 were deported. And say about 4 or 5 of those who had started actually made it to the destination country. And somebody asked them, was it worth it? And they said, it was for us. So what has changed? We are still seeing the same rickety boats. We are still seeing the same problems. We are still seeing the same problems both in destination countries as well as countries of origin. But what we heard today, very specific recommendations for inclusion in the Global Compact that can actually make a difference. And I think that's exactly what we need to work on. The why of the migration. Why have things not improved? And how do we need to work from here? I think this is a golden opportunity that has been provided to us. Through this compact, we can actually make a difference. And I hope that we will be able to. Just a couple of announcements before we go. One, to remind the participants that the third panel, entitled Remittances and Portability of Earned Profits, which will be moderated by His Excellency Emmanuel Giorgio, Chargé d'Affaires of the Permanent Mission of Eritrea to the United Nations, will take place tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. The panel will be preceded by opening by the co-facilitators beginning at 10 a.m. in this room. Prior to the start of the informal thematic session tomorrow morning, the co-facilitators will hold an informal dialogue with stakeholders from 9 to 9:45 in this chamber. And before I adjourn the meeting, I would request a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much, and the meeting is adjourned.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the White House right now. Coming up in just a little bit, Mike Pence is expected to speak live. We're just waiting to see if he pops up on our feed here. We're keeping an eye on that. Also want to take you to a live look of New York City right now. Let me pull that up for you. We're streaming live out of Phoenix, Arizona, but we do have shots from all across the United States, including this one here in New York City. Over the weekend, the White House hosted the Gerald R. Ford commissioning ceremony. Here's a recap of what happened.
You who will man this ship today are just about 20 years old. Together, you are embarking on a truly great adventure. The journey will require all of your talents, all of your efforts, and all of your heart. To every patriot who will serve on this ship today and throughout history, I say this: keep the watch, protect her, defend her, and love her. Good luck and Godspeed. Thank you to the Ford family, and thank you to every sailor in the greatest Navy on earth. God bless you, God bless the Gerald R. Ford, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. God.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of New York City right now. Samia Khan coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just setting up my workstation. I'll be with you guys live in just a few minutes. You're watching Fox News Now on Monday, July 24th. Thanks for tuning in. All right, everyone, here is a live look at the White House. That is President Trump's house, but President Trump not in Washington, D.C. right now. No, President Trump is in West Virginia. In fact, beginning in just a moment, President Trump will be giving remarks at the 2017 National Scout Jamboree. Stay tuned. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. Again, guys, we are waiting for this event to start. It should be starting any moment now. You watched in the last half hour as President Trump landed in West Virginia. The president speaking at the National Boy Scout Jamboree in West Virginia. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. All right, everyone. While we wait for this event to begin, I'm going to go ahead and play this for. I'm going to go ahead and put this video for you in the corner of your screen, and we are going to give you the latest President Trump information, the latest headlines related to President Trump. Trump taking a remarkable new swipe at his own Attorney General today. He's referring to Jeff Sessions in a tweet as beleaguered while privately musing about whether he should fire his longtime ally. Trump again directed his displeasure at Sessions while fuming about the ongoing investigations into Russian meddling in the 2016 election and possible campaign collusion with foreign officials. Trump has speculated aloud to allies in recent days about the potential consequences of firing Jeff Sessions. That's according to 3 people who have recently spoken to the president and demanded anonymity to discuss private conversations. But Trump often talks about making staff changes without follow-through. Those who have spoken with the president caution that a change may not be imminent or even happen at all. Now, President Trump's pick for a top Justice Department post could face questions about his work for a Russian bank with ties to Putin. In a letter before his Tuesday confirmation hearing, attorney Brian Benkowski told members of the Senate Judiciary Committee that he represented Alpha Bank. Documents obtained by the AP said he got a confidentiality agreement waived so he could talk about the work. Trump tapped him to lead the department's criminal division. A possible server connection between Alpha Bank and the Trump Organization was widely reported by U.S. media last year. The bank says it was targeted by hackers who created a fake cyber trail to suggest extensive leaks with businesses owned by Trump. The New York Times first reported this connection. And everyone, while we wait for this Boy Scout event in West Virginia to begin, while we wait for the president to deliver remarks, we are going to take you back to Washington, D.C., specifically the Capitol building. We are going to take a look inside the Capitol, where there is some activity on the Senate floor. We'll take you there in just a moment. Stay tuned. All right, everyone. So we are monitoring two feeds right now. You have this feed from the Senate floor. There was a roll call vote on the nomination of David Bernhardt of Virginia to be the Deputy Secretary of the Interior. Meanwhile, we're also monitoring this feed from West Virginia, a Boy Scout Jamboree. This event taking place in West Virginia, where the president will be speaking at momentarily. We'll carry that live for you here on News Now. President Trump speaking live. We're going to carry it for you. Stay with us. You don't want to miss it. All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of the Senate floor feed because we do now have that feed from West Virginia officially. The event in West Virginia where President Trump will be speaking at in just a moment. President Trump, again, speaking at this National Boy Scout Jamboree momentarily. All right, everyone. So, not a lot of activity at this West Virginia event quite yet. So let's go ahead and check in once again with the happening on the Senate floor.
Legislative session. Is there objection? Without objection. I move to proceed to calendar number 175, H.R. 2810. Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to the consideration of H.R. 2810, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2018 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction and so forth, and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, as I speak, wildfires are blazing across Montana. In fact, as of this moment, we have 21 active fires with just about 300,000 acres burned that has turned our big sky into gray smoke. In fact, the Lodgepole fire in eastern Montana, that fire alone has burned over 250,000 acres, and there are 300-plus heroes bravely working.
All right, everyone, we're cutting out of this because President Trump's about to speak now. All right, everyone, we are having some issues with the audio from this feed. I'm going to try one other feed to get you that update of President Trump at this Boy Scout event.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. I am thrilled to be here. Thrilled. And if you think that was an easy trip, you're wrong, but I am thrilled. 19th Boy Scout Jamboree, wow. And to address such a tremendous group, boy, you have a lot of people here. The press will say it's about 200 people. It looks like about 45,000 people. You set a record today. You set a record. That's a great honor, believe me. Tonight, we put aside all of the policy fights in Washington, D.C. you've been hearing about with the fake news and all of that. We're going to put that aside. And instead, we're going to talk about success, about how all of you amazing young scouts can achieve your dreams, what to think of, what I've been thinking about. You want to achieve your dreams? I said, who the hell wants to speak about politics when I'm in front of the Boy Scouts, right? There are many great honors that come with the job of being President of the United States. But looking out at this incredible gathering of mostly young patriots, mostly young, I'm especially proud to speak to you as the honorary president of the Boy Scouts of America. You are the young people of character and integrity who will serve as leaders in our communities and uphold the sacred values of our nation. I want to thank Boy Scouts President Randall Stevenson, Chief Scout Executive Michael Surbal, Jamboree Chairman Ralph De La Vega, and the thousands of volunteers who have made this a life-changing experience for all of you. And when they asked me to be here, I said absolutely yes. Finally, and we can't forget these people, I especially want to salute the moms and the dads and troop leaders who are here tonight. Thank you for making scouting possible. Thank you, Mom and Dad, troop leaders. When you volunteer for the Boy Scouts, you are not only shaping young lives, you are shaping the future of America. The United States has no better citizens than its Boy Scouts. No better. The values, traditions, and skills you learn here will serve you throughout your lives. And just as importantly, they will serve your families, your cities, and in the future and in the present will serve your country. The Scouts believe in putting America first. You know, I go to Washington and I see all these politicians and I see the swamp, and it's not a good place. In fact, today I said we ought to change it from the word swamp to the word cesspool, or perhaps to the word sewer. But it's not good. Not good. And I see what's going on, and believe me, I'd much rather be with you. That I can tell you. I'll tell you the reason that I love this and the reason that I really wanted to be here is because as president, I rely on former Boy Scouts every single day, and so do the American people. It's amazing how many Boy Scouts we have at the highest level of our great government. Many of my top advisors in the White House were Scouts. 10 members of my cabinet were Scouts. Can you believe that? 10. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson is not only a Boy Scout, he's your former national president. The Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, good guy, was a Scout, and it meant so much to him. Some of you here tonight might even have camped out in this yard when Mike was the governor of Indiana, but the scouting was very, very important. And by the way, where are our Indiana Scouts tonight? I wonder if the television cameras will follow you. They don't like doing that when they see these massive crowds. They don't like doing that. Hi, folks. There's a lot of love in this big, beautiful place. A lot of love, and a lot of love for our country. There's a lot of love for our country. Secretary of the Interior, Ryan Zinke, is here tonight. Come here, Ryan. Ryan is an Eagle Scout from Big Sky Country in Montana. Pretty good. And by the way, he is doing a fantastic job. He makes sure that we leave our national parks and federal lands better than we found them, in the best scouting tradition. So thank you very much, Ryan. Secretary of Energy Rick Perry of Texas, an Eagle Scout from the great state. The first time he came to the National Jamboree was in 1964. He was very young then. And Rick told me just a little while ago, it totally changed his life. So, Rick, thank you very much for being here. And we're doing a lot with energy. And very soon, Rick, we will be an energy exporter. Isn't that nice? An energy exporter. In other words, we'll be selling our energy instead of buying it from everybody all over the globe. So that's good. We will be energy dominant, and I'll tell you what, the folks in West Virginia who were so nice to me, boy, have we kept our promise. We are going on and on, so we love West Virginia. We want to thank you. Where's West Virginia, by the way? Thank you. Secretary Tom Price is also here today. Dr. Price still lives the Scout Oath, helping to keep millions of Americans strong and healthy as our Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's doing a great job. And hopefully he's going to get the votes tomorrow to start our path toward killing this horrible thing known as Obamacare that's really hurting us. So. You got to get the other senators to vote for it. It's time. You know, after 7 years of saying repeal and replace Obamacare, we have a chance to now do it. They better do it. Hopefully they'll do it. As we can see just by looking at our government, in America, Scouts lead the way. And another thing I've noticed, and I've noticed it all my life, there is a tremendous spirit with being a Scout, more so than almost anything I can think of. So whatever's going on, keep doing it. It's incredible to watch, believe me. Each of these leaders will tell you that their road to American success, and you have to understand, their American success, and they are a great, great story, was paved with the patriotic American values and traditions they learned in the Boy Scouts. And someday, many years from now, when you look back on all of the adventures in your lives, you will be able to say the same. I got my start as a Scout, just like these incredibly great people that are doing such a good job for our country. So that's going to happen. Boy Scout values are American values, and great Boy Scouts become great, great Americans. As the Scout law says, a Scout is trustworthy, loyal. We could use some more loyalty, I will tell you that. Very good. Very good. That was very impressive. You've heard that before. But here you learn the rewards of hard work and perseverance. Never, ever give up. Never quit. Persevere. Never, ever quit. You learn the satisfaction of building a roaring campfire, reaching a mountain summit, or earning a merit badge after mastering a certain skill. There's no better feeling than an achievement that you've earned with your own sweat, tears, resolve, hard work. There's nothing like it. Do you agree with that? I'm waving to people back there so small I can't even see them. Man, this is a lot of people. Turn those cameras back there, please. That is so incredible. By the way, what do you think the chances are that this incredible, massive crowd, record-setting, is going to be shown on television tonight? 1% or 0%? The fake media will say, President Trump spoke, and you know what this is. President Trump spoke before a small crowd of Boy Scouts today. That is some crowd. Fake media, fake news. Thank you, and I'm honored by that, by the way, all of you people that can't even see you, so thank you. I hope you can hear. Through scouting, you also learn to believe in yourself, so important, to have confidence in your ability, and to take responsibility for your own life. When you face down new challenges, and you will have plenty of them, develop talents you never thought possible, and lead your teammates through daring trials, you discover that you can handle anything, and you learn it by being a scout. It's great. You can do anything. You can be anything you want to be. But in order to succeed, you must find out what you love to do. You have to find your passion. No matter what they tell you. If you don't, I love you too. I don't know. It's a nice guy. Hey, what am I going to do? He sounds like a nice person. He. Thank you. I do love you. By the way, just a question. Did President Obama ever come to a jamboree? And we'll be back. We'll be back. The answer is no, but we'll be back. In life, in order to be successful, and you people are well on the road to success, you have to find out what makes you excited, what makes you want to get up each morning and go to work. You have to find it. If you love what you do and dedicate yourself to your work, then you will gain momentum. And look, you have to. You need the word momentum. You will gain that momentum. And each success will create another success. The word momentum. I'll tell you a story that's very interesting for me. When I was young, there was a man named William Levitt, Levittown. You have some here, you have some in different states. Anybody ever hear of Levittown? And he was a very successful man, became unbelievable. He was a home builder, became an unbelievable success, and got more and more successful. And he'd build homes, and at night he'd go to these major sites with teams of people, and he'd scour the sites for nails and sawdust and small pieces of wood, and they'd clean the site so when the workers came in the next morning, the sites would be spotless and clean. And he did it properly. And he did this for 20 years, and then he was offered a lot of money for his company. And he sold his company for a tremendous amount of money, at the time especially. This is a long time ago. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. And he went out and bought a big yacht. And he had a very interesting life. I won't go any more than that because you're Boy Scouts, so I'm not going to tell you what he did. Should I tell you? Should I tell you? Oh, you're Boy Scouts, but you know life. You know life. So, look at you. Who would think this is the Boy Scouts, right? So he had a very, very interesting life. And the company that bought his company was a big conglomerate. And they didn't know anything about building homes, and they didn't know anything about picking up the nails and the sawdust and selling it and the scraps of wood. This was a big conglomerate based in New York City. And after about a 10-year period, they were losing a lot with it. It didn't mean anything to them. And they couldn't sell it. So they called William Levitt up. And they said, would you like to buy back your company? And he said, yes, I would. He so badly wanted. He got bored with this life of yachts and sailing and all of the things he did in the south of France and other places. You won't get bored, right? You know, truthfully, your workers, you'll get bored too, believe me. Of course, having a few good years like that isn't so bad. But what happened is he bought back his company, and he bought back a lot of empty land, and he worked hard on getting it zoning, and he worked hard on starting to develop. And in the end, he failed, and he failed badly. Lost all of his money. He went personally bankrupt, and he was now much older. And I saw him at a cocktail party. And it was very sad because the hottest people in New York were at this party. It was the party of Steve Ross. Steve Ross, who was one of the great people, he came up and discovered, really founded Time Warner. And he was a great guy. He had a lot of successful people at the party. And I was doing well, so I got invited to the party. I was very young. And I go in, but I'm in the real estate business. And I see 100 people, some of whom I recognize, and they're big in the entertainment business. And I see, sitting in the corner, was a little old man who was all by himself. Nobody was talking to him. I immediately recognized that that man was the once great William Levitt of Levittown. And I immediately went over. I wanted to talk to him more than the Hollywood show business communications people. So I went over and talked to him. And I said, Mr. Levitt, I'm Donald Trump. He said, I know. Said, Mr. Levitt, how are you doing? He goes, not well at all. And I knew that, but he said, not well at all. And he explained what was happening and how bad it's been and how hard it's been. And I said, what exactly happened? Why did this happen to you? You're one of the greats ever in our industry. Why did this happen to you? And he said, Donald, I lost my momentum. I lost my momentum. A word you never hear when you're talking about success, when some of these guys that never made 10 cents, they're on television giving you things about how you're going to be successful. And the only thing they ever did was a book and a tape. But I'll tell you, it was very sad, and I never forgot that moment, and I thought about it. And it's exactly true. He lost his momentum, meaning he took this period of time off, long, years, and then when he got back, he didn't have that same momentum. In life, I always tell this to people, you have to know whether or not you continue to have the momentum. And if you don't have it, that's okay. Because you're going to go on, and you're going to learn, and you're going to do things that are great. But you have to know about the word momentum. But the big thing, never quit, never give up, do something you love. When you do something you love, as a scout, I see that you love it. But when you do something that you love, you'll never fail. What you're going to do is give it a shot again and again and again. You're ultimately going to be successful. And remember this, you're not working. Because when you're doing something that you love, like I do, of course I love my business, but this is a little bit different. Who thought this was going to happen? We're, having a good time. We're doing a good job. Doing a good job. But when you do something that you love, remember this, it's not work. So you'll work 24/7, you're going to work all the time, and at the end of a year, you're not really working. You don't think of it as work. When you're not doing something that you like, or when you're forced into do something that you really don't like, that's called work, and it's hard work and tedious work. So as much as you can, do something that you love, work hard, and never, ever give up, and you're going to be tremendously successful. Tremendously successful. Now, with that, I have to tell you, our economy is doing great. Our stock market has picked up since the election, November 8th. Do we remember that date? Was that a beautiful date? What a day. Do you remember that famous night on television, November 8th, where they said, these dishonest people, where they said, there is no path to victory for Donald Trump. They forgot about the forgotten people. By the way, they're not forgetting about the forgotten people anymore. They're going crazy trying to figure it out. But I told them, far too late. It's far too late. But do you remember that incredible night with the maps? And the Republicans are red, and the Democrats are blue, and that map was so red, it was unbelievable, and they didn't know what to say. And we have a tremendous disadvantage in the Electoral College. Popular vote is much easier. We have because New York, California, Illinois, you have to practically run the East Coast. And we did. We won Florida, we won South Carolina, we won North Carolina, we won Pennsylvania. We won and won. So when they said, there is no way to victory, there is no way to 270. I went to Maine 4 times because it's one vote, and we won. But we won. One vote. I went there because I kept hearing we're 269. But then Wisconsin came in. Many, many years. Michigan came in. So, and we worked hard there. My opponent didn't work hard there because she was told she was told she was going to win Michigan, and I said, well, wait a minute. The car industry is moving to Mexico. Why is she going to move? She's there. Why are they allowing it to move? And by the way, do you see those car industry? Do you see what's happening? How they're coming back to Michigan. They're coming back to Ohio. They're starting to peel back in. And we'd go to Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin hadn't been won in many, many years by a Republican. But we'd go to Wisconsin, and we had tremendous crowds. And I'd leave these massive crowds that say, why are we going to lose this state? The polls, that's also fake news. They're fake polls. But the polls are saying, but we won Wisconsin. So I have to tell you, what we did, in all fairness, is an unbelievable tribute to you and all of the other millions and millions of people that came out and voted for Make America Great Again. And I'll tell you what, we are indeed making America great again. What's going on is incredible. We had the best jobs report in 16 years. The stock market on a daily basis is hitting an all-time high. We're going to be bringing back very soon trillions of dollars from companies that can't get their money back into this country, and that money is going to be used to help rebuild America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought was possible, and we've just started. It's just the beginning, believe me. You know, in the Boy Scouts, you learn right from wrong, correct? You learn to contribute to your communities, to take pride in your nation, and to seek out opportunities to serve. You pledge to help other people at all times. In the Scout Oath, you pledge on your honor to do your best and to do your duty to God and your country. And by the way, under the Trump administration, you'll be saying Merry Christmas again when you go shopping, believe me. Merry Christmas. They've been downplaying that little beautiful phrase. You're going to be saying Merry Christmas again, folks. But the words duty, country, and God are beautiful words. In other words, basically what you're doing is you're pledging to be a great American patriot. For more than a century, that is exactly what our Boy Scouts have been. Last year, you gave more than 15 million hours of service to helping people in your communities. Incredible. That's an incredible step. All of you here tonight will contribute more than 100,000 hours of service by the end of this Jamboree. 100,000. When natural disaster strikes, when people face hardship, when the beauty and glory of our outdoor spaces must be restored and taken care of, America turns to the Boy Scouts because we know that the Boy Scouts never, ever, ever let us down. Just like you know you can count on me, we know we can count on you because we know the values that you live by. Your values are the same values that have always kept America strong, proud, and free. And by the way, do you see the billions and billions and billions of additional money that we're putting back into our military? Billions of dollars. New planes, new ships, great equipment for our people that are so great to us. We love our vets, we love our soldiers, and we love our police, by the way. Firemen, police. We love our police. Those are all special people, uniformed services. 2 days ago, I traveled to Norfolk, Virginia to commission an American aircraft carrier into the fleet of the United States Navy. It's the newest, largest, and most advanced aircraft carrier anywhere in the world. And it's named for an Eagle Scout, the USS Gerald R. Ford. Everywhere it sails, that great scout's name will be feared and revered because that ship will be a symbol of American power, prestige, and strength. Our nation honors President Gerald R. Ford today because he lived his life the scouting way. Boy Scouts celebrate American patriots, especially the brave members of our armed forces. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. American hearts are warmed every year when we read about Boy Scouts placing thousands and thousands of flags next to veterans' grave sites all across the country. By honoring our heroes, you help to ensure that their memory never ever dies. You should take great pride in the example you set for every citizen of our country to follow. Generations of American Boy Scouts have sworn the same oath and lived according to the same law. You inherit a noble American tradition, and as you embark on your lives, never cease to be proud of who you are and the principles you hold dear and stand by. Wear your values as your badge of honor. What you've done, few have done before you. What you've done is incredible. What you've done is admired by all. So I want to congratulate you, Boy Scouts. Let your scouting oath guide your path from this day forward. Remember your duty, honor your history, take care of the people God put into your life, and love and cherish your great country. You are very special people. You're special in the lives of America. You're special to me. But if you do what we say, I promise you that you will live scouting's adventure every single day of your life, and you will win, 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 and help people in doing so. Your lives will have meaning and purpose and joy. You will become leaders, and you will inspire others to achieve the dreams they once thought were totally impossible. Things that you said could never, ever happen are already happening for you. And if you do these things, and if you refuse to give in to doubt or to fear, then you will help to make America great again. You will be proud of yourself, be proud of the uniform you wear, and be proud of the country you love. And never, ever forget, America is proud of you. This is a very, very special occasion for me. I've known so many Scouts over the years, winners. I've known so many great people. They've been taught so well, and they love their heritage. But this is very special for me, and I just want to end by saying, very importantly, God bless you, God bless the Boy Scouts, God bless the United States of America. Go out, have a great time in life, compete, and go out and show me that there is nobody like a Boy Scout. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Visited in grand style and was swarmed by well-wishing scouts.
We hope, too, that other countries will send at least small delegations to meet with us on this occasion. Because Scouting is now in active operation in almost every civilized nation of the world, this will give us a splendid opportunity to enlarge our basis of mutual respect, of understanding, and of friendship among the people of the world, regardless of race or creed.
Since that time, 7 of 11 sitting U.S. presidents who were in office at the time of a national jamboree visited in person, addressing giant crowds of scouts. They arrived by car, train, or helicopter to meet scouts and share their thoughts about scouting. This includes Franklin D. Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, Dwight D. Eisenhower.
America's #1 Boy Scout visits the International Boy Scout Jamboree in Colorado. The president, who is automatically honorary president of the movement, made a 130-mile round trip from Denver to greet the more than 56,000 scouts encamped here. This Jamboree marks the 50th anniversary of Boy Scouting in America, an extra special occasion that Ike's visit makes complete. In return, the scouts, representing every part of the world, give their distinguished guest a resounding welcome.
Lyndon B. Johnson, George H.W. Bush, William J. Clinton, and George W. Bush.
This base, there are scouts from all 50 states, plus Puerto Rico, Guam, the Virgin Islands, and countries from all around the world. As a former Cub Scout,
Okay, everybody, as you can see, we're getting a live look of New York City right now. President Trump wrapped his speech in West Virginia. If you missed it, head to the video section on our YouTube page. In just a little bit, we will have it clipped there in full. Give me just a few moments while I pull up the next top story here in the show. All right, everybody, taking you to the United Nations.
We know that the Security Council is in a session of informal consultation, and in a few minutes, maybe 20 minutes, there will be a discussion based on the request of Sweden, Egypt, and France. We are grateful that they are dealing with this issue. We always welcome the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility with regard to dealing with issues that threaten international peace and security. And definitely what is happening in occupied East Jerusalem is threatening international peace and security as a result of the aggression by Israel, the occupying power, against the Palestinian people, against Jerusalem, and against an extremely important religious site for all of us, the Palestinians, and by that I mean Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram al-Sharif, after the aggression against that mosque and closing it for the first time since 1969, and putting obstacles in the path of worshippers, and in essence trying to create a new reality to the benefit of the Israeli occupying authority. All these things are outraging the Palestinian people, outraging our people in Jerusalem, those whom we salute for standing on the forefront to defend Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram al-Sharif, and they are articulating demands which are the demands of all the Palestinian people, the demands of the Palestinian leadership.
Okay, everybody, one more time, giving you a live look of New York City. Switching out host now, Samia Khan coming up next. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
Hello, everyone. Samia here. You just moments ago watched as President Trump wrapped up his speech at this Boy Scout event in West Virginia. Hope you enjoyed that. If you missed it, we are going to clip it, and you should be able to watch it in full on our YouTube channel a little bit later today. Right now, you're looking at a live look at New York City. We'll have more news now ahead in just a few moments. We are going to take you to some live breaking news out of Phoenix right now. This is a crash on I-17 northbound past McDowell. 3 lanes blocked because of a crash. As a result, traffic is backing up. This is Interstate 17 northbound past McDowell. A car flipped over on its roof. These are live images coming in. Breaking news out of Phoenix. A collision resulting in 3 lanes blocked in Phoenix. Again, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at our ADOT camera. This camera shows Interstate 17 northbound, the backup there, I-17. You can see vehicles merging onto I-17 from Interstate 10 there on the right. You can see the backup though on I-17 as a 4-lane highway gets down to just 1 lane because of this crash that's blocking 3 lanes there. The freeway quite backed up. In fact, the freeway backed up to 19th Avenue. According to the Arizona Department of Transportation, you can see just how bad the traffic is. I'm going to go ahead and move that lower third. You can't really tell though because there is that bridge right there. That is the McDowell Bridge there. But as you can see, this crash is causing some traffic concerns, especially at 4:30. I mean, it's basically rush hour here in Phoenix. A crash resulting in the I-17 northbound being reduced down to just 1 lane. Hello everyone, Samia here. For those of you just joining us, you are looking at live pictures coming in courtesy of our ADOT camera, the Arizona Department of Transportation, bringing us these live pictures of the Interstate 17 freeway northbound, just north of McDowell. That is where this crash took place. You can see there on the right-hand portion of your screen all the cars involved in this crash, in this collision. You can see multiple cars involved in this crash. It looks like 3-4 cars involved in this situation there. Traffic flowing a bit more. Earlier, the traffic was really moving just down to one lane because 3 lanes were blocked as a result of this crash. As you can see, the cars have now moved on over to the side, and now it looks like only about 1 to 2 lanes are now affected because of this crash, and traffic is picking up. It's starting to move again on I-17 northbound in Phoenix. Hello everyone, Samia here once again to give you an update on what exactly you are watching. This is our ADOT camera, that's the Arizona Department of Transportation. They have cameras set up throughout the freeways here in the valley. This is a camera from the vantage point of Interstate 17 northbound at the McDowell Bridge. So it's I-17 facing north. This is where that crash occurred. You can see the cars involved there on the right-hand side of your screen. The cars have since been moved on over to the right-hand side. Initially, this crash had resulted in most of the lanes being blocked on this freeway. As you can see, now it seems about only one of those lanes really blocked as a result of this crash. This crash did result in some traffic backup there on I-17. Something to obviously keep in mind, considering during the 4 o'clock hour it is a very busy time for travelers here in Phoenix. Really, rush hour here in Phoenix is between 3:30 and about 6 p.m. You know, if you head home before 3:30 or after 6, you usually don't get caught up in too much of the afternoon rush hour traffic. But given that this crash happened in the 4 o'clock hour, it obviously affected a number of commuters that take I-17 northbound to return home on a daily basis. And I know some of our viewers tuning in thoroughly enjoy the map coverage I often offer you guys here on News Now. So, since you guys have asked for a map, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our map so that you guys can see exactly where this crash took place. You have, here's the 10 freeway, here's I-17, here is McDowell right there. So, the camera that you're looking at, positioned right there, I-17 at McDowell. So the crash really just right here in this area, right around the Arizona State Fairgrounds, downtown Phoenix right here, the airport right there. Fox 10 just in this area as well, guys. So this crash not too far from where Fox 10 is either. We're going to take you back now to the live pictures. Courtesy of ADOT, you can see a worker there on the road cleaning up the mess from this crash. Again, a worker there on the freeway cleaning up the mess from this crash that involved multiple cars there on I-17 northbound. All right, everyone, just a quick recap once again. We are going to wrap up our crash coverage here on News Now, so I want to repeat what we know so far for the viewers that are just joining us. You are looking at live pictures courtesy of our ADOT camera. ADOT is the Arizona Department of Transportation. They have cameras set up throughout the valley along various freeways. This is the camera that's set up at I-17 northbound where a crash occurred there. A crash on I-17 northbound. Multiple vehicles involved in that crash. As a result, 3 lanes at one point were blocked on I-17 at McDowell northbound. Since then, you can see the area has been cleaned up and a few lanes are open, though it seems like the 2 far right lanes are still blocked as a result of this crash. Just wanted to give you guys an update on this situation on I-17 in case you were planning to travel in this direction. You might want to take an alternate route. As we know, traffic was backed up a little bit. As of now, it seems that the traffic isn't too bad, though, so you should be in the clear if you do head that way on the road this afternoon. I want to go ahead and give you guys a live look at New York City now. It is a lovely day there in New York. It looks lovely. Maybe a little windy, maybe a little rainy, definitely a little humid. It's a very humid time there in New York City in the Big Apple. We're going to be right back with more News Now. Mike Pace joining you for the next 2 hours here on Fox News Now.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to take you where earlier today a teenager was sentenced for robbing and killing another teenager. This happening in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Body was discovered by a maintenance worker on the sidewalk outside of an apartment. So we're going to go into the courtroom and take a look at that horrible story.
I only have one requested change to the pre-sentence investigation report. I did discuss this with Mr. Goldstein on page 13 of the report. At the bottom of the page, it states under gang involvement, there has been no prior gang involvement for the defendant. I believe that should be stricken and should state that the defendant is a member of the Finesse gang in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Your Honor, my client would deny that.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Vella, you had wanted me to change the PSI on page 12, and Mr. Goldstein, was it 12?
It's page 13.
13, right. And Mr. Goldstein said that his client denied that. You'd like to make a record of what your evidence of that is, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I did provide Mr. Goldstein with a copy of a police report. And law enforcement know this defendant to be a member of the Finesse gang. Furthermore, attached to that police report is a letter which is written from this defendant to a fellow, one of his fellow Finesse gang members who's also in prison for murder. On the top of that letter, it says, well, kind of has the number 6, but it says Finesse, and it says Tang instead of gang. He writes in a rap that he sends to his fellow gang member, Finesse, all we do is run up a check, R.I.P. Jug, J-Boy is next, hollow tips up, open up his chest. It goes on and on about rapping about committing murder, but it talks about Finesse, the gang that he is a member of. So I believe there is sufficient evidence before the court to amend the PSI and reflect that this defendant is a member of the Finesse gang out of Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Mr. Goldstein.
Your Honor, very briefly, it's a rap. My client, by the way, indicates that he did not write this. He said he got this from somebody else in the jail, but in any case, it's a rap. Raps don't necessarily reflect reality, Judge.
The court will grant your request to amend the pre-sentence report in the section of your gang involvement, and it shall read that according to the prosecutor, defendant is a member of the Finesse gang of Ypsilanti. That's right. I gave it to probation. Would you read it? I wrote it out, but would you read that, please?
Your Honor, the court wrote, the prosecutor cites evidence of defendant's involvement in the finesse gang. Defendant denies this.
That's correct. That'll be the way it'll read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Vella, with respect to either the guidelines or
Nothing,
anything else?
nothing in regard to changes or the guidelines. The victim's mother and the victim's grandfather would like to make a statement to the court.
Okay. So you do so.
My name is John Clee. Good afternoon. Grandpa had the pleasure of teaching Jordan to ride his bike and downhill ski. After 2 days of skiing and some lessons, we had him going down the steepest hills at Mount Brighton. Jordan just loved it, and I will miss skiing with him. I still have his equipment ready on display, which Jordan will never be able to use. Grandma will miss cooking holiday dinners with Jordan, and we will all miss his birthday parties of the future and treasure the memories of the birthday parties at Gallup Park in his younger years. So many things left undone, like spring break and trips we had talked about taking with Jordan. Jordan was a young man with athletic potential and reached that potential on the football field. We were unable to see Jordan participate in his senior season of his life as his life was cut short. Jordan was not able to wear his varsity jacket for his senior year of high school. He earned as a junior at Pioneer High School. We, the family, were not able to see him attend his high school prom or attend his graduation from Ann Arbor Pioneer High School. Jordan had a 3.7 grade point average at Pioneer High School and aspired to attend the University of Michigan and become an engineer. Jordan's life was taken from us, and the family is unable to see him achieve his life purpose, to become a productive member of society, which we should all desire to achieve. Grandpa will not be able to play sports with Jordan or attend the University of Michigan basketball and football games in the years ahead, or take him to some professional games, the Detroit Tigers or the Detroit Pistons. Now that Jordan is gone, we loved him more than we ever thought we could. Thanks be to God for giving us 18 years of Jordan Michael Clee, as he is sorely missed every day. As his Uncle David stated, Jordan is forever missed, he is forever remembered, and he is forever loved. We hope someday we'll be able to forgive you for what you did to Jordan, but we will never forget. We hope there is not a day that goes by that you don't think of Jordan. Finally, young man, try and remember, it's not what you were or what you are, but what you become. Take and use your time, get an education, and achieve an acceptable, worthwhile purpose in life for the remaining time you have, and become a productive member of society as Jordan aspired to become. I sure do miss my young buddy Jordan. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to address your court. Thank you. Jordan's grandfather.
Your Honor, my name is Courtney Clay, and I'm Karen's cousin. She's asked me to read this on her behalf.
Sure.
Jordan Michael Clay, born July 26, 1998. Murdered October 4th, 2016, at 18 years old. Jordan has no future. Jordan can no longer choose to go to college. Jordan can no longer choose to change. Jordan can no longer make a difference. Jordan can no longer fall in love or have a family. Jordan no longer has a future. I've lost my only child, my son, my baby, my friend. More than that, I've lost laughter and love. I no longer have the hope of having grandchildren. I've lost the enjoyment of holidays and birthdays and of everyday life. As a mother, or any parent ages, her children are there to care for her. But now in my life, I walk this journey alone. I no longer have that luxury because that was carelessly and cruelly taken from me. I no longer get to see the smile of my son when he walks through the door and brings me a Frosty from Wendy's at the end of his shift. The simple pride of a hard work shift and bringing his mom something that just makes her happy. Songs we used to enjoy, I can no longer listen to. Movie nights we did together no longer exist. I could continue with all the loss. I won't. This year was supposed to be a year of celebration, of senior pictures with prom and graduation and parties. Instead, it was a nightmare that no parent should ever endure. On the nights I managed to sleep, I wake up hearing my son scream for me, to then have to realize all over again, night after night, my son is dead, gone, taken. For what? Why? Can you answer the question? Why? Why? I have an answer. Your answer will never be good enough. There will never be an answer good enough to satisfy why you shot my son. Why you thought that what you had should be yours. Why you felt that what you wanted, you were entitled to. Why you thought his death was an acceptable response to your jealousy or desire to what he had. Drugs, clothes, money, jewelry, phones, shoes, whatever it was that you felt you needed more than his life. Your why will never be better than his life. Your want will never trump my son's death. You get to live, get to wake up every day. Your life continues. I sincerely hope that whatever it was you wanted so badly that you felt the need to murder my son was worth the next at least 52 years of your continued existence. You won't get the luxury of raising your child because you took mine away. So because for the first time in my life, I feel hate in my heart, here is what I hope. I hope that every time you want for a jacket, that you stay cold. I hope that every time you want for shoes, you get a hole in yours. I hope that every time you want for a meal, you go hungry. And hope that every time you want for a bed, you have a sleepless night. I hope that every time you wish for your mother, she doesn't come for a visit. But more than anything, because we, and I, am nothing like you. I don't wish or hope any of that upon you. I simply wish that you go to prison for the maximum time your plea agreement allows, that you become something more than what you were taught to be in your miserable life, and that your child gets brought up far away from the life you led, because it's obvious to me and everyone here that you need help. Your actions have led you to a prison cell, but have also created an empty cell that I live in every day. While you can still hope to be released one day, I'll never escape my hell. You are still alive, but Jordan has no future. Thank you, Your Honor. We're done. Are you all right?
And further, Mr. Goldstein.
Your Honor, just briefly, the pre-sentence report indicates that my client made a statement to the probation officer who prepared the report indicating that it was never his intention to injure. Right. Your Honor, my client, the only thing I would say, Your Honor, is that if the court is intending to follow the plea agreement, then I don't really have anything for my client wants to address the court, but I don't.
Well, of course. Yeah. Yes, sir. Mr. Wright, what would you like to say?
I just want to tell y'all I'll be home soon. R.I.P. Keon. I love my family.
That's all you got to say. You know, I have never in 23 years approximately ever not accepted a sentence agreement between the parties because it's bargained for, sentenced by the parties. But watching you sit there, smile and laugh and shake your head like this was no big deal, I'm very tempted to just say, I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We'll go to trial, and if you're convicted of felony murder, you'll go to prison for the rest of your life. That means you'll die there. That's what I'm tempted to do. Mr. Bella, do you want me to accept this sentence agreement?
Your Honor, may we approach person?
Yes.
Your Honor, before I answer the court's question, I would like an opportunity to discuss it with the victim's family.
Okay.
If the court would pass it, I would appreciate
Be
it.
happy to do that. We'll pass this matter.
Number 9 through 11, People versus Katie Crampton. Cases number 17-176, 16-418, 16-419 per page.
Paul Vernon, Assistant Prosecutor.
Well, I gotta wait. He's there. I gotta wait for him.
All right, to just kind of recap on that, what the
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're actually going to live event already happening, a Rules Committee hearing on Resolutions 111 and HR 3219.
And say, you're dadgum right, I put it in there. It's going to be self-enacted. It is going to be a chance with anybody who wants to vote against the bill, they can vote against the bill. But there are certain provisions, and the President of the United States personally asked that this be in here. Judge Carter knows that, I know that, and we're going to comply. Yes, sir.
Well, this is a rigged process.
Well, it's a
rigged process, and I will just remind the gentleman that, you know, I mean, the House of Representatives is supposed to be a place where people deliberate and where the majority kind of carries the day. This is an intentional maneuver to basically either protect some members on your side from having to cast a tough vote, or if I could finish, or because you don't believe that a majority would actually vote for it up or down, and so you're putting it into a minibus that contains a lot of things. Many of them are good things. And by the way, I would say to my friends on the Appropriations Committee, by and large, I don't have a problem with you and the work that you've done. I have a problem with this committee and with the leadership of this House for rigging this process in a way that I think is undemocratic, and I think it demeans this House. And on this issue, that's particularly polarizing. An issue, by the way, the President said that the taxpayers wouldn't be saddled with the bill on, which is wrong. And, you know, it's being put into the bill in a way that we're not going to have a real chance to deliberate. I think it's just bad form. And, you know, we go on and on and on about whether this is a good idea or a bad idea about a wall. I think it's a lousy idea. But the gentleman thinks it's a good idea, fine. Let's have it out on the floor. Let's everybody cast a vote and not try to hide it in these procedures. And I appreciate the gentleman taking responsibility for it, but it doesn't make it any better. It's a bad process. It's a rigged process. And anyway, I thank the gentleman for the time, and I yield back.
And thank you very much. I would add it's not hidden. It was specifically noted in the rule, and we knew this last week when we put it out for everybody to see. And it was specifically noted, delineated and noted that way. So, look, I think it's well known either you're for this or against it. I give you that respect. I mean, just because there's a bill that's passed, I'm not for everything in the bill. Never have been for 100% of it. And I do recognize you do not like it. And I will tell you, it became a winning issue for the President by the American people. And I do believe that.
They didn't think they would get stuck with the bill.
Well, they thought they were going to get a wall also. They got a barrier.
May I speak?
Excuse me just a moment, please, Judge.
Okay.
Hold on just a moment. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that I want to associate myself with what Mr. McDonough said. I don't think sensible people, there's a wall there already in large parts of the southern parts of the country.
Where they aren't is where they're putting
What I've been told
this.
is that San Diego has 3 of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it still doesn't work.
Well,
So why in the world anybody thinks this?
That's not exactly true. What he
Remember
said
it
is it's been pulverized over time, and they're reconstructing pieces of it.
I remember so clearly somebody saying when they're going to build a 20-foot wall that there will always be a 21-foot ladder.
Well, there may be, or
And
underneath
that's
it, too.
And since it's going to cost $1 billion, $20 billion, that's it.
Well, we're not even near that figure yet.
Well, that's what experts tell us it will cost.
Well, but that's not what's before the committee at this time.
No, 1.6 billion is.
Right, 1.6.
Which we could use for an awful lot of things. Mr.
Including
Chairman,
Coast Guard
awful lot of
cutters.
things.
I don't know if that's the trade-off, but there are all sorts of needs.
Infrastructure is appalling in the country.
Yes, ma'am.
Flint's been drinking bad water for years, and I think if women ran the country, we would probably have higher priorities.
That's why Mrs. Granger's coming darn close. Judge
for her.
Carter?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say first and foremost, I've been blessed to serve with Ms. Roble Allard, and she's a good colleague, and we work well together. Our bill does contain a lot of electronics on the border. Our bill does contain money to begin the process of building an icebreaker. We banged out all these issues, but a portion of our bill is coming in this manner. The balance of our bill we're hoping to pass in September. And I thank you for allowing me to be here.
And Judge, I agree with you. It might come before September, but we just don't know yet. We're hoping maybe.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes, sir. I know you are. Well, that's why your committee and the gentleman's committee, Mr. Freelandheisen and Ms. Lowy, worked so hard. Each of you did that too. Yes, ma'am.
In the 2017 appropriations bill, we asked the administration, the appropriations subcommittee did, to send us a plan and a justification for where they were going to be putting the wall.
Yes,
and,
ma'am.
Perhaps you can ask the administration about that because we've yet to receive it.
Good. Well, just so I'm going to partially respond back what I think the answer is. And $38 million, $239,000 for planning for the border wall construction. They're going to come back with a plan to you. That planning function is in here also.
I think that's your language, right? That your request, yeah.
So I believe that the way I took it is, and it allows them a chance. See, I'd like to get that answer too. And I think Judge Carter would also. Okay, I know everybody's getting a little antsy. Judge Hastings, do you have any questions for this panel?
Very brief in my comments. I want to associate myself with the remarks of
Mr. McGovern that I think were particularly pertinent. I also am deeply appreciative of all of the members of the Appropriations Committee, both chairs and ranking members. I think that they've done, as has been pointed out here, an exceptional job in getting us from 17 to 18, and although I'm in disagreement with the process itself with this minibus in the way that it's going about it, I just hope that we could return to regular order and allow for these matters to be handled under an open rule. Let me say this, Mr. Chairman. As the oldest person in the room, I've seen the development, second oldest person in the room. I've seen the development of drug activity in this country in a variety of ways. I wish to correct a misassertion that my friend from Texas made about the rhetoric today stopping people from coming here. The rhetoric did not stop those persons that were in that truck in San Antonio. I might add, it goes unnoticed, but President Obama deported more people. And as a matter of fact, the running joke on the streets was that he was the deporter-in-chief. He deported 2.5 million people from this country at a given time. One thing you all need to understand, build a wall. Go ahead, do whatever you're going to do about it. It ain't going to stop the drug problem. If we were to be about the business of using the same money to work with our children in a more meaningful way, we would be better served. The drug lords, not the functionaries, not the little gangbangers and all of that crowd, the drug lords have great flexibility and great amounts of money. They outgun our law enforcement. When they were, during the period of the cocaine cowboys, it was about the Coast Guard trying to catch them and the few airplanes that we had. They developed fast boats that were faster than the Coast Guard boats. And one thing I want to make very clear, we aren't going to wall off the ocean. And I don't know why it is that we have this enormous feeling about the border in the southern portion of our country. And let me tell you one period, you know it from the movie The French Connection. Poppy seeds were grown in Turkey. They were processed in Marseille, France. They were delivered to Ottawa, Canada, and then transported to Kiptopeke, Illinois, in this country, and disseminated throughout this country during the period of the French Connection. Build a wall, they'll find another way unless we can do something about our own attitude with reference to drugs and our own dealing with our own children to really teach them how dangerous this particular activity is. And unless we get to that, then you can build all the walls you want to. It ain't going to stop drugs.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, does any member seek time? Gentleman from Washington is recognized, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, as one of the newest members of the Appropriations Committee, thank the chairman of these subcommittees as well as the ranking members for their hard work, and the entire committee, actually. Chairman Frelinghuysen and Ranking Member Lowy are no longer here, but the last couple of weeks I was able to witness a very good process and consideration of not only the bills in front of us, but also the opinions and the input of every single member that so wanted to be part of the discussion. So these are very deliberative subcommittees, as you probably suspect. These are very important issues, and I just wanted to give my compliments to both sides of the aisle for the way that they handle themselves. I think that's indicative of how the whole body should be. So just wanted to add my 2 cents as to how this process is going in the appropriations side of things. Thank you for bringing these important parts of this larger bill here in front of us. Some big stuff, important stuff, but I think something that we heard from the American people this last year, that there are many things in here that they wanted. And And so we're responding to that, and hopefully through this process, we'll give them what they want. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Polis.
Thank you. First, I wanted to, Mr. Carter, it's my understanding that this bill, or the amendment you're seeking, is how much would it fund the wall? 1.6 billion. Now, the cost of the wall, the estimates I've seen, they're kind of all over the place, but they're generally in the $10 to $40 billion range. So I guess my question is, what do you get for 1.6 billion? What does it actually build? Is there a wall somewhere, or a cheaper wall everywhere, or kind of what actually gets built with that money?
I believe it's 74 miles.
74 miles of the wall?
In 3 locations.
Okay.
Maybe more than 28 miles in the Dallas County, which is Brownsville and north of Brownsville on the river. 32 miles of Ballard Wall in Starr County, which is Rio Grande City, which historically has been sponsored bills in Texas for about 150 years. And 15 miles of replacement wall in San Diego.
And if you could, I'm not a wall guy, so I'm hoping you can explain to me a little bit what the different, what is bollard fencing and bollard levee or levee or whatever that is, kind of.
A levee.
What do those walls look like? What is that? What is a bollard levee wall, and what is a bollard fencing wall? Maybe you can help, point me to famous walls in the world. Yeah.
All right. A levee is a mound of dirt that holds back water.
Okay. I'm aware of that.
Okay, that's a levee.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not a levee, it's a levee.
Mm-hmm.
This levee has concrete reinforcement, which is necessary because that river backwashes, and this is sandy loam soil down there.
Mm-hmm.
So it has built into the levee a concrete wall that is about 18 feet high.
Mm-hmm.
On top of the levee is ballard fencing, which is steel poles about that big around and about that far apart. The ones on top of this wall are about 6 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that is a levee to hold back the water with a cement wall that's part of that levee. Gates that allow the land, these are not on the river, they're off the river, and the land that's on the river belongs to a Texan or somebody. And so there are gates which allow them to access, but they're waterproof steel gates that close that allow them to access their land.
And then,
that's what the levee wall is.
And then what's the bollard fencing?
Bollard fencing is a concrete base about as tall as that dais right there, maybe a little bit taller, set down in the ground a pretty good ways. On top of that, those steel poles that are about 1.5 inches apart, but you can see through it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a big steel wall, 18 feet tall.
And then finally, what is the secondary fencing that it refers to?
In San Diego, you have 2. This was done in the 1990s. You have an on-the-border fence. Remember, they don't have a river, so you can build on the border in the other states, not in Texas. Okay, you have a primary fence and a secondary fence. That's what they have. The secondary fence has been penetrated multiple times, cut holes in it, and it's worn out.
So it needs to be replaced.
So it needs to be replaced. Only certain parts.
Mm-hmm.
It's a much longer than 14-mile fence, or wall, whatever the heck you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just doing 14 miles of it.
And the 1.6 billion. So I mean, I heard my colleague from Washington saying, this is what the American people, voted for. They wanted a wall. The only issue I have with that is in this particular version of 1.6 billion. To be clear, this is American taxpayer money, right? I mean, there's not Mexicans paying for this wall.
As far as I know, yes.
Yeah. Because, the other part of that Americans might have voted for a wall, but they voted for a wall that other people would pay for, not out of their own pocket. So I just want to point that out. I would also point out that in comprehensive immigration reform, we actually had $40 billion for border security, which would that have been enough to complete the entire wall, Mr. Carter?
Well, and by the way, the question was asked about, I'm going to answer a question was asked about Canada.
Oh, that wasn't for me.
But Canada has 30 million people living in it, which is a little bit smaller than Texas. And below the Rio Grande, there are about, I think, 2.5 billion people. There's a little difference between the southern border and the northern border. Back to your
and let me,
question.
by the way, and I don't remember where you were on immigration reform yourself, Mr. Carter.
I wrote an immigration reform
Good.
bill, worked with Democrats and Republicans for 4 years.
That's right. So, and in that in one of the bills, I think it was the bill that was the Senate passed bill, had $40 billion for border
I didn't
security.
like the Senate passed bill.
What's that?
I didn't like the Senate passed bill.
But let's talk about that part of it, right? So it had
Yeah,
$40
well,
billion.
Our budget is 52 billion, 51 billion. this
So
year.
that would even that would not have fully funded the walls. The budget for the new budget.
I don't know what the wall's going to cost.
Okay.
I'm talking about where they requested they needed barriers. It's all about getting from where the Border Patrol is to where the offender is. You need roads, and we've got roads in our bill, and you need something that slows them down so you can get to them.
Yeah, I don't think there's, disagreement about protecting our border. I think, I hope that as part of this bigger package, I know it's not in this one, there's also border improvements to facilitate legal commerce, legal immigration, all of those things.
There is in this bill.
And that's, there's in this bill too, which is great. That's the, which part of it is that? It's not the fencing.
Well, you're not looking at my bill, you're looking at an amendment.
Oh, okay. In your full bill, you have okay, sorry. In the full bill, you're saying you have some money for the commerce facilitation, the immigration, the tourism. Now, I would just point out again that the second part of what the American people wanted that my friend from Washington referred to is that other people would pay for this wall. We did have a proposal to do that, and that was comprehensive immigration reform, where in essence we would require the people who were here illegally pay for the wall. They were to pay a fine, and that money was basically to pay for the wall. Rather than force hardworking American taxpayers to pay for a wall. So, I just want to see as we go forward, this is just as you said, this is a small payment here, but as you go forward and find a way to fund a $30, $40 billion wall, can't we find a way where people who are here illegally pay for it instead of American taxpayers?
I'm an appropriator. It's not my job to find out how to pay for it.
As a member who's been active on working on
I
immigration
can give you
reform.
half a dozen ways you can pay for it, but you wouldn't like it, most of them.
Well, let's find the one I do. How about that? Ms. Roybal Allard, would you be open on, you remember comprehensive immigration reform as well, and if you recall, there was $40 billion for border security in that. And I think in that context where there was a way where we could actually address the broken immigration system in our country, Democrats showed willingness to fund the border security at levels way beyond what Republicans are seeking to do it. Maybe you can talk about kind of the Democratic approach where we believe that the resources shouldn't come from American taxpayers, but should be from fines that illegal immigrants themselves pay as they register and get right with the law.
Well, I think that's one possibility, but I really do believe that is something that we need to debate. That's why we need to have a bill where we can debate and make those decisions based on all the information that we get. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to get to that point.
Yeah, and I do think the topic of pay-fors is relevant because there were specific pay-fors that were promised by the president, namely another country would pay for it, and I don't see any of that reflected here. If this was a gift from another country, I think many of us would be more receptive, especially if they provided jobs for Americans and we were building it and they were paying for it. That would be quite nice. But instead, I'm going to hardworking taxpayers in my district for a wall that they don't want to pay for. And there's so many other ways to pay for it. If you want a wall, again, there's as long there's no inherent opposition to border security. Democrats are for that. I think just the question is, we should find a way to make other people pay for it, not American taxpayers. So I know that that's not in the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee, but when you come with a spending bill, that's just a deficit spending bill and adds $1.6 billion to the deficit, you're essentially asking us to mortgage our future and our children's future and increase the national debt by $1.6 billion for something that there are other ways to pay for it, that we don't need to increase the debt to do. And that we actually paid for as part of comprehensive immigration reform. I'd point out not only did comprehensive immigration reform fund $40 billion of border security, it reduced the deficit by over $200 billion over 10 years. That was the scored version. So, I mean, there was money left over. You got the wall, and you made a substantial impact on the deficit. So I hope we can start moving that way. As Ms. Roybal-Allard said, we're not even allowed to in this closed process. I mean, here we are. And I hope, I don't know exactly what the methodology this will be used to include. I've heard rumors, but clearly this is not a process that allows Republicans or Democrats to come up with other ways to pay for border security, even though we have bipartisan support for a $40 billion border security package in prior sessions. Many of those members are still here. I'm still here, and would be happy to support that again. And I think that would be a way that it would inspire the confidence of the American people moving forward, as opposed to something that is fundamentally divisive, and I would add fundamentally unpopular, right? Again, popular if other people pay for it. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be popular? But not popular if you're asking you and me and my mom and my sister to pay for it, and your moms and sisters and your constituents to pay for it. So that's a big difference, between what the American people thought they were voting on and what they're getting. And I do think there's a way to deliver what the American people thought they were voting on. There's absolutely a way to deliver border security that we do not have to charge the American taxpayers for. And I think we did that very effectively through comprehensive immigration reform. And I hope that we can move quickly back to comprehensive immigration reform so that we can get this done. And I yield back.
Gentleman, yields back. Time is there. The member that would seek time with the panel. Seeing none, I want to thank this panel not only for their indulgence with us, but more importantly for your hard work, your offer to come defend your product, and perhaps more importantly for your expeditious time that you have done to help us to deliver a bill that the American people can recognize and see that we're moving forward, that Congress is doing its job. Thank you very much. If you'll please make sure anything you brought in writing will be available to our awesome stenographer. I appreciate it. We now are going to, yes, Judge, thank you very much. We're now going to move to the next panel, and I would ask that the gentleman from Alaska, Chairman Young, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin, Mr. Polis, we will engage you. You may choose to go as you choose to the front or in your chair. Mr. Courtney and Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record my testimony on behalf of my amendment? I might have a better chance of getting it if I don't testify.
Well, that objection will include that also.
What are we waiting for? I thought you were up there. Hey, well, listen, I thought you were up there. Oh, yeah. We meet again, buddy. We got to stop meeting this way. I got to get you to Alaska.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. I know that each of you, including Chairman Young, have been here for a number of hours with your opportunity to come speak to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. Please know that anything you have in writing will be entered in the record. That objection so ordered. Mr. Chairman, I know that your young bride is waiting for you at home for dinner. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I see the ranking members left. I will submit from the record my opening statement. I'm really here to offer Amendment 84, and that number may change. We've been talking to the Appropriations Committee to finance the regional corporations commissions, the Appalachian Commission, the Northern Border Commission, and the Delta Commission, and of course, my Denali Commission. I can go into how good they've worked over the years. I want to compliment the Appropriations Committee because they did include some funding, but not nearly, I think, is necessary. We're not asking for a great deal more money than we did last year. We're not asking for a raise. We're trying to have a high-cost-to-board funding, so I'm asking the committee to accept my amendment and go forth with this bill, because it's been interesting to listen to this debate. Someday we'll get into that debate with yourself, and we'll see if we can't figure it out, because I have a larger border than the southern border. And there was mentioned about the Alaskan icebreakers. They are important. I funded and helped finance the first three icebreakers 37 years ago, and they're all worn out. That might want to tell me something. I better not. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. In regard to the gentleman, is there any member that would seek to question the gentleman, Mr. Young? Mr. Young, you're excused. Thank you very much. If you'll please leave that in writing, and please tell your young bride that I did get you home only several hours late.
And you're going to make me really very, very popular at home.
Yes, sir. About 25 minutes ago, you told me I was not so popular in your house.
Thank you,
Mr. Langevin, we're delighted that you're here. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. I have several amendments that I will speak to briefly this evening, all within the Division A of this legislation. The first is Langevin number 64. Since 2001, DOD has funded the Information Assurance Scholarship Program, or IASP, in order to boost the nation's cybersecurity, the cyber workforce through scholarship and capacity building grants. Mr. Speaker, the cybersecurity is really the national security challenge of the 21st century that we face. And this challenge, this difficulty is going to be with us for many years to come. And the challenge in particular is the fact that we don't have the workforce necessary to do the jobs that we need done right now, both in government and in the private sector. And there are some hundreds of thousands or millions of jobs in cybersecurity that go unfilled right now. So my amendment right now aims to close that gap. Scholarship recipients are required to fulfill a service obligation by working in a cybersecurity position at DOD upon graduation, were this program to be fully funded. This program has been extremely successful, bringing nearly 600 students into the DOD workforce. However, due to budget constraints, the Department reduced funding for the program beginning in 2013 and stopped recruiting new students. This program received $7.5 million in 2005, its peak funding level. But for FY 2017, it received a mere $500,000. So, Mr. Chairman, in this year's House-passed NDAA, we reinvigorated the funding while simultaneously expanding it to students pursuing associate's degrees so as to tap into a larger candidate pool. As you all know, the cybersecurity challenges we face are growing every day, and the scholarship program will help ensure that students are encouraged to pursue cybersecurity degrees and that more of them can come to work defending our nation. I'm simply seeking to do the same in this year's Defense Appropriations Bill so the two levels match. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to highlight Langevin number 67. The Navy is currently developing the electromagnetic railgun, a game-changing technology that could enhance the missile defense capabilities on surface ships. Railgun has already demonstrated the capacity to launch projectiles at higher velocity than conventional naval guns, which provides extended range, improved response time, and enhanced lethality. So while the program is still in the midst of completing its science and technology objectives, it's clearly ready for the next step, a shipboard demonstration. So appropriating the transition funding, as was the plan all along, would sincerely help in this endeavor. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to discuss Langevin number 63, which would support the Strategic Environmental Research and Development Program within the DoD for environmental and mission resiliency purposes. SERDP, or SERDIP, as it's called, was established to address the environmental matters of concern to the Department of Defense by providing support to R&D efforts to enhance the Department's resiliency, reduce installation energy consumption, improve energy security, and facilitate water conservation. These issues are all matters of concern for the Department when it comes to mission resiliency, especially when it comes to our readiness for our training. SERDIP not only invests in pioneering technologies and methods to help achieve these goals, but it also provides local-based commanders with the data and the information they need to keep their installations and their service members strong, ensuring DoD environmental and mission resiliency for years to come. The bipartisan amendment that I'm offering with my friend, Mr. Lobiando, would restore funding to the President's budget level, which is itself below the level we authorized 2 weeks ago in the NDAA. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to highlight Langevin number 62, an amendment to strike Section 8017, which prohibits the Department of Defense from disposing of surplus Army carbines, rifles, pistols, or small arms ammunition. Section 8017 has one purpose: to ensure the $1 million transfer of tens of thousands of pistols from the Army to the Civilian Marksmanship Program, or CMP. While the CMP, which was founded over a century ago, has a storied legacy, it long ago ceased performing an essential governmental function, which is why Congress privatized it in 1996 with the intent that it become self-sufficient. Today, the endowment bestowed upon the CMP when it was spun out from the government has run dry, and the CMP is struggling. But it is not the taxpayers' responsibility to bail it out, to say nothing of the dangers of allowing tens of thousands of pistols to flood onto our streets. Now, proponents of CMP arms transfer argue that storing surplus arms is wasting government funds, and that giving them away to the CMP for immediate release, for immediate resale, will save the government money. Well, sorry about that. However, the pistols in question could easily be repurposed by the Army. It is only Section 8017's prohibition that prevents the Army from disposing of these arms in a cost-efficient manner. So I believe these important issues warrant general debate, and I therefore urge you to make Langevin number 62, number 63, number 64, and number 67 in order. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that may have, and I yield back.
Ms. Langevin, thank you very much. I did write those 62, 63, 64, 67 down, and I want to thank you. Does any member have a question for Mr. Langevin? Jim, I want to thank you not only for taking time to be with us, but I want to let you know that I ran into some of your Boy Scouts this weekend from Rhode Island at the Boy Scout Jamboree. They asked if I knew you. I said I did. And I thought you were a fine representative, but more importantly, a man who shows up, speaks his mind, and does his best. So I want to thank you for taking time. If you'll please make sure you do me a favor, if either you or your staff by tomorrow would bring anything that you brought in writing to prepare for the stenographer so that she can finalize her records accordingly. And I appreciate you taking time very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jim. I brought a copy with me, and I'll provide that.
That's great. You give that to Mr. Griffith. He'll make sure he gets it over. And the gentleman may, as he chooses, exit or stay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you also for the kind words and for spending a few times with our Boy Scouts from Rhode Island.
Yes, sir.
Jamboree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee.
Yes, sir. If the clerk would help Mr. Langevin, Ms. Booth, we would allow him that opportunity to gracefully exit. Thank you very much. Mr. Polis, if you'll grab that microphone there, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much. I have 5 amendments to the Energy and Water Appropriations section and 1 amendment to the Defense Appropriations section that I'll be testifying about today. I'm not actually seeking that all 5 of the Energy and Water Appropriations section amendments are made in order. There's 3 that are in the same general area, and we just need 1 of those 3. And so I'll talk about that in a minute. So I'm really asking for 4 total amendments out of the 6 that I'm offering to be made in order. First, I'll get to a couple of the energy and water amendments that have to do directly with funding. The first would fund the energy efficiency and renewable energy budget at the same amount it was funded last year, which is $986 million more than this bill. Unfortunately, this bill cuts from a very important account that invests in our future. We draw those funds from several accounts where they are redundant, and I don't think the cuts would be damaging. We draw some from the fossil fuel energy account and some fossil fuel energy research account and some from the nuclear weapons account. I think we need to invest in the future, Mr. Chairman. The future is renewable energy, not only for our economy, but for the health of our air, our elderly, our children. It'll impact the safety and sustainability of communities, our oceans. Regardless of how clean we make fossil fuel extraction, it'll never be as clean as renewable energy. and certainly won't be as sustainable as energy-efficient improvements. Investing in fossil energy research and development is in many ways moving backwards from what we should be doing as a country. We also should be prioritizing sustainable energy over $10 additional billion on the nuclear weapons account. We already have the nuclear capability to destroy life on the planet 5 to 7 times by estimates. Even with the minor cuts I propose, it would still be at least 4 or 5 times that we could kill every man, woman, and child on the planet. And we don't live in Cold War times. We don't need a Cold War level appropriation, including facilities the military hasn't even used for 20 years. In fact, in 2013, the DoD released a new report on nuclear employment strategy. The report recognizes the shift in strategic environment since the end of the Cold War, recommends changes to nuclear employment strategy to maintain defense capabilities while reducing reliance on nuclear weapons. And as part of that report from June 2013, the DoD recommends an updated strategy for credible nuclear deterrent capability with the lowest possible number of weapons, meaning it's not necessarily as important to destroy the entire world 5 or 6 times. It should be a sufficient deterrent threat to destroy the world 1 time. My amendment doesn't even cut down to funding to the 1-time level. We could still destroy the world 5 times if it were possible. Unfortunately, once we destroy ourselves once, further destruction is impossible. Instead, we should focus on renewable energy. The most recent study of renewable energy's impact shows us $873 million impact just from the National Renewable Energies Lab. There's important facilities in Colorado, including at CU Boulder and NREL, where we operate the Renewable and Sustainable Energy Institute. The mission to expedite solutions that transform energy by advancing renewable energy science, engineering, and analysis. And from 2009 to 2015, there have been 40 newer updated efficiency standards for 45 household and commercial products, saving consumers on electricity bills $543 billion. So in addition to reducing carbon pollution by 2.3 million metric tons by 2030. So I want to point out that this investment actually can save and does save consumers money. It's not just it can, it's documented that it does save consumers money on their electricity bills. There's amazing work being done. Another example is 3D printing for wind blades. Blades are one of the most costly components of turbines, but through additive manufacturing and some of the research and science being on, we can reduce those costs, reduce transportation costs, further reducing the carbon emission profile, and reducing the cost of producing wind energy. Another example is EERE's Vehicle Technologies Office, which was awarded $500,000 through the Clean City Coalition to support Project Fever, fostering electric vehicle readiness in the Rockies, and to foster the development of Colorado state policies to accelerate the adoption of plug-in electric vehicles. And again, out of this budget, $500,000 is such a small amount that can have such a big impact, but that entire account would be devastated unless we can restore some of these cuts like I'm proposing. So these are the kinds of projects we should be focused on, not expanding our nuclear arsenal, nor the many components of the fossil energy R&D account that only serve to look backwards rather than forwards, and should not be as high a priority. That's why I'm asking you to support my amendment to increase EERE funding with the money drawn out of the fossil fuel research account and the nuclear weapon account. I hope that that amendment is made in order, as well as the amendment by Representative Quigley, which also would restore the ERIE account by $921 million, the exact amount it was rated to fund the nuclear weapons account. So those are 2 ways of going about it. I hope that both can be advanced to the floor. My next amendment is amendment number 70. This is a more modest amendment. If you think cutting $352 million of the $10 billion of nuclear weapons account is too much, then I think this one can appeal. My next amendment will increase funding for the Office of Science by $108 million, which is to a level of $5.5 billion, while cutting just 1% of the nuclear weapons account, which comes to $108 million. So by increasing the Office of Science by $108 million, we can be more in line with the Senate's version of the Energy and Water Bill. It'll allow offices like the Basic Energy Science Research and High Energy Physics Research offices to continue level funding from last year, while in the bill before us, those accounts are cut by $69 million in the case of the Basic Energy Science Research account, and $31 million in the case of the High Energy Physics account. If we don't fund these 2 offices, at least at the level they received last year, we threaten to lose our place as a world leader in science. Even more important, we would have a negative impact on our economy. These federal laboratories are critical employers and create additional spin-off technology that creates tens and thousands of jobs and an economic benefit to my home state alone of $2.6 billion. I then have three hemp-related amendments to the energy and water bill, Mr. Chairman, and this is what I was referring to. We don't necessarily need all three. I've worked with various colleagues on all of them, but I want to address them and talk about some of the differences. These three amendments ensure very simply that federal water rights are not denied to any individuals that are growing industrial hemp, legal under state law and the most recent Farm Bill. In one amendment, we're also protecting those rights for marijuana farmers. In 2014, the Bureau of Reclamation put in place a policy that prevents individuals who grow hemp from using their federal water rights, and even goes so far as to force the Bureau of Reclamation staff to report the use of the water to the Department of Justice, even though it's legal under the Farm Bill and legal under state law. That's unacceptable. My three amendments attack this issue from different angles. Amendment 71, which is bipartisan and co-sponsored by Representative Comer of Kentucky, prevents funds from being used to implement this policy in regard to hemp farming. Very straightforward solution. Amendment 72 protects water rights for all hemp growers with identical language to that in the Senate Energy and Water Bill, so it simply conform it to that bill. Amendment 95 does go a step further and would protect water rights for both hemp growers and marijuana growers. It's also bipartisan. Mr. Young, who was here earlier, is one of our co-sponsors, along with Ms. Bonamici and Mr. Blumenauer. So again, given that these are two different things, we would seek that either Amendment 71 or 72 be included. We've understood that they've apprised us that there might be germaneness issues. We would ask that because these are largely non-controversial amendments and would conform this bill to the Senate Energy and Water Bill, that we would waive any germaneness issues for either of those amendments, either to conform the language of this to the Senate Energy, Water, Bill for rights for hemp growers, or the approach that Mr. Comer and I indicated, which is a prevention of use of funds. Amendment 95, as indicated, I know the chairman's position on the underlying issue is certainly a more controversial issue. I believe we have a majority in the House that would likely support this, but it is one that would likely need to be voted on. It's not one that is without any controversy, as I believe the others to be. I would ask that that one also be included and allowed on the floor, because in the West, water rights are the bedrock of our community. And frankly, since Congress made industrial hemp legal in the 2014 Farm Bill, it simply doesn't make any sense that we don't make a corresponding change here. And we can do it, and we can solve it through the appropriations process. We all know the difficulty of the more cumbersome way of fixing it through the authorization and legislative process. But given that there's not a lot of controversy around this, we find it appropriate in a bipartisan way to bring that forward. The final amendment I have is for the Defense Appropriations Bill, Mr. Chairman, and it's simply a 1% cut. In a time where we need to do more with less, it's time that we save money where we can and reduce the deficit. I'm honored to bring forth this amendment with Ms. Barbara Lee, who's with us as well. My amendment would only go a small way towards protecting the fiscal security of our nation, which is every bit as important, if not more, to national security than our military security. My amendment would give broad authority to reduce the overall amount of money appropriated by 1% in the aggregate, excluding personnel accounts and health accounts, of course, from being included. I should remind everyone a 1% reduction in the defense appropriations still leaves us above the defense cap expenditure level from the Budget Control Act. If I had my way, frankly, I would have kept the numbers from the Budget Control Act. But if we're going to go above them, let's at least make a cut where we can, even if with my amendment the bill would still appropriate well over $650 billion for defense. I see this 1% spending cut as a compromise that the military can very much live and function under, but still exceeds the original expenditure levels of the Budget Control Act. I know members of this body have many ideas about how to trim our defense budget. That's why we've seen so many amendments between the NDAA and this bill. I believe it should be a two-part question when we decide to keep items in the budget. First, is it needed for national security? And second, if it's necessary, is it more necessary than the need to address our massive federal debt? When we engage in defense spending beyond our means, we make our country less secure, not more secure, by mortgaging ourselves economically to the very foreign powers that represent geopolitical threats, including Saudi Arabia and China. This needs to stop. Expenditure levels beyond what we can afford make us less secure, not more secure. We simply can't be allowed to convince ourselves that sustaining this level of spending in any way, shape, or form makes our country more secure, when in fact the mountain of debt makes us less secure from a fiscal perspective and from a geopolitical perspective. My amendment is but a small first step towards taking a stand against our ever-expanding military budget. We truly don't have to choose between protecting the homeland and fiscal constraint. We can make strategic cuts, protect our national security, and finally start to make progress on reducing the deficit. I'm happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Polis, thank you very much for your thoughtful amendments. Is there any member of the committee that would have questions for Mr. Polis? Gentleman from the state of Washington is right.
Mr. Chairman, just real quickly, Mr. Polis, are there examples that you're responding to where in states where hemp has been allowed and it's recognized by the federal government that farmers are being denied access to water that comes from federal projects?
Yeah, so this has been in the news in Pueblo, Colorado, and my colleague Mr. Tipton's district, where a lot of the water rights are tied up with the federal side, and they've actually had significant, I guess, overhang on development because of the uncertainty that exists now with regard to accessing water from the Bureau of Reclamation. So it's real, and it's real, as you know. Perception is reality, and in the sense that there is nothing prohibiting it, and that letters have gone out and commissioners are acting cautious as a result, there is industrial hemp activities that are not occurring because of the uncertainty about water in Pueblo County, Colorado.
Okay, I didn't realize that because we just recently legalized it in the state of Washington too, and I have not heard of similar circumstances, but maybe I'm not aware.
You know, I would also say you have a wetter state, so I mean,
was going to say there's more water where you are. There's less water where they are, and so the resources are being moved to food.
I see. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Yes, sir. Further questions from the committee? Mr. Polis, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Mr. Griffith, you seem to have a band of brothers that have joined you, and I would encourage if Mr. Perry, if Mr. Meadows, if there's anyone else that you brought to help get you through your amendment, I encourage them to please come to the table at this time unless they're simply here for other amendments. I am not going to recognize you for other amendments at this time. Mr. Perry, do you choose to be with Mr. Griffiths? Mr. Griffiths, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you recognizing that there's some other folks here who are also co-sponsors of the amendment. It's number 19 in Division B, Ledge Branch, and the other co-patrons or sponsors of it are Mr. Jordan, who's here, Mr. Meadows, who's here, and Mr. Perry, who's here.
Yes, sir.
So we appreciate it very much. The amendment abolishes the Budget Analysis Division within the Congressional Budget Office and transfers the duties of that division to the Office of the Director of CBO, allowing for more flexibility to find more accurate scoring processes. The CBO has repeatedly underestimated revenues generated by the sale of wireless spectrum. When Congress authorized the Federal Communications Commission to auction spectrum in 2012, the CBO predicted that the total profit to the government over 10 years would be $15 billion. One particular auction in 2015 was predicted by CBO to generate no revenue. Instead, the sale netted the government $40 billion. As then FCC Commissioner, Jessica, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name close to right, Rosenworcel, an Obama appointee, observed after that auction, our airwaves are extremely valuable, but our accounting systems for measuring them in the legislative process don't appear to be fully up to date. The CBO has also misjudged farm bills. The 2002 bill they underestimated by a cost of $137 billion. The 2008 farm bill, the CBO underestimated that cost by $309 billion. It appears they may be off on the latest farm bill as well. In regard to their overestimate, which we all are aware of, on the enrollment in the Obamacare insurance exchanges, in 2014 they predicted that 8 million people would be covered. Only 6.3 people had a paid-for plan. 2015 they predicted 13 million, and the actual number was 8.8 million. And 2016 they predicted 21 million, and the actual was 9.1 million. So if you keep getting bad results, you ought to change what you're doing and try to come up with something better. What my amendment does, using the Holman rule, is allows us to do just that. Mr. Perry has a companion amendment that goes a little bit further, and I only mention it as a reference. His amendment would be one suggestion of how you do it, and that would be to allow the CBO to use aggregators. That's why we move this responsibility to the director of the Congressional Budget Office, because then they can use aggregators, much like what a field we're familiar with, Real Clear Politics, aggregates polls. I'm not sure exactly how that would work within the confines of what we're doing today, but two, I also felt that there are going to be different subject matters where you might want to use different various sources, where you would want to aggregate from different sources, and so maybe not use the same sources for every single issue that comes before the CBO. I think this is extremely important. Now, I will mention, I'd be remiss if I didn't, that there has been some concerns raised in relationship to the Budget Committee Act and the 306B authorities. It's kind of interesting, so I did some work on that, as you might imagine, Mr. Chairman. And what you find there is that not only has CBO not been reauthorized in the past, but at the beginning of House Res 5, which establishes our rules, as you're well aware, the opening paragraph reads that the rules of the House of Representatives of the 114th Congress, including applicable provisions of law. Now, that's the language that bootstraps in the ability of a previous Congress to instruct us on how we're to operate. So let me go back and read that. That the rules of the House of Representatives of the 114th Congress, including applicable provisions of law or concurrent resolution that constituted rules of the House at the end of the 114th Congress, are adopted as the rules of the House of Representatives of the 115th Congress, with amendments to the standing rules as provided in Section 2, and, all part of the same sentence, and with other orders as provided in Sections 3, 4, and 5. Section 3 is, in fact, the Holman Rule, which would allow us to get at this expenditure. I believe it's in order. I don't know what the floor will do, but I think it's a question that should be sent to the floor, and under the rules of the House as established in H-Res 5 is in order, and I would request that this committee find so.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perry, do you wish to speak on this amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Well, let me say this, Mr. Perry. We want to thank you as a member of the United States Army. You provided our country not only with the necessary leadership, but we are very proud of you for your service. We want to thank you, and to have a distinguished member for this committee is important, and gentleman's recognized.
Again, I'm appreciative, and I'm also appreciative and honored to be here with Mr. Griffith. I think there's no person that you will find that's more knowledgeable of the rules, and particularly the Holman Rule in this regard, and other than the chairman himself, of course, and of the fact that that this amendment, because of that, is in order. And I just want to buttress the point Mr. Griffith made regarding the inadequacy and the mistakes that the CBO has made, and our attempt to provide some flexibility to the CBO so that they can do a better job. When we think about the ACA and the fact that it was off from the 2010 projections for 2016 enrollment, 50.4%, half, literally half, something as large and as important as health care in this country. And when we look at just recently the Forbes article that came out about 3 weeks ago regarding the American Health Care Act, where the CBO projected that we'd lose 24 million Americans would lose coverage, because what the CBO did was they used what their projection was and then compared the AHCA to their projection as opposed to reality, the reality of what was occurring, when in fact, if you look at the Forbes article, the AHCA actually adds 1 million people to coverage. This is critically important. Not only are they often late, so we have to vote in advance of having the information, but obviously on too many occasions, way too many occasions, they are horrifically off target. We're trying to make important and responsible decisions on behalf of the American people in the public policy forum. This is a tool to be used by us. It was set up for us, by us, for us, and unfortunately over time the methodology isn't keeping pace with the intricacies and the requirements that are necessary for us to make these important decisions. This amendment allows the flexibility of the CBO to do that, to make those changes so that we can receive up-to-date information that's timely and that is accurate so that we can make informed votes on behalf of the American people. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you for the opportunity. I yield.
Mr. Perry, thank you very much. You also mentioned several other members. If those members would wish to join you, they would be allowed to do that. Seeing none, I would ask both of you, have you spoken to at all the chairman of the Budget Committee on this issue?
My team reached out when we realized that there might be a problem, and as we were advised, we were going through this process, and we sent them information on Saturday. They have raised concerns, but as of the last time I communicated with my office, which was just maybe an hour ago, they indicated that, let me make sure I'm not misstating anything, that they have not officially raised any objection under the Budget Control Act, but raised concerns. That's why I used that raised concerns language.
Yes, sir.
In the original, which is why I pointed out that if you look at the first paragraph of HRS 5, it actually says Section 3 amends those sections that are bootstrapped in from the past. And so I think that the clear reading of HRS 5 is that Holman does apply both to all the other areas, but also to those areas. I would point out that if you look at 306B of the Budget Control Act, where it talks about how we're supposed to do things, it actually says that anything that touches on budget is supposed to come out of the Budget Committee. And so I would have to say, unless they've waived all jurisdiction, and it's not, I think this is the stronger argument, but unless they waived all jurisdiction, in theory, there would be an objection.
There could be a point of order against
Could be a point of order against anything. And I would hope that if there was going to be a waiver for anything under that, that this would also be considered as a part of that. Although I am firmly convinced, Mr. Chairman, that the opening paragraph of HRS 5, with Section 3 being the Holman rule, is an amendment to that bootstrapping. And so I think it's included with Holman as well. And I recognize that this is a bold step and may or may not be successful on the floor. I would hope it would be successful. May run into other obstacles if it should reach the other side. But I also think it's important that we start this debate, and the way to do that is on the floor of the House.
Well, notwithstanding your quick analysis, which I know you have spent hours developing your not only thesis, but also some things that might be apparent to members, as Mr. Perry talked about, with some what he viewed as inconsistencies in the relationship that we share with waiting for people to provide scores. I would encourage you, I don't know that I have an answer tonight to give you advice, but on whether what the committee is going to do or what I would recommend the committee. But what I would say is it would certainly help. I actually sought the Chairwoman Black before we came back up and asked her if she was aware of the substance and the meaning behind what you were attempting to do, and she indicated she was not aware of that. The only thing I'd say to you is I'd probably go do that. Not knowing right now whether there's a point of order that could be placed against it, but just simply because I think your interest, Mr. Griffith, has always been of benefit to me when you got engaged in my business, because you studied it and you very appropriately said to me, "This is my ankle. What do you think?" I think you ought to give her a chance.
I don't disagree with that, and I'm just. It was a little bit of a busy schedule today getting back, and we did notify him as soon as we realized there might be an issue there. And I would apologize to her if she was sitting here that she doesn't already know about it, but we're moving fast.
I don't even.
And I think that's appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I don't even think that. I'm certainly not asking for that. I think that members of this body, the entire body, know that you're allowed to do your own homework. I'm simply saying, if there is a point of order against it, she may be able to work with you. And I think that would be of overwhelming positive things. So
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Any other member of the committee that has questions? Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Burgess.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I mean, Mr. Griffith on committee with me on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and he does do his homework. He is very thoughtful, and I think he has brought a very powerful idea to the Rules Committee, and I think it deserves our every consideration, and I hope we can see a way to allowing the gentleman's amendment to be heard.
Well, and I concur with that, but pending, I mean, I did want to ask Chairwoman Black, we have our own expert on the Budget Committee also. As you know, the gentleman, Mr. Woodall, has not been consulted, as I asked the Chairwoman, but we will thoughtfully consider this, and I know that Mr. Woodall probably has an opinion on this, but we'll figure that out at some point.
Yes, sir. And I suspect many members may be opposed to the underlying concept. I just want to have a chance to talk about it on the floor.
Well, I think,
Thank you, sir.
gentlemen, that's a noble idea. I want to thank both of you and your entourage, including the gentleman, Mr. Meadows, who came up with you, and I want to thank you for taking time to be able. Oh, did you have?
I just have something for unanimous consent in a moment. Oh, yeah, I have an article for the record from U.S. News and World Report in answer to my colleague from Washington statement. It's about a farmer from Montana who was denied water from the Helena Valley Irrigation District from the Bureau of Reclamation. So I just want to answer in that on the record. We'll get a copy over to you as well from Montana. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gomez, we're delighted that you're here at the Rules Committee. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to offer an amendment to H.R. 3219, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2018. I offer a simple amendment that would seek to protect the voting rights of all Americans, whether voting here at home or while voting abroad. My amendment would prohibit the use of any funds from being used to comply with a request for information from the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity established under Executive Order 13799. I believe that this commission is a sham that does nothing to protect our democracy and further undermines the public's trust and faith in our elections. Dozens of states have already identified this commission as a farce and have made the common sense decision to refuse to send data that would compromise the privacy of its citizens. The Pentagon should also have the ability to protect our brave service members and diplomats who vote from abroad as part of the Uniformed and Overseas Absentee Voting Act from this egregious violation of civil liberties. The myth of voter fraud is simply nothing more than a fairy tale conjured up by a fragile ego who cannot accept the results of our democratic institutions. This commission will do nothing more than divert attention away from the fact that the bedrock of our democracy was attacked by a foreign power. Instead of investigating the real threat of foreign obstruction in our elections, this administration has chosen to attack Americans exercising their constitutional right to vote. We should be protecting our institutions, not attacking them. I urge my amendment be made in order so we can protect the voting rights of all Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Sir. Gentleman seek time. Gentleman's recognized.
I do. Have you heard from constituents that many of them feel intimidated or targeted by this presidential commission? I mean, what have you been hearing about kind of from constituents' concerns about the approach that under the executive order?
I believe that the fear that my constituents is just a fear from the overall administration in general when it comes to attacking just underlying fundamental rights, everything for the right to vote, to the right to make sure that they feel safe in their own homes. They believe that they're law-abiding citizens that are voting. I wish more of my constituents would actually vote. So that's why we don't believe that there is a real problem when it comes to voting fraud in this country.
I hope that your amendment is made in order. We had in Colorado over 3,000 people deregister, unregister, because of fears about their personal information being turned over to President Trump and the commission. So I think regardless of whatever the commission was designed to do or actually does, it has had a chilling impact on the franchise. In my home state alone, over 3,000 people have already unregistered. And so I hope that your amendment is made in order, and I urge its passage, and I yield back.
Further questions from the committee? Was there a hearing this last week by this commission? Because one night on C-SPAN turned it on, maybe on Saturday night.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of that.
They appeared to be talking about, among other things, $2.5 billion that was provided for states some 10 years ago after the 2000 election or 2004 election. And most of those states that bought machines, if that was from this same commission, they said that almost every bit of the $2.5 billion went for machines that are now gone because they did not actually function well. And states like Maryland have gone back to paper ballots. Secondly, they talked about how it is not unusual, and they went through several states. Federal district courts are reporting that there are some number of people who do not show up in federal court and or state court to serve as jurors because they have written back and said, I'm not a citizen. Please don't contact me. And the federal court and the state courts operate only off voter registration files. And so they were talking about a large number of people that chose to answer that way, and there was an investigation going on. So I don't know whether it's whether the whole commission is an error or not, but that's what I heard. So I wanted you to know, just as a balance, I think that data and information on an aggregate was important from what I heard. Any other member? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate it, gentlemen, be here. If you'll please make sure whatever you brought in writing for our awesome stenographer, it's available.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
may I add one last thing?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course.
I think we have to look at the intent of why the commission was set up. Right? It was set up because our current president believed that he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes because of folks that were voting that they weren't supposed to be voting. And that is just the underlying reasoning. And I think that we should challenge that underlying reasoning for the commission. If you wanted to set up a commission on how to make voting more secure so that more people will actually vote, and how you can prevent foreign entities from actually attacking our system so that they don't undermine our people's faith, I'm completely in support of that. But I think this commission was set up to build support for his case of why he lost the popular vote, not for actually how do you make our system work better. So I think you have to look at the intent, and that's what my approach is.
Well, I think the gentleman's entitled to his opinion, and I think whoever, if there's president, has his opinion. I will tell you, in Dallas, Texas, we're going through a rather intricate process right now where actually we're finding out voting fraud occurs in primaries more than it does in general elections. Yeah. And when primary fraud is involved, I think a lot of questions should be asked, notwithstanding that general elections are important too. But I think people are weaponizing against each other in ways that is still fraud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentleman for being here. If you remember your iPhone too, if that is yours, that's there.
I'm going to
Otherwise,
thank you so much.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to continue moving, and the gentleman, Mr. Hubbard, has provided me with a new list. Tom, how do we pronounce your name? That's what I was going to say. No, I really was. I see Tom every morning. It's just I didn't want to get it wrong here.
Clothes on, sir.
Yes. Strike.
Move to strike that from the record.
It's amazing how we get even with each other around here. Tom, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The gentlewoman, the young chairman of the Ethics Committee, Mrs. Brooks, Mrs. Titus, the gentleman, Mr. Mass, who has served our country so ably and who we recognize not only as a colleague but as a veteran and a man who we admire very much. The gentlewoman, Mrs. Lee, and the gentleman, Mr. Panetta, from California. Jimmy, you're going to have to just, Miss Booth the clerk will give you something right in there next to Miss Titus. There you go. Okay. Why don't we just get right to it here? The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lee, is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members.
and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on my amendments to the fiscal 2018 Department of Defense Appropriations Act. Now, as a member of the Appropriations Committee, I have offered 2 amendments this year for which I respectfully urge you to make an order. These bipartisan amendments are very straightforward. As you know, I've come before this committee many times on this critical issue of war and peace. My first amendment is Leo 74, and it would, after 240 days of enactment of the act, repeal the 2001 authorization to use military force, which Congress passed into law September 14, 2001. Now, this would give 8 months for Congress to debate and vote on a new authorization, should that be what the American people and what members of Congress decide to do. This is the same amendment that was passed out of the Appropriations Committee on June 29th on a bipartisan basis, but it was unilaterally, and Mr. Chairman, we've talked about this, it was undemocratically stripped in the committee print last week. I don't know how that happened. My second amendment, Lee 071, would, after 240 days of enactment of the act, prohibit funding for the 2001 AUMF. The 2001 authorization took 3 days, mind you, 3 days for a congressional vote. My amendment provides 8 months. And I want to just lay out the length of time that it has taken for Congress to authorize the majority of prior conflicts. In terms of Germany declaring unrestricted submarine warfare in World War II, 33 days the president requested. It took 4 days for Congress to pass it. Pearl Harbor, same day that the president brought it forward. Germany declares war, it took 5 days. The Gulf of Tonkin it was the same day, actually, when the president presented it. The invasion of Kuwait, it took 4 days. The 2001 AUMF that we're talking about today, it took 3 days. 3 days. The Syria chemical attack weapons, it took 10 days. And of course, the ISIS campaign, President, 240 days we're into it, there has been no request for an authorization. So 8 months, Mr. Chairman, is plenty of time for Congress to do its job. Now, this last amendment that I'm talking about is not subject to a point of order, since it's a mere prohibition of funds targeting the 2001 AUMF. I've offered both of these amendments along with Walter Jones, Justin Amash, Mark Sanford, Adam Schiff, Jim McGovern, Keith Ellison, and Peter Welch. We're working in a bipartisan way to accomplish this goal. And as many of you know, I voted against the 2001 AUMF, which I believe was a blank check to wage war anytime, any place, for any length. Our brave servicemen and women, they continue to be deployed around the world. Congress is missing in action when it comes to our constitutional duty. And so on September 14, 2001, yes, I cast the lone vote against this authorization because I believed it opened the door for any president to wage endless war without a congressional debate or a vote. Now, according, and I've cited this before, but I'd like, Mr. Chairman, to put this into the record today, the 2016 Congressional Research Service, which I encourage all of my colleagues to read, it found that the 2001 AUMF has, in fact, become a blank check for war. And I have that report again, and I would like to insert it into the record.
Without objection, we'll enter that into the record. I would also ask the gentleman if she would allow to be entered the record the release from President Barack Obama, February 11, 2015, about his letter to Congress concerning his ideas about AUMF.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll enter both those.
I think that's very important.
Yes, ma'am.
This resolution, the 2001 authorization, 16 years, it's been used at least 37 times in 14 countries with little or no congressional oversight. Now, this report only looks at unclassified incidents, and this was, again, a couple of years ago. How many other times has it been used without the knowledge of Congress or the American people? And how many times since this report was issued has it been used? Not only has this authorization been used to justify military action thousands of miles away, It's also been used much closer to home to allow warrantless surveillance and wiretapping, indefinite detention practices at Gitmo, targeted killing of drones, including of American citizens, and the open-ended expansion of military operations abroad. Right now, we know that any president can unilaterally wage war under this outdated 2001 authorization. The last two presidents have bombed the Middle East and Africa. According to a U.S. News and World Report, it's been used from the Philippine archipelago to Yemen and Somalia. And President Trump is following down a similar path. The administration has launched airstrikes against Syria, sent more troops to fight ISIS, and is contemplating sending thousands of additional troops to Afghanistan. I know that while we may not share, Mr. Chairman, a common position on the replacement of a 2001 AUMF, many of us do agree that the overly broad authority is a major and concerning deterioration of congressional oversight and war-making authority. Clearly, with the passage of my amendment in the full Appropriations Committee markup, there is bipartisan support. And I know many of us have also agreed on both sides of the aisle that a robust debate and vote is necessary. It's long overdue and it must take place. The fact of the matter is, with the 2001 AUMF still on the book in its current form, any administration can continue to rely on this blank check to wage endless war. That's why both of these amendments are so important. Congress cannot continue to abdicate its constitutional responsibility while the United States is embroiled in yet another open-ended war in the Middle East. I'm here before you to ask you to look at both of these amendments. Both are very important. I would like my bipartisan amendment, which was stripped undemocratically from the committee print, made in order under this rule. And I strongly urge this committee to rectify wrong and allow a debate and vote on this important issue. I understand that Speaker Ryan has said that it was a mistake to include my amendment and that it would endanger our national security, and I'd like to just briefly address that. Both of my amendments would allow Congress and the executive branch plenty of time to debate and vote on any new authorization. As I mentioned earlier, in matters of national security, Congress acts swiftly. 8 months is a long time. We passed the AUMF, the 2001, within 3 days. Surely Congress can muster the courage to debate and vote on a replacement within 8 months. I'm also aware that many members have expressed concern that the bill language amendment did not come through the authorizing committee. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, the 2001 authorization did not even have a committee hearing and went straight to the floor. However, given that there were over 100 policy riders this time attached to the fiscal year 2017 Consolidated Appropriations Act, this should not have been a legitimate barrier to protecting my amendment in the bill. And that's why I'm here today with an alternative amendment that would not be subject to the point of order, as it is a straight funding limitation under this Appropriations Act. More importantly, this amendment was made in order last year under this bill. I've heard from many colleagues on both sides of the aisle that they want to repeal and replace immediately. I'm supportive of that effort, but the bottom line is that we have to have this debate and the vote. Some have said that this is political, and I say just the opposite, Mr. Chairman and members. Our brave troops deserve us to come together and do this so that they know that their country has their back. My amendments today will help jumpstart that effort and force Congress to finally do its job. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and once again, I respectfully request this committee to make these important amendments in order under the rule for this appropriations bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those of you who have just come to the committee tonight, we're attempting to knock these out one at a time and then allow that member to exit and leave rather than sticking around for 4 or 5 hours. And so we're going to do that. Ms. Lee, let me say this to you. I have rarely am I approached by someone as not only as sincere, but as genuine as you are. The gentleman, Walter Jones, a very dear friend of mine, approached me several months ago with an indication that he had filed a bill of which the Rules Committee was part of that jurisdiction, chaired by the gentleman from California, Mr. Royce, Mr. Royce and I met very seriously to understand this. We believed at the time that it was important to engage from the purpose of an analysis about money and time and ideas that we were going to approach the gentleman, the Secretary of State, about his ideas, about the Secretary of Defense about his ideas, and to allow the White House, NSA, to do the same. I believe that we are going to approach this. I believe it will pass, and nobody will ever be happy that simply wants us to stop all combat operations. But I will say this, I am unilaterally for it no matter what, that if a President of the United States finds that maybe in Tora Bora that there's somebody over in a far part of Afghanistan who's preparing to dump 3 or 4 or 5 airplanes on this country, and that the mission is being planned out of somewhere by people who want to destroy this country and kill thousands of people. If we do not give that president that authority, if we wind this so darn tight that the president has his hands wrapped around something that he can't get at that, we are making a mistake. I believe the United States military, from all indications that I have, is full of people who are very thoughtful and very careful, but they are given one job. And I've met with Admiral Harris out in Pearl Harbor, and every single time he says their sole job is to protect the homeland of this country. I raised my hand to promise that I would support and defend the Constitution, and that would include where you're coming from, and that is to make sure that the philosophy behind the use of dollars and the policy that would be done. But I guarantee you, we're going to get at it, and we're going to approve something that says that the President of the United States needs to consult with us, but that we need to make sure we defend this country, because I guarantee you there are lots of deep, dark places that we have never even heard of, and there are evil people who are against us. So the gentlewoman's going to get her argument, and she's going to get her vote, and I'm going to make sure that happens, because I want to make sure that we allow our United States military anytime, any place in this world to drop a package within about 10 feet of somebody that wants to bomb our country, harm my wife, my children, and people in this country. And I will guarantee I'll pay for that myself to deliver that package. And,
Mr. Chairman, can I just respond by saying this is not about the substance of any authorization, and you're talking about what possibly the
well, if you
substance
wrap us too tight around the axle and require
8
certain
months.
things.
No, I'm just requiring
we're
8
gonna,
months.
I already told you, we're going to have that debate for 8 months. And we're going to get into it, and you're even going to get your vote. But what I'm suggesting to you is it ought to say anytime, any place, anywhere, but that on an appropriation cycle, you'll get a chance to either fund, vote yes or no for the military. You know what the military is doing, and so do I, and so does every member. You know what they're out there and doing. So to think and say that the people who are out there deserve this debate, they give their lives defending something so that our children, our wives are safe. And so we're going to do that. Yeah. We're going to take you up on it. I want to take you up on it, because I quite honestly want to make sure everybody in this body gets a chance to vote, especially for the next election, just to where we know who's for it and who's against it, because I guarantee you it's going to be important. Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much. I want to thank my friend for being here. Not that I ever doubted she would be here. And I want to thank her for what she's done. We would not be having this discussion were it not for my friend's persistence in here, and frankly for her far-seeing analysis of the 2001 AUMF. You were exactly right. What you saw at the time and nobody else in the chamber saw has indeed transpired. We have given war-making authority so broadly that very different presidents with very different points of view have been able to go to war pretty much whenever and wherever they wanted to. And many of those actions, quite frankly, I support. but they didn't come here and ask. You can be very critical of George Bush 41 or George Bush 43. The history will debate whether they were right or wrong in the Gulf War and the actions against Afghanistan and Iraq in 2001 and 2002, but they at least came and asked, and there are votes. And that has not really happened since that time. So I think this is a tremendous contribution to the debate. As you know, I've got amendments as well, and those would not have happened were it not for your amendment. Frankly, that's the leadership reaching out, beginning to finally realize, wait a minute, there's something wrong here when there's this much bipartisan support. Now, I actually think, Mr. Chairman, I want to not disagree, but I think we're far more danger of the executive having too much war-making authority than too little. Because they certainly haven't lacked for war-making authority in the last 16 years. I don't know any place that they've wanted to go that they haven't. And they've gone some places that I think had they come to Congress with a straight-up vote, let's just take Libya, for instance, I don't think they would have gotten the authority. That was a terrible decision. It was a terrible decision. And I say that in no defense of Muammar Gaddafi, but we went in under a NATO pretext against a country that had not attacked anybody in NATO, that had turned over every one of its WMDs to us. They're all sitting in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, that did not have any terrorist organizations operating within it and striking from it as a home base. And again, that doesn't mean Gaddafi wasn't a butcher. He was. But what was the justification for that? And I promise you, this use of this kind of force, this irresponsibly without debate, is one of the things that encourages the Iranians and the North Koreans to keep or develop nuclear and WMD capability, because they look at this and says, this is what the United States does to somebody that cooperated with them on everything. They give up their nukes, they give up their WMDs, boom, we're going to take them out. So I think you're making a tremendous contribution. It's why I supported you in Appropriations Committee, and it's why you had the near unanimous support of that committee. I think one of the most striking things was when we had combat veterans getting up after your presentation saying, this is right, we should do this. We know these people, or we've been amongst these people deployed. They do need to know this is a mission the United States wants them to do. I asked, really partly as a result of your amendment, I asked Secretary Mattis, and I know you had an exchange with him. I didn't get to hear it all, but I certainly heard about it right afterwards. And I know he may have disagreed about removing an AUMF before we had one in its place, but he certainly acknowledged to me, and as I understand it did to you, yeah, a new AUMF would be a good thing. And the reality is we wouldn't be having this debate today and the possibility of this discussion if you hadn't been doing what you're doing. So I look forward. I so admire and respect what you've done here, because I'm not going to say everything I said earlier. I do think our leadership on both sides of the aisle at different points has tried to protect members from tough decisions. I actually acknowledge that. And to some degree, we create leaders to do that. We create the Rules Committee to do that to some degree. We cast a lot of tough votes up here to keep people from casting tough votes downstairs. So that's just part of the process. But this is a preeminent constitutional responsibility. We are sending men and women to war. They ought to know whether we agree with it or not. If we don't, we shouldn't be doing it, quite frankly. And this country at times has avoided conflict when it shouldn't have. We're not always right in these decisions. I don't think we made real smart decisions in 1940 and 41 when the whole world was at risk. But be that as it may, at least people were willing to take responsibility for the decisions. I think that's all you're asking us to do. And while I would prefer a full replacement before repeal, I agree with your point. You gave us 240 days. I mean, the way some of this has been characterized, it's as if you were pulling the rug out from people. I'd say 8 months is plenty of time to do this if you're serious about doing it and you can reach consensus on it. And if you can't, probably shouldn't be doing it. We shouldn't be at war unless the American people believe decisively that's what we ought to be doing or willing to support it. So I just want to commend my friend. And I think, frankly, the funding issue, without question, is germane here, without question or debate. That's very appropriate on an appropriations bill. We do it all the time for a variety of things. So anyway, I look forward to this, and I think you started a process, I would hope, whereby the committees of relevant jurisdiction, which have not picked this up, do that, which the administration, and I'm pretty, I want to be fair to the administration. They're not doing anything the last administration didn't do. The last administration said it had the authority to do anything it wanted to do, pretty much any time it wanted to do it. You know what? I've been around long enough to know that all administrations say whatever they do is based in law, and they have the full authority to do it. Doesn't matter if they're Democrats or Republicans. They just do it. That's why we've divided power and tried to restrain them. It's a dangerous thing to give that kind of power. And so I would hope that the committees of jurisdiction pick this up. We're going to have a report from the administration at the minimum that lays out its legal justifications, its targets, its strategy, its estimated cost. Then we shouldn't just accept that. We should have a debate. We should let that thing move through committee. And again, insofar as we've made any progress at all in this in the last few minutes, it's solely due to your efforts. I want to commend my friend. We are very unlikely and unusual allies. If that Afghan funding thing came up, I'd probably vote not to cut it off, and you probably would vote to cut it off. Not that I would pretend to predict your vote, but the point is, you would have taken responsibility for your decision. I would have taken responsibility for my decision, and the Congress collectively would have taken responsibility for its decision. And it seems to me that's the point of what you've been trying to accomplish, is simply make us take responsibility, the same responsibility that Congress gives us. You've been willing to do that, and you've been willing to do it at great political peril. I doubt that was a real popular vote in 2001. But in retrospect, it certainly was a wise vote, and you were correct. So anyway, I look forward to continue to work on this. I think we've made some progress, but I think this is pretty much solely due to you. And the rest of us are trying to rally behind and work with you on this and see that we get the process going. And I hope the administration embraces this. I really appreciate Secretary Mattis in public saying this is something we need to do, not just saying, well, we have the legal authority. They think they do, but this is something we need to revisit. And I would hope if we do, I get asked all the time, do you have a particular AUMF? I really don't. I just want to see it go through the process. And if we did it again, my one big recommendation, and I wasn't here the last time, is I don't think anybody that voted for that thing envisioned we'd still be acting on it this far down the road. We ought to have some sort of periodic 3 to 5 year, some built-in review, so we don't ever go this long again without re-examining something that gives this kind of extraordinary power to any chief executive. And again, I'm not knocking President Obama. I'm not knocking President Trump. I just know presidents, and presidents always think they can do anything they want to do, and they can always find plenty of lawyers to tell them that they're operating within the law. The only thing that pushes them back is whether or not we have the courage to defend our institutional powers in a bipartisan sense and to make sure we don't allow this much authority to evolve in the hands of any single individual ever again. It's dangerous, extraordinarily dangerous. So that, I mean, this committee's heard from me way too much on this, but this is something, I will say this, when the speaker called me about it, and as I know my friend knows, you very seldom get calls from speakers say, you've just been doing a great job, and I was thinking about you. I just wanted to call you and tell you I'm real happy with what you did. But he came back at me with a really, here's another way, and here's why I'm concerned about it. So I appreciate that, but that call would never have been made if that amendment hadn't been offered in Appropriations Committee, and if there hadn't been enough bipartisan concern that it moved through that committee. And I'm glad you pointed out that people seem to forget this. They were all like shocked. I voted for this thing 2 years ago. We had 8 Republicans that voted for it and made it in order then. I think on the 16 bill, if I recall correctly. This isn't new, and that's one of my frustrations. It's not like we haven't been knocking on this door for a long time. And the first, well, we don't know if we trust President Obama. Well, at least he sent up an AUMF. It wasn't my favorite one, and I would have preferred it to be changed, but I would have voted for it if that's all that got to the floor. Because I think it was the right thing to do. And he recognized, if you go back and read his statement, that there needed to be some changes. And I mean, grudgingly, they'll all admit that, yeah, this needs to be looked at. They've just never found it convenient to come back and do it again. They'll always have a reason why it's not. the gentle lady, my friend, has not accepted that. She's been wise not to do it, and because of that, we have an opportunity now to not only give this the authority I think it needs and let people express their opinion, but put us on firmer footing. And I would hope send a clear signal to the men and women we're asking to fight that they shouldn't have any doubt that the Congress of the United States supports the mission that we've asked them to undertake and risk everything on. So, thank you. I'll try and I won't do this again, but I apologize. But yeah, I know. Well, that's why I won't do it a third time. But feel strongly about it. Yield back.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Polis.
Yeah, the last time our nation and Congress declared war was June 5th, 1942. All of the subsequent military actions have been various degrees of these authorizations for military action. I like Mr. Cole's recommendation the future AUMFs have a sunset provision in it. I think that's very important. But I would also point out the importance of Ms. Lee's amendment, and I think our chair indicated that Ms. Lee would get our vote. Her vote? Did I hear that correctly when you said that? No, Mr. Chair?
I think what the intent was is that we're going to end up getting the vote quicker than 8 months.
Okay. Well, that's great. It's more than just a vote. It's actually passing one, as you know. And I think that the argument about what's in it is very important. I mean, there's a lot of problems with this current one. It doesn't even name or contemplate ISIS. The link is very, tenuous to ISIS. Look, I've been in Congress 9 years. Congress, do they do their job when the clock is running out? That's when we do our job. I mean, we could do spending bills anytime. I would bet anybody here that we're going to be back right before, a day or two before the money runs out for spending the money. That's just the way it works. I don't know why, but I don't think we're going to do an AUMF unless we have a time certain. So I think this, this one that comports with our germaneness rules, prohibits funding for 2001 AUMF after 240 days of enactment of this act. That's fine. It could be any period of time. Let's be honest. If we get to day 239, this Congress would pass a continuation. It's okay, 2 more weeks. Okay, 3 more weeks. That's just, I mean, this Congress is responsible, Mr. Chairman. I mean, Democrats and Republicans are responsible. They're not going to let an AUMF lapse in a dangerous world. But what it will do is the same pressure we have on spending. It'll force the debate. I just don't see it happening absent a timeline.
All right, everyone, you're taking a beautiful look at the White House. Samia Khan, she's coming up next. She's going to be with you for the final 2 hours of the show.
Hello everyone, Tamia here. I am just getting my desktop set up. I'll be with you for the final 2 hours here on News Now. We'll be covering some political news, and of course if there's any breaking news like a car chase or something, we'll of course take you live there. All right, everyone. So earlier in the evening, just moments ago, we were watching this Rules Committee hearing. Mike was showing you this Rules Committee hearing, and it is still continuing to happen live, the House Rules Committee hearing. So let's continue watching it.
Objective is, but we have to be very careful and tread very carefully here as we look at how we can best implement those oversight obligations. And opening up a debate in which we begin that process by saying we're rescinding authority or rescinding funding would be highly damaging. And I think, frankly, all one has to do is go back and look at the end of the Vietnam War and look at the message that it sent to people in the field in Vietnam when Congress stripped funding. If you want to make sure that we're not abandoning our troops, we have to take our obligation for oversight seriously, but we've got to do it in a way that doesn't confuse the people that are fighting for us about whether or not they have our support. So I think as we think about this, we've got to always remember that what we say and do in this body is heard around the world, and we never want to send the message that we somehow don't understand what we're fighting for and that the defense of the nation is not crucial and at the top of our list of priorities. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Further feedback from members? Ms. Lee, I want to thank you for taking time to be with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple points I'd just like to make in closing. I want to first thank...
recognized.
Pardon?
Gentlewoman's right.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments and thank you for helping to move this ball forward. This should be, or it should continue to be, a bipartisan effort, and I thank you for that, Chairman Cole. I want to clarify the fact that this is not cutting off funding immediately. There's no way I would do that or even present an amendment that would be close to cutting off funding immediately. This gives us 8 months to do our job, to do what the Constitution requires us to do. Secondly, I'm the daughter of a veteran. My dad was a retired lieutenant colonel. He was in the African American Battalion in Italy, supporting the Normandy invasion, part of the Tuskegee Airmen group. He also fought in Korea, stationed in Korea, and lived in, served in Japan also. And so he served 25 years in the military, and I just want you to know there is no way that I would engage in these actions, in my amendments, my legislation, if I did not believe in our military and our troops and want them to want to ensure their safety and their well-being. I think it's important that they know that we recognize that they're in these new theaters of war that have not been authorized, and that we either will or will not authorize them. And so they know that their members of Congress are debating this with the American people behind them, and that's our job. President Obama presented an AUMF, as Chairman Cole said. I would not have supported that had it come to the floor. I did not support the Libya operation, as Chairman Cole mentioned. That never received an authorization either. And we could go on and on about the wars that we have been engaged in without an authorization, and how this has become a very broad authorization for many, many parts of the world. And so it should continue to be a bipartisan effort, and I hope that one day we will come together and know that we must repeal this, and the substance of what we talked about tonight should be part of the substance of a debate in terms of a new authorization, but we must repeal it, and if we decide to replace it, then we must. But we have to talk about the costs and the consequences of what we're doing, and I think that hopefully these two amendments would move the ball further in that respect. And I'll just close by saying, Chairman Sessions, I swear, I wish someone would tell me, just in terms of process, how in the world was this amendment just taken out in the middle of the night? How did that happen?
It's very simple, and I'll take full responsibility. It was done in appropriations where we were legislating on an appropriations matter. The jurisdiction resides directly within the gentleman from California, Ed Royce, and that is in his committee. The jurisdiction, the AUMF, is very clearly in his committee, and that is where it needs to be.
And so there are no rules that require it to be taken out through a vote of the Rules Committee.
Sure, I'm very open.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
But that's the answer. Did the gentlewoman present that in writing at the time she presented the amendment, the Appropriations Committee?
Did I present what in writing, Mr. Chairman?
The amendment about the AUMF.
In writing? Yeah, yes, I did.
So you gave that to the committee.
Yes.
I've heard that they were unprepared for it.
I think that, Mr. Chairman, I think, and I didn't respond to that in the press because I heard that the Speaker had said that they did not really know what they were voting on, or did not have the information.
Previously, everybody knew in the committee that was going to come up.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not what I heard. That's good.
No, I would not have.
Well, gentleman yields, I can just, and my friends heard me make this point, but just so anybody listening knows, look, what happened, and I understand being, not being happy about it, but it's happened to me. And as a Republican, moving something that was policy-oriented, Native American, on an appropriations bill, I thought with the agreement of the Chairman of Natural Resources, and actually I'd negotiated with him, Chairman Calvert had negotiated with Chairman Simpson, Ranking Member McCullum, a group of us were working this deal. We thought we had an agreement, my amendment, and there was just a misunderstanding in that case. And he literally decided he was going to lodge a point of order against it. And so that's what happened, and it never got anywhere. I mean, it didn't get debated here. We had a colloquy down on the floor at my request on this, but there's no question he had the authority to do it. I mean, I would have only moved ahead with his consent. And as I mentioned earlier today, I'd actually gotten that same amendment with the Democratic chairman, who had gone, this was Chairman Moran, and talked to Chairman Ray Hall and Chairman Conyers, who had jurisdiction. They had waived the jurisdiction in 2010, so we actually got it across the floor on the Probst bill, didn't make it in the Senate. So I know this isn't much fun when it happens, because it's happened to me, but it is within the rules.
I simply had heard, I don't know, I did not necessarily go check on it, that it was more or less an unplanned amendment that the.
No, Chairman, I can just tell you, we had talked about the amendment in a Republican meeting beforehand. I actually said, this amendment comes, I'm supporting this amendment. So they knew it was coming. I think they were surprised by the result. And I think, not to overanalyze.
That could be a surprise.
But yeah, we had a couple other amendments, or members get up that had a big impact in that debate.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We followed the proper procedure, regular order. We
Yes, ma'am.
Provided the notice. We did everything that
Yes,
we
ma'am.
were
That was my
instructed to
question.
do, and we did that. And I'm just asking, and Mr. Cohen, I guess, Mr. Chairman, you sort of explain how that can be done. I mean, I know the chair of the Rules Committee is very powerful, but I just assumed that if it were going to be removed, that I could come to the committee and make the case, and it would be voted out.
Well,
or not.
let me say this. In essence, what I've done is put the proposed bill, the language of the bill that's going to be, that you can shoot against, so to speak, is out there.
It's out there, but there were, I believe, 326 pages to that bill, and the only section that was removed was the amendment that we put in.
Well, that may be true. I know we added several pieces.
Well, the one that was removed, I believe, was this amendment
That wouldn't
only.
surprise me, because we directly delineated it.
Yeah,
We
and
directly
so
delineate
that's the power of the chair of the Rules Committee.
Well, gentlemen, Yelp.
I will.
Yeah, I mean, and to be clear, it's in the Rules Committee's prerogative. So the Rules Committee here can now hope to include your amendment. And if it's not in the chairman's mark, I'll offer an amendment to do that. I'm hopeful it'll be in the chairman's mark for either 95 or 96. 95, the one that repeals the AUMF, does have that cross-jurisdictional issue. But again, we in the Rules Committee can waive that. We do that routinely. That's something we do frequently. We don't have to do it, but we can do it. The other one doesn't even require a waiver, as far as I'm concerned. It's a very simple funding limitation that would be appropriate in the appropriations bill. Happy to yield to my friend, Mr. Cole.
Just one more point. I mean, this does happen, and to be fair to the chair, it's really the decision of the chairman of the committee that has the authority. If they request it, they get it basically, or usually do. They do on our side, and I've seen this happen before. It's happened to me. I've seen it happen to other Republican members. And probably our former speaker, Mr. Boehner, was much stricter about this than anybody I've ever seen, about, maybe because he had been an authorizing chairman, restoring authority to the authorizing and not letting appropriators get outside their appropriate lane. So.
And again, we're killing my time. I mean, I think our chairman, Mr. Sessions, was right in saying the responsibility is with him. I think what you're saying, Mr. Cole, is that with Mr. Royce's objection, it put our chairman in a difficult situation.
I don't know that Mr. Royce ever expressed an opinion. In fairness, I did not
Okay.
know that he did. What I did recognize was what I considered and what the speaker considered to be a better alternative to the plan, which is what we submitted. It is not like we ignored it. We did not in any way dish you. We did not try and terminate. We just openly, I tried to respectfully, you met with me, as you recall, in the office.
But, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's two individuals, and I supported Chairman Cole's amendment, but that's two individuals making the decision, not a Democratic three.
Mr. Cole agreed that with the speaker that we would try and move forward something that we knew the chairman stood firmly for. He believes there ought to be this debate. You can debate that with me about what I believe, but he firmly does believe that. So the speaker and I understood this.
But that doesn't speak well for our legislative process and our democratic process and regular order, Mr.
Within the
Chairman.
purview that I have as chairman of the committee to accept these things and do them, and I'm trying to accept responsibility.
And again, no one says it's not. I think that we do need to include Mr. Royce and Mr. Engel. I mean, with regards to committee jurisdiction, I mean,
I
it
believe
shouldn't
that
be made
Mr.
without.
Royce does recognize the decision that was made, and that Mr. Royce, he had very little to do with what we do, but once a decision was made about what we would ask of that, Mr. Cole knows that the chairman accepted that as a response, never to get out of doing it, but more to the direction we'd go. So.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for the chance to be with you this evening, and just say that I'm very, I won't say disappointed, but I'm just really shocked at this process and how this went down. And I would hope that in the future, I mean, I guess you can do this on any amendment or any bill that you so choose, but to me, and I don't know what other members think, but I would think that in the spirit of bipartisanship and regular order and our democratic processes, that this not be done very often, because this is really wrong.
Once again, even though a committee does what they did, they are legislating on an appropriations.
Mr. Chairman, we do that. I understand that, and I think in the Appropriations Committee, and I think Chairman Cole can tell you this is done each and every day. In fact, last week, I don't know how many policy writers were put on the Appropriations Committee, but there were dozens.
There are some that are agreed to. I do confess
yes,
that.
There are
and
dozens, maybe over 100.
That is done, as the chairman will tell you, with the approval of the chairman.
With the approval of the chairman of those committees. Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that
there are things that they want to get done, and they know this is a must-pass piece of legislation. I don't need to advise the gentlewoman. She knows this. There are lots of ways to get things done.
Yes.
Lots of people work together. All I'm suggesting to you was we saw a different way, calculus, parameters, and Mr. Royce was most enamored with the ability that we would have to have the debate. I don't think in any way Chairman Royce is going to shy away from this at all.
No, okay. Mr. Chairman, I think that when you look at the policy writers that were adopted with the committee sanction and blessings, I don't believe there were any Democratic on our side amendments that were
that's
adopted.
A point also.
And we're trying to make this bipartisan. I mean, if you understand
I
my
understand
position
a lot
in
of
terms of the
things,
bipartisanship nature of what we try to do in the Appropriations Committee.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Chairman McThornberry has a lot to say about a lot of these things, too. And he is very close to his ranking member, and Kate Granger is very close to her ranking member, and there's a lot of ways in which they work together, and we're going to approach the subject.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think that we just have to keep working at it, and I'm going to keep at it.
I think Mr. Cole gave you credit for that one.
It's very important, and I hope it becomes bipartisan, and I hope that, or continues to be bipartisan, and I hope that we're not undermining at every step of the way, because we have to feel that we're working together.
We're going to have the debate. I just can't promise its passage by the United States Senate, signed by the President. No, and that's what we're trying to get to by taking feedback actually from the State Department. We believe.
The President actually should submit an AUMF for us to debate. That's the way it should work. And the reason I've been doing this for so long.
Or at least we take their feedback. Yes, ma'am.
Well, they should present it.
I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is we got to approach it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lee, you can stick around as long as you want. You can stick around as long as you want.
If we didn't have so many members here, I would want to stay here all night and talk to you.
I think you still ought to, but does the gentlewoman wish more time?
No, Mr. Chairman. I just hope that people understand that, democracy is very important, and the democratic process is important, and members should not be undermined, I don't believe, by 3 or 4 or 5 individuals if they have worked together and put something together, gotten it in a bill, bipartisan, and then it's ripped out.
Happens all the time. Happens all the time.
That is really a shame,
no,
Mr.
it's really
Chairman.
not.
That doesn't bode well
we
for
take bills
this body.
from different committees and we merge them together all the time. And accountants see things different than bankers, and lawyers see things different than CPAs. And we have to make a decision about which mark will come up here. We do this every day.
Okay, Mr. Chair. Well, next
I'm
time-
not saying it makes sense to you, but it makes sense to us. We have to make decisions every day.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we do it sometimes, but I mean, it's not the normal practice of this committee to change
Well,
committee marks.
We do this as bills get together.
We certainly do it sometimes. I would
I think
agree.
it's been done
It
maybe
happens in my world.
two times in the last year or two, maybe 4 times in the previous.
No, ma'am, they're what are called managers' amendments. They're what are called managers' amendments, and they happen all the darn time. And that is where I go meet with the chairman and I say, Mr. Chairman, we'd like for you to add this or change this or do that. And they go in and they change that. It's either that or I would come up here and have to do what we're doing now. And all I'm trying to do is carefully allow you to see where it is, delineate it in the report, and look you right in the eye and tell you, we're going to debate this issue. If I were trying to get out of the debate, then I'd be willing to be run out of town.
No, Mr. Chairman, I understand you said you're not trying to get out of the debate. I guess I'm just, it's just perplexing that this could happen in the middle of the night and without even my
I don't want to
input
put
or
us into a
debate or this rule
circumstance.
committee.
I don't want to put us into a circumstance where we're not hearing from the administration and we're not effectively going after this. So I appreciate the gentlewoman being up here.
Okay, thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much. Thank you, members. I apologize for this delay.
No,
but
you're doing it.
this is an
Mr.
issue
Chairman?
that-
Yes,
I ask unanimous consent to insert remarks by Mr. Vesey and 2 remarks from Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee into the record.
Without objection, we'll enter those in the record. Thank you very much. And if the gentlewoman, Ms. Lee, has anything in writing or awesome stenographer, welcome the opportunity to see that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, welcome to the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlewoman's
Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Rules Committee for considering my amendment, which is Division C of the Make America Secure Appropriations Act, Amendment Number 20, and permitting me to testify here today. My amendment would protect the jobs of more than 45,000 disabled Americans employed by the Ability One program. Their jobs are at risk because of a change the Veterans Administration made to its contracting rules in March of this past year. So just this year in March, the VA issued a memorandum which changed the contracting rules that have been used for decades to give jobs to the visually impaired. Right now, more than 800 workers employed through the Ability One program contracts, and many of you have probably heard of Ability One and maybe, and I know are, Ability One champions, including more than 500 veterans, will face immediate job cuts due to the VA changes, which I find unacceptable. And so protecting these jobs is top priority. The VA's rule change came in the wake of a U.S. Supreme Court decision late last year in June of 16. It's called the Kingdomware Technologies versus United States case that found that the agency was required to follow a 2006 law requiring that veteran-owned businesses be given priority. The VA, I believe, interpreted the court ruling too broadly when it quietly changed the rules in March. The VA focused on for-profit businesses owned by veterans while ignoring a separate 1938 law that granted priority status to more than 550 not-for-profit vendors that employ the disabled and the blind, many of whom are veterans, to produce and sell goods to the government. So we believe that the VA's interpretation would have a disastrous effect, and we've been told by the National Institutes for the Blind, including an important business in my district called Bosma Industries, that this VA's interpretation would have a disastrous effect on these not-for-profits that have the contracts with the VA through the Ability One program. So Bosma Industries, Enterprises, Hoosier Business, a nonprofit that's been serving Indiana, the disabled and the blind for over 100 years. And they came to me, albeit late in the process after the appropriations process had already, as we had moved through the approps bill. They are the largest employer of people who are blind or visually impaired in Indiana. And in case you didn't know, 70% unemployment rate is what is in existence in this country for the blind and the visually impaired. And so their services are crucial, as are many nonprofits in your districts and the districts across the country. So I have grave concerns about the detrimental impact the VA's recent regulatory change would have on Bosma and others like it across the country. My amendment does not seek preference of businesses that serve the blind over veteran businesses. It simply is putting a pause on their proposed action until we can find a way for both to coexist as they have for decades. If the VA's procurement policy is allowed to take precedence over federal law, hundreds of these nonprofits will lose the majority of their Ability One contracts. I must say that I believe that we can find a way for the VA and BOSMA and other nonprofits to continue their longstanding successful relationship. But if VA interprets the rules the way they plan to, it will have a dramatic impact. We did not know about this when the appropriations marked up the fiscal year 18 Milcon VA bill, so I was unable to address this issue before the bill moved forward. The committee did, however, include some report language because they were aware of the Kingdomware decision, but the report language is just requiring the VA to report on the impact of the Kingdomware decision. We've been told that this report language is not going to be enough to protect the jobs of the thousands of the disabled individuals, and so it was these nonprofit institutions like National Institute for the Blind and many others who came and sought this change. And I believe that this is critically important. VA, and if any of you have visited these nonprofits and seen the incredible work done by these men and women who want to work and who have had the ability for decades to do this work and to help provide for themselves and their families, you'll hopefully agree with my limitation language in this amendment. And I am happy to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Brooks, I have been following an issue around this. It dealt with the DOD, and it dealt with the Department of Labor. And last year, we worked with the White House and the prior administration on this issue and advised them of the law. I was unaware of this March directive. And I spoke with Mr. Hubbard, who's the legislative director for the Rules Committee, who'd been handling this. And I must admit, I'm embarrassed to find this out. I have been following similar provisions and similar attacks against it. And I will tell you, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
No questions.
Thank you.
Any member? Thank you for not only your time, but your production of this legislation that you think will help gain the notoriety of this issue. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much for your
The gentlewoman, please make sure she leaves anything she brought in writing for our awesome stenographer to enable her to
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield
get
back.
that done. Thank you very much. Ms. Titus, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice to be here with you. I'm going to speak about something you've heard me talk about many times before. My remarks are in reference to two amendments, the QN01 and QN16 under Title D. I'm a co-sponsor of both of these. They both deal with the proposed Yucca Mountain Nuclear Waste Repository in Nevada. I've been fighting against this waste dump in Nevada for many, many years now, which, by the way, has no single nuclear power facility in the state. Now, most people have not been to Yucca Mountain, but I can assure you it's not some faraway, desolate moonscape. Yucca Mountain is less than 100 miles away from Las Vegas, which is home to more than 2 million people, and also we welcome nearly 43 million visitors from around the world every year. Las Vegas generates billions in economic activity. It hosts some of the largest trade shows and conferences in the world, and it's surrounded by some of the most iconic and culturally important places in the desert Southwest. From the native petroglyphs and artifacts that tell the story of southern Paiutes and the region's earliest inhabitants dating back thousands of years, to the Red Rock Canyons, the snow-capped mountains, the iconic Joshua trees, bighorn sheep, wild horses, burro, desert tortoise, Nevada is not a wasteland. The proposed Yucca Mountain facility is based on faulty scientific studies that ignore the risk in the immediate area, including an active fault line that runs under the mountain. You may have seen in the paper recently, just 2 weeks ago, a 4.1 magnitude earthquake occurred just south of the proposed site and at Rock, the Nevada test site, or now known as the Nevada Nuclear Security Site, which has for decades been the site of above-ground and underground atomic weapons testing, and today still is where they carry on many of the critical subatomic experiments for our military and nuclear deterrence. Now, there are countless reasons why Yucca Mountain is unworkable and unsafe, and I won't go into all those because today's amendments are about the fiscal responsibility of this Congress. I believe it's irresponsible to throw good money after bad on this incoherent policy and unworkable project. And it's clear to our colleagues in the Senate that further spending on this project is a fool's errand. That's why the Senate Appropriations Committee chose not to include any continued funding for this project, and why their leadership is authorized in the authorizing committee is preparing bipartisan legislation to move forward with nuclear policy based on the way every place else in the world does it, and that is a consent-based approach. Now, this committee has an opportunity to do the same thing if you make these two amendments in order, and they will remove the associated funding with this boondoggle. So I would ask you to take a long look at where we are on this issue and recognize that more money, just throwing it down a rat hole on this failed project, is simply not going to move the ball forward for how we need to address the disposal of our nuclear waste. We don't need to spend an additional $120 million on this that's going nowhere. So I thank you for your time. I'm keeping it short and sweet, and I urge you to put these amendments in order. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. How much money has the federal government spent there?
They've spent about $8 billion, but the estimate is that they're going to spend about $100 more billion, between $80 and $120 billion, to actually finish the project. That's a tremendous amount of money that would go into this project. I don't know where it's going to come from. Some of it can come from the ratepayers fund, but that will not cover nearly the cost. And people who think that there's going to be additional money on top of that to give Nevada some kind of sweetener, I think are sorely mistaken, because I don't believe there'll be the money for that either.
Well, I'd love to see it come to Texas. Texas would be in favor of moving it over there in half a heartbeat.
Well, that would be the consent-based approach, and that's the way we should be doing it.
It would be us to lay off all those people in Nevada and move it to Texas, just like everybody else. Mr. Cole?
I'm not going to touch that one.
There are not that many people working at the site right now, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, once it's
that's
finished,
your
it
issue.
doesn't take
I'm
many
saying
people
we'd
to-
like to get the business.
Well, I say.
I think we're all on the
we'll
same
be glad
page
to
here.
give it to you.
Yeah.
You take it. We're happy if you want to have it.
Gentleman does not seek time. Gentleman seek time.
I think this is great. This is an example of consent-based approach. Texas wants it. That's terrific. Nevada doesn't. We got a deal.
Give Texas that $120 million.
That's right.
I'll vote for that.
Just
happy
need to
to.
talk to Chairman Shimkus. He's got the policy.
Happy to do that. Yeah, I support the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other member seeks time? Seeing none, Ms. Tice, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you'll please leave whatever you brought in writing for Austin Stenographer, that'll help her out, and sure. I would just add every bit of that when you get a chance down the floor. Just talk that way all you want. We appreciate you, Mr. Mass. Thank you for your service to this country. We not only appreciate you, but I think that your duty to this country is yet to really embody the rest of your career, and I know you're engaged in that now. Wish you good luck on that. Gentleman's recognized.
I thank you for those wishes, Chairman. Truth be told, most days I couldn't believe I was getting paid to do the things that I was doing, so it was the honor of my life. I come to you today with 4 amendments to defense appropriations. All of them circled around something every single one of you have sitting in front of you, and that's clean water, something that affects every single one of us, every single one of our constituents. First amendment goes to Division D, number 24. This is an amendment that replaces a $500,000 shortfall to last year's appropriation to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and their research and their development arm. And it's a researching measure to prevent and control the nuisance plants, such as harmful algal blooms, some of which have plagued my area, some of which have plagued areas like Lake Erie, some of which have plagued areas like down there by the Mississippi River Basin, other areas like that. My second amendment goes to Division A, number 49. This amendment goes to the Navy's research arm, similar to the U.S. Army's research arm. This is the Navy's research arm for testing and development. And this amendment replaces the $598,000 shortfall from last year's appropriation. Makes some pretty important investments, and again, curbing these harmful algal blooms, often algal blooms containing things like microcystin algin that are very harmful to the water that we drink, the communities that they affect, the real estate values, the ability to go out there and have recreation, the ability to get in the water whatsoever without being harmed both by the toxins that come off of that aerially and the toxins that are in the water. My amendment number 3 goes to Division 3. It's number 23. This amendment specifically increases Army Corps of Engineers Research and Development Center dollars again to the tune of $500,000. This is the only federally authorized research program that's directed to develop technology for the management of these non-indigenous aquatic plant species. So if the Corps of Engineers isn't out there doing research on combating these algal blooms that affect people across the breadth of this country and the water that they drink and the water that they're in, then there is not a technology arm out there within the federal government that's developing the technology to do that. It's been an excuse that I've heard from the Corps of Engineers previously about why they haven't been able to undertake efforts to clean up some of the algal blooms in different places because they simply didn't have the technology to scale what they could do in a fish tank to sometimes in cases as much as millions of gallons a minute. Amendment number 4 for me. Division D again, amendment number 32, and this amendment specifically appropriates $750,000 to the Lakes program. That's been authorized since 1986 in WERDA every single year to provide cost-sharing grants to state projects. So you're going to get a benefit in working with the states on these projects. Again, to remove toxic substances from the lakes. And these programs, they were actually designated to be appropriated at $40 million per year. We're asking for $750,000 or $750,000, less than 2% of what's already authorized in this grant program for removing toxins from our nation's lakes. It's all amendments relating to the water that we drink. It's important to everybody out there. So it's in that I just ask every member of this committee to take a long look at where the water is that they drink, where it comes from in their district, in their areas for the people back home, and if this is something that's important to them. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thanks, sir. Do you sit on the Appropriations Committee?
I do not, sir. I sit on the Committees of Transportation and Infrastructure and the Committee of Foreign Affairs, sir.
Okay. If I could ask the gentleman, Tom, has this been a discussion in appropriations of some university that really specializes in these? I don't know who's better able to really understand this.
Chairman, I don't actually sit on the relevant subcommittee, so I don't know. You know, we'd need to check with one of them.
Is there a university that really, you're asking the Corps to do this, not to offer a grant to do it. Would you expect that they would go and actually go to something in a university or academic setting to figure this out, or would you expect that they would hire somebody and do the work themselves?
So, sir, on the technology front of it, there are various private entities, and there are as well universities that have been out there. I reside in the state of Florida, and I can tell you some of our biggest universities and colleges have been out there doing research. It is specifically the U.S. Army's Corps of Engineers, their ERDIC, their Engineering Research and Development arm, that has been brought to my attention by the Corps of Engineers saying they have not developed, that testing arm has not developed anything that could allow them to scale the kind of removal of toxins, as I pointed out, like we might look at a fish tank, the way we can remove algae and toxins from a fish tank. Their research and development arm has not seen any technology that would allow them to go out there and do that, and so therefore I believe the impetus is on them.
See, I didn't know whether you'd say EPA or what you'd say would have some of that. Find it most interesting. Mr. Povels?
No, thank you.
Any member of the committee?
Yeah, Mr.
Gentleman,
Chairman, if I could, I was going to ask the gentleman, when he first started into this series of amendments, I was curious as to whether we were talking about saltwater or freshwater.
Sir, we're specifically talking about freshwater algal blooms, those that often are moved into saltwater areas because sometimes some of the areas that they're developed in are moved into areas that are meant to be salty, but they put so much fresh water because of Corps of Engineer discharges to the tune of, again, millions of gallons a minute that can actually turn a saltwater area fresh and allow these toxic freshwater algal blooms like microcystin algin to exist in what was otherwise a salty body of water.
Okay, so the stuff that we read about, like the red tide, that's not what you're discussing.
You could probably lump that into the conversation because it's saying a cart and a horse conversation. You're talking about things that exist in the same bodies of water, often at the exact same times, often in parallel or one after another.
Mr. Chairman, in answer to your question, let me just offer that the University of North Texas, back in the days it was called North Texas State Teachers College, had one of the premier limnologists ever in this country, Dr. J.K.G. Silvey, and he made a name for himself studying the effects of blue-green algae in what was then Lake Dallas, and now has expanded to Lake Louisville. You're familiar with it because we went out there to the dam together.
That's right.
But every summer when I was a kid, the water smelled bad. Wasn't supposed to be dangerous, wasn't supposed to hurt you, it just smelled bad because of the growth of blue-green algae in the lake in the month of August. And Dr. Silvey spent his lifetime studying that. I think they eventually, and it's been years since I've thought about this, so you've kind of tapped something in my memory, but they came up with a way of superoxidation with potassium permanganate to take the smell out of the water, if I recall correctly. So this is something that, again, I know my little university in Denton, Texas, has had some experience to answer the chairman's question. And of course, again, Lake Louisville, which you're very familiar with because we've been out there to the dam together.
Sir, if I may comment on that. The algal blooms that we're talking about here are not small in size or small in scope or small in their effect. This problem is not ambiguous to me. I've witnessed it personally in numerous areas from Michigan down to Florida. These kind of algal blooms that very specifically plagued the Florida region last summer and are plaguing the Florida region right at this time, they were as deep as a foot thick in algae that had the consistency, literally, of guacamole. Algae that was so thick that birds or other animals could walk on top of it, that killed off the sea life, that killed off the seagrass, which housed thousands of species of sea life, that killed off things like manatees, that killed off birds, that killed off anything that went into it. That resulted in a number of bacterial issues that resulted in hospitalization for citizens across the area. In Lake Okeechobee last summer, one of these algal blooms was roughly 30 miles in diameter, or rather in radius. There's an algal bloom similar to that that's developing out there right now. So I'll tell you, this problem is not just related to smell. It's related to sea life. It's related to human health very specifically, and not just in terms of whether somebody enters the water, but also in terms of what they're breathing.
Well, if the gentleman, I was not trying to minimize the problem that you're experiencing in Florida. I was only pointing out to our chairman that there is a university that has studied this issue not far away from where he lives, just for your consideration.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I'll yield back.
Any other member seek time? Thank you very much. We appreciate you bringing serious information, some that I'd really never known before. Tom, we're delighted that you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee. This has been a real education for me to observe the committee over the past several hours.
Couldn't wait to get on here, could you?
No, I've really enjoyed it. I really have learned a lot. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of a bipartisan amendment that I'm making with Congressman Peter King and Congressman Paul Cook. It's an amendment in Division A, number 47. The purpose of the amendment is to match $34 million in funding provided for unanimously in the NDAA but was not included in the appropriation process. In my district, for almost 4 decades, the people of Bethpage and the surrounding areas have been dealing with an environmental crisis. Groundwater pollution stemming from the Navy and defense contractors' related activities have resulted in an underground plume of contaminated water that is moving south through Long Island's sole source of drinking water towards Congressman King's district. While costly remediation efforts ensure the water is safe to consume, it doesn't change the fact that residents need to have this cleaned up before it spreads further. The contamination, known as the Navy Grumman plume, is one of thousands of sites at hundreds of locations that have experienced environmental degradation because of defense-related activities. Congressman Peter King and Congressman Paul Cook and I have submitted a bipartisan amendment that will increase funding for the Navy's Environmental Restoration Account, which helps fund cleanup and remediation efforts for these sites. This is not a partisan issue. The funding levels sought by this amendment received bipartisan support in the NDAA. Chairman Thornberry's mark and my amendment together, which was joined by Congressman Cook and Congresswoman Hanabusa at the time, increased the authorized amount by the amount sought here, $34 million. Our colleagues on both sides of the aisle supported that effort because this funding will help clean up sites from Maine to Hawaii and Florida to Washington State, and were provided for with the appropriate pay for. I ask for your support in moving this amendment to the floor so our colleagues from across the country can vote to help clean up environmental contamination stemming from defense-related activities in our district. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Any questions from the committee?
No, thank you. I support making the amendment in order.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. If you'll please make sure, Tom, that our awesome stenographer receives whatever you brought in writing, enabling her to finish off your remarks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Jimmy, we're delighted that you're here.
Mr.
Left
Chairman.
nobody else standing, so it's all you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Other members of the Rules Committee. Mr. Polis, thanks for holding down the fort over there on the left side. I appear before you tonight, sir, to support my amendment to H.R. 3219. My amendment would prohibit any funding for the implementation, administration, or enforcement of Executive Order 13795. That was an executive order that was entitled Implementing an America First Offshore Energy Strategy. That executive order, signed by the President on April 28th of this year, orders a review of oil and gas leasing in our nation's outer continental shelf, and it mandates the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Secretaries of Defense, Interior, and Homeland Security, to conduct a review of all designations and expansions of national marine sanctuaries and national marine monuments that have been designated or expanded within the last 10 years for potential energy and mineral exploration and production. Now, that order would directly impact my district. My district, the 20th in California on the Central Coast, holds the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. And if you've ever been there, you'll see that that sanctuary provides plenty of tourism, plenty of fishing, plenty of wildlife, the Monterey Bay National Marine, Monterey Bay Aquarium, 20 research facilities that actually look into issues that were just being discussed earlier prior to my testimony. But this order isn't about my district, not just about my district. Sanctuaries, as we know, have protected and benefited communities nationwide. In 2010, over 13.5 million people were employed in over 750,000 businesses that were involved in the tourism industry and coastal communities throughout our country. That equated to a combined wage of $266 million. However, the total economic value generated by the U.S. coastal tourism industry in 2010 was estimated to be about $530 billion. The executive order that I mentioned earlier will threaten that economy with the likelihood of offshore oil drilling. This executive order will not benefit the American people, nor, I believe, nor will it improve our energy independence. But it will put our coast and coastal economies at risk. Our nation's shorelines, our national marine sanctuaries, and our marine national monuments are a vital part of who we are, our heritage, and our economies. Neither I nor many members of Congress want our coastlines to be polluted by the consequences of offshore oil drilling, because our constituents do not want to put their coastline and their businesses at risk. I bring this amendment to you, the Rules Committee, to ensure that our coastal communities and economies are protected and that our legacies, the national treasures that we leave for our future generations, are preserved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee.
Yes, sir. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been there, not been in the water, but I've seen off the coast where you have the old oil derricks that are now havens for fish and divers and other people. But one of the things that I did note when I was out there is that there are still a good number of tar balls that appear because it naturally comes up through the surface and and dumps a lot of oil there just by virtue of its own processes that happen.
That's correct, sir. That can happen. That's right.
I think it does happen.
Yeah.
So there's no easy way, no easy way really to look at that. In Texas, we choose to drill.
Understood.
Because we needed the money, but the nation needed it too, so I wish you good luck.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I encourage the amendment to be in order, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the committee? Do me a favor and tell your dad you came before the Rules Committee. Did your dad sit on the Rules Committee for a while?
I don't think he did. No, sir. Budget, mainly budget.
Just budget.
Ag and budget.
Ag and budget.
Yeah. That's right.
Smart guy. Thank you for your service. Please make sure you leave whatever you've got in writing for our awesome stenographer, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
You bet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to go what appears to be the cleanup team here. The gentleman, Mr. Hurd, the gentleman, Mr. Davidson, the gentleman, Judge Gomer, the Eagle Scout, Neil Glen, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Perry, and Mr. Barr. Who else do we have that's interested? Killers lineup, Killers row. Judge Gomer, welcome to the Rules Committee. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the amendment that I have filed is exactly like one Vicki Hartzler filed previously, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it additionally, other than to say that since Ms. Hartzler filed that amendment, we've learned so much more. Commanders have indicated that if they have a troop that wants a sex change operation, they're told roughly count on them being undeployable, unusable. We have to send them into combat or in harm's way. They have a slot that it's taken up by somebody going through gender transition, and costs we're looking at over 10 years, $3.7 billion. Regardless, this isn't a debate about transgenders and not a debate about gender reassignment surgery. If someone feels that that is the appropriate thing to do, then the argument here is we're talking about the precious money we have for our military to protect us and to protect themselves. And to spend that kind of money on gender reassignment for those who are diagnosed, got downgraded under DSM to transgender disorder, and then now to gender dysphoria, confusion, unhappiness with the situation. Having spent 4 years on active duty in the home of the United States Infantry at Fort Benning, we can't afford to be having people who are confused or unhappy with their gender in those slots. So that's the amendment. I would also add, though, that when we're looking at people going into combat, for example, a rifle squad, where you've got to count on the 10 people around you and every slot is imperative, it's just not appropriate to tell a platoon sergeant, well, but that's being taken by somebody going through pre-surgery hormone therapy back in the States. This is not the place. The most extensive study ever done on the issue of sex or gender reassignment was done in Sweden over 30 years, hundreds of people, lots of data, as you can imagine, over hundreds of people, 30 years. But the most glaring piece of information was that if you go through a sex change operation, you're 20 times more likely to commit suicide than the normal population. And with our military at record levels of active duty suicides, it just does not make sense to add this as an overlay on the existing situation. So amendment is there, and it, as it says, none of the funds made available by this act can be used to provide medical treatment other than mental health treatment related to gender transition. So in essence, that's the amendment.
Thank you very much.
Not new. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Polis?
Well, how many times do we have to defeat this amendment? You know, it's been defeated. I hope we don't rule it in order. Frankly, it's an embarrassment on the majority to be talking about these kinds of issues. The gentleman from Texas just doesn't have a great understanding of these issues. I would ask the gentleman from Texas, not the chair, the other gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gromer, would you be willing to meet with some transgender veterans who can help educate you on this issue if we can set that up
Yes,
in your
and
office?
I've met with Walt Heyer, who also meets with people on a regular basis. He says 40% of those who undergo gender transition, sex transition surgery like himself have suicidal tendencies, and that's why he's devoted the last 20 years of his life to helping people that go through that. So
you would be willing to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I thank the gentleman. All I can ask is that...
the gentleman will
yes.
also be willing to talk to people
of course,
who have been suicidal as a result of the kind of thing that the gentleman is urging.
Absolutely. And I know that there could be people who have gender dysphoria that might become depressed because certain politicians try to prevent them from going to the bathroom and others try to stigmatize them. And I understand that that can be very difficult for people who have transitioned their gender. So I know that there's... all right, so I would appreciate the gentleman's, that meeting. We'll be happy to work on that. I would also just say that there's different things we're talking about here. We're talking generally about hormone treatment. It's very inexpensive. It's not a surgery. It is possible, again, there might be a few dozen or less surgeries a year, but we're talking about the vast majority of treatment as hormones, which is inexpensive, does not render a soldier unable to fulfill their duties in any way, shape, or form. We have, as you know, men and women in combat operations. One's gender does not matter with regard to that. Obviously, we have merit-based tests that men or women can fill. Up until recently, women were prohibited from certain combat operations. They're now allowed. So, again, this refers to a lot more than the part you talked about, surgery. I wanted to make sure you're aware of that the vast majority of what we're talking about here is hormone treatment.
Well, there has to be pre-surgery hormonal treatment leading up to the surgery. And that's what we're talking about, the sex reassignment surgery here.
So again, not every transgender individual chooses to have surgery.
That's right.
There's also different kinds of surgery. There's, you know, again, the reason that it's awkward to talk about this is because this is between a doctor and their patient, and that should be the same for somebody in the military. In fact, you know, first and foremost, supporting our troops is so important, including of course, our transgender troops. It's not a discussion that politicians should have. It's not a judgment that politicians should make. It's not a funding decision politicians should make. Just like any type of condition that a member of our military has, that's between them and their doctor. You know, we of course want to get them back into fighting shape, and if they need a hormonal treatment, that's very inexpensive. There's many other soldiers that have other conditions that cost a lot more, and there's no amendment here to remove that funding, which is why I, you know, consider this somewhat disingenuous. It's clearly targeted after a particular group. There are other soldiers that have other conditions that are more costly, and yet they're not left out of this. So I don't consider this a cost measure. I think we need to support our troops. This is good for morale. It's good to support the military. There is, as you know, a study going on that this would apparently short-circuit or circumvent. I think that's one of the reasons that this was previously defeated on the floor, is many members of this body want to see what the military themselves has to say, which we will see, I think, in the next few months, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get that report back. So I don't know how many times we have to keep, you know, debating this, but I think it just embarrasses, unfortunately, the majority every time to be talking about, you know, people's private parts instead of trying to have the best fighting force we can in the country. So I hope that we don't put ourselves through this again. I mean, if you make us, we'll do it, and there'll be another vote, but how many times do you want to be talking about this stuff on the floor? It's just inappropriate for
Sir,
politicians to be
is
talking
that
about.
rhetorical, or may I answer?
Oh,
I
I
will
would be happy
bring
to
this up
answer.
as many times. The gentleman's probably not aware, but I represented many transgender individuals when I was in the United States Army at Fort Benning, Georgia. I knew their innermost personal thoughts. I did everything I could to help them, and I'm telling you that it is not good for the good order and discipline. It wasn't good for them. It was not good for the good order and discipline. The purpose of the military is not to be social experimentation. It is to put together the meanest, toughest, disciplined fighting force.
Yeah, reclaiming my time,
world.
you're seeking to do a social experiment in the military. You're trying to take something that's a medical condition and saying, I have this other idea. You're entitled to have that,
You're
by the
trying
way,
to
as an
rewrite
individual.
history.
As an elected official, you're saying, I know better than the doctors. I know better than medicine.
I'm taking
going to do
the
a social experiment in the
studies that have been
military
done,
that
the
frankly will tear
gentleman will know.
apart. Look, I'm not, I appreciate that you'll be willing to meet with some
Does the
transgender
gentleman
veterans.
have a more thorough study than the Swedish study over 30 years?
Well, listen, as you know, transgender individuals are being attacked by politicians, present company accepted. They're frequently prevented from, from marrying in some states, from getting driver's licenses. There's issues about people trying to say they can't even go to the bathroom. So if somebody was doing that to you, you'd probably be pretty depressed too. So I don't know, I haven't seen that study.
Is the
But again,
gentleman aware 80% of transgender confused young people, children, resolve without ever having any counseling whatsoever?
we're not even
There are
talking
those
about children
studies as
here
well.
with again.
I direct
I'd be
you to
happy
Johns Hopkins University Hospital.
We're talking about the military, and I oppose you doing some sort of social experiment that you're trying to do on the military. We're not talking about minors here at all, just to be clear. That's a different topic. Happy to debate that with you. I'll meet with your folks, you meet with my folks. We'll both try to educate ourselves. I hope the House Republicans don't put them through this again. I hope we end it, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Someone yields back his time. I look at it, I know we can all look at it different ways. I look at it as elective surgery, that sometimes the military should and should not become engaged in things, but certainly if it was not caused as a result of their military service whereby they were injured, I oppose spending the money for elective surgery. Mr. Cole?
No questions.
No questions. Dr. Burgess?
And I appreciate your passion on this, and I know that this is driven by the best personal instincts and principles. This amendment did fail. Is that right? This is the same.
Yes, and we had several people that weren't there to vote. We had one who said he made a terrible mistake and voted
So your
no.
expectation is there would be a different result?
I think it would, yes. I really do.
Well, it's important to bear that in mind, because if it loses twice, it becomes more
Right.
difficult to manage anything from an agency perspective.
Sure.
Have you discussed with the defense appropriators the possibility of narrowing the scope of the amendment to just include surgeries and not medical therapies?
No. No, because I anticipate it would pass if it's made in order again.
Well, again, I appreciate the passion the gentleman brings to this. I voted for it when Ms. Hartzler brought it up. I will vote for it when the gentleman from Texas brings it up.
If I could just volunteer one more piece of information that I didn't have before the vote last time. Gentleman who has been through the sex change surgery, is transgendered, and openly acknowledges, when asked, do you think that the military would begin to draw people who want sex change surgery, because you're not just getting all of the surgery paid for, all the hormonal treatment, but you're also getting housing allowance like an E4, I think around $1,300 a month, plus full pay allowances. He said, I can imagine it would catch on, and you could end up having 90% of those seeking surgery with no way to pay it heading for the military. You got to do 180 days active duty before you could submit the request, but that's also something to be considered. Thank you.
Well, again, I thank the gentleman for his passion on this and his adherence to principle. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman yields back his time. Is there any other member that seek time? Judge, I want to thank you for taking time to be with us. Thank you. Please make sure you leave whatever you brought in writing for the awesome
Just add the amendment. Thank you.
That'd be great. That will be fine. Mr. Lamborn, I'm delighted that you're here. Gentleman has been here a long, long time. Gentlemen, if you'll grab that microphone that's right there, make sure that green light's on, it is. Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you for taking this request for an amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I request your consideration of amendment number 29. It would prevent the divestment or transfer of 2 C-21 aircraft from Peterson Air Force Base. The Air Force currently plans to divest these 2 aircraft, which would shut down the 200th Airlift Squadron. This 200th Airlift Squadron is the only C-21 unit in the Air National Guard, but most of all, it would result in the loss of 20 pilots. I'll explain more about that in a minute. And we do have a current pilot shortage in the Air Force of about 1,500 pilots. So I don't understand why this action would be taken that would result in the loss of 20. The unit has a continuing and valid mission that supports national defense. This includes transport for senior government leaders, important sensitive cargo, and direct support to NORAD. And my understanding is that the needs of the mission would go on. It would just be given out to private contractors. The Air Force claims that this would save about $450,000. But when you look at the cost of training a single pilot, estimates are as high as $10 million per pilot. This is a penny-wise and pound-foolish decision by the Air Force. So I live in a very military-intensive district, one of the 5 most intensive districts in the country. 5 major installations are there. People are coming and going constantly. And in 11 years, I've never come before you or sought to change a decision. But this is such a bad decision. I'm before you today opposing it. It just does not make sense. Losing 20 pilots. I suppose one of these pilots could go to another state and get trained to be on a different type of aircraft and wouldn't be lost. But most of these 20 would probably go into the airlines or something else, or just retire. So for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I ask that you would make this amendment in order, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'd like to offer 2 things for the record. The first is a letter from the most of the Colorado delegation to the Secretary asking why this is being done. 6 of the 7 members of the delegation, the 2 senators, and the governor. And then this is dated today, the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers supporting the amendment. I'd like to offer this to the committee.
Good. Without objection, we'll do that to the record. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Colorado.
Do you know where has the new head of the Colorado National Guard or the governor's office expressed an opinion on this?
Well, the governor signed the letter questioning why this was happening.
Mm-hmm.
The National Guard, this is the only such unit in the country, so they're not happy about this.
Can I see the letter real quickly there, for the record? I just had one more question on it. Oops, no, the one from, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and so what I wanted to confirm is that, you know, while I wanted to be clear, so I signed the letter. I think that's the fair action, asking the reasons. A funding prohibition, I think, is not a fair action. It is subverting their judgment. I think they owe it to us to give the reasons why. I appreciate you leading this letter. I signed the letter. I look forward to the response. They owe us a response. But I don't think we should circumvent the process legislatively by inserting very restrictive appropriations language in there. So I just want to be clear that everybody who, asked why, and I don't know where the other members are who signed the letter on the amendment, but not everybody who wants to, them to explain themselves would also say, therefore, we should subvert them and legislatively prohibit those from being moved. So I just want to be clear, those are two different things. That's all I wanted to point out. So I'll yield back.
Point taken.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from our gentleman, Dr. Burgess? Mr.
Chairman, I apologize. I guess I didn't hear what type of aircraft we're talking about.
Okay, C-21s, they're not cargo planes. They're personnel planes, like a modified Learjet almost.
Are they like a C-39?
I can't answer that.
C-39 is what I used to know them as. They're like Learjets.
Okay, they are jets.
Well, what happens is the needs of Cheyenne Mountain there, they bring a lot of people in and out for sensitive things. And so they use this small fleet. Once again, 20 pilots is not a lot, but they
The gentleman from Georgia provided me a picture, so I'll yield back, Chairman.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up on that, my understanding is that the Air Force likes the C-21. They're all going to be upgraded. There's not a lot of them, maybe 20 or so. They're going to have the avionics upgraded. But my thought is rather than do them all at once, do it in kind of a sequence where you don't lose experienced pilots. Space it out over 2 or 3 years instead of calling them all to one base at one time. And then you have to start paying contractors to do what your pilots, Air National Guard pilots, were doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time, Mr. Lamborn, and thank you for your service from Colorado Springs.
Thank you,
We
committee.
appreciate you very much. Yes, sir. Mr. Barr, welcome to the Rules Committee.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present my amendment to Division C of Rules, Committee Print 115-30. This is an amendment to increase funding to the General Operating Expenses Veterans Benefit Administration by a simple $5 million for the express purpose to increase funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs Adaptive Sports Grant Program. This grant program provides needed resources to evidence-based equine-assisted psychotherapy programs, which helps treat veterans suffering from unseen psychological wounds, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, military sexual trauma, and traumatic brain injury, just to name a few. As this committee knows, many veterans are vulnerable to becoming isolated and withdrawn as they try to manage their trauma experience. After repeated exposure to danger, veterans often develop excessive levels of stress, which frequently alters the normal stress response in the brain and produces a lifetime of functional impairment and difficulty managing intrusive thoughts, memories, and emotions. In addition, veterans who experience these types of treatments often withdraw from family, friends, and their environment to manage their distress. As a result of this, roughly 20 veterans a day commit suicide nationwide, according to data from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Risk of suicide for veterans is 21% higher than civilian adults. But there is successful therapy and treatment available. According to the American Hippotherapy Association, and by the way, hippotherapy is a physical, occupational, or speech and language therapy treatment strategy that utilizes equine movement. According to that association, the Professional Association of Therapeutic Horsemanship International, PATH, formerly known as the North American Riding for the Handicapped Association, Equine Assisted Psychotherapy, and the Equine Assisted Growth Learning Association, and a number of other certified therapists in the 6th Congressional District of Kentucky, whom I represent. Equine Assisted Psychotherapy offers measurable outcomes in treating numerous mental health disorders. This is evidence-based. The equine psychotherapy has been evaluated, has been assessed by scientists, and has been studied. And the results of studies suggest that equine therapy is a promising treatment for PTSD and PTSD symptoms in veterans, and that equine therapy may be effective for other mental health problems such as depression and anxiety, improving social functioning and enhancing quality of life. The results of this study would need to be replicated and examined further, but the Journal of Traumatic Stress has also come to this conclusion. We found evidence that equine partnering naturally approach to equine-assisted therapy may be an effective treatment for anxiety and post-traumatic stress symptoms. According to the Department of Veterans Affairs, the current mental health numbers reported by the VA reveal an agency under siege. There are over 100,000 veterans currently seeking help for mental health issues. 52,000 veterans are seeking treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder alone. What I've observed personally, Mr. Chairman, is that in my district, veterans who are suffering from post-traumatic stress have been out to the Kentucky Horse Park, have experienced therapy from Central Kentucky Riding for Hope. In New York and in South Carolina, an organization called the Saratoga Warhorse has successfully treated many veterans. And what the veterans who have gone through this therapy have told me is that they sense peace in these animals. It creates a deep emotional connection that opens them up, that allows them to reconnect with others. It creates a bond between the warrior and the horse, and it has results. And anything that we can do, especially something that doesn't cost a lot of money, that can help these veterans avoid suicidal behavior, that's what we need to be investing in. So it's a simple amendment. It's a small thing we can do, but as the co-chairman of the Congressional Horse Caucus, someone who cares very deeply about our veterans, I think that increasing just in a minor way grant funding opportunities for this evidence-based equine-assisted psychotherapy will greatly improve the needed mental health treatment resources for our veterans. And with that, I yield back and be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Parr, thank you very much. Back in Dallas, Texas, actually in Rowlett, Texas, we have eQuest, which does essentially the same functions that you've talked about, including hiring a full-time former military sergeant, I believe, who actually brings these veterans in, finds not only great results, but long-term their success to keep them away from some of the frailties that happen with these difficulties of necessary head injuries and other things that come from their service to this country. Thank you very much. Ms. Poles?
I strongly support the amendment. Just, two ideas for you to look into since you're working on this issue. One is to make sure that if horses are retired from equine therapy, that they're adopted out and they're dealt with humanely. And second one is we have a surplus of wild horses in the West, and we have a lot of issues around the humane treatment of those. There's been threats that some might be killed that are currently detained. So I think if there's a way where we can link up, and I know it might be more difficult to have an older horse become a therapy horse, but at least some of the foals or young horses from our wild herds as part of our herd management, maybe we can get those assigned into the equine-assisted therapy program, providing for free horses as well. So I'm hoping that you can work on those two. I'm happy to work with you, and I support the amendment allowing it, and I will support it as well. Would you? I yield to the gentleman.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's comment because, in fact, ESPN has done a little vignette on this, has reported on this, and one of the takeaways from ESPN's reporting on this is that, in fact, the gentleman is absolutely right, that many of these retired thoroughbreds and other horses are themselves in jeopardy.
Good.
And the emotional connection between those retired horses and these wounded warriors is in many cases therapy for both parties. So I think there is opportunity. I'd be happy to work with the gentleman on that.
Thank you, and I do appreciate also, as you indicated, some retired racehorses, others that this is a very humane way for them to live out the rest of their time, and as it would be for some of the wild horses as well. So I strongly support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Is there any other member of the committee that would seek time? Gentleman from Louisville,
Chairman, just an
Texas.
observation that on a previous NDAA with TRICARE, we did a similar amendment, and as I recall, it was successful. So, and like the chairman, I have several providers in my district as well. So thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for considering it, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Newhouse?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to thank the gentleman for bringing this idea to us. The 20-plus suicides a day in the veteran community, that's too many. and anything we can do to lower that number, eliminate that number, is something we should consider. Just so I support the gentleman's amendment and thank him very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Barr, thank you for taking time. I know that you approached me on the floor with an indication that you'd try and be here around 9 o'clock. It's now 11:22, so the gentleman almost qualified for extra pay today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You'll please tell your wife I'm sorry that we intervened in the call home tonight.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Tell Eleanor you were busy.
Will do. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Perry, thank you for joining us. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I have several amendments because this is the security bus, so there are several components, and I have amendments in each section, which I'd like to discuss, and I'll go through as rapidly as I can. None of us want to be, and I don't need the extra paycheck for staying over, Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Barr may.
He might ask for it, but he won't get it.
I appreciate that. 105 prohibits the use of funds to establish a Space Corps. And not that I'm necessarily opposed, it's just simply a circumstance where I feel like members, including myself, aren't completely informed, and I'm concerned in hearing from the administration, although we're a separate branch, as we should be making separate decisions based on the information that we have, but the administration and the Air Force in particular is not in favor of this, and I'm concerned that this is more a management issue than anything else, and pardon me, but having served for over 35 years in uniform, I find this to be a big deal that we're just creating a new branch in the military with very little fanfare and from at least this representative part, little information and little discussion. Moving on, 106 prohibits the use of funds for medical treatment related to gender transition, and I listened acutely to the conversation previously, and I just want to bring up some points in this regard. This amendment is slightly different than Ms. Hartzler's previous amendment, but it's along the same lines. And I just want everybody to consider a few things. We are blessed in our country by a whole host of people from all kinds of different backgrounds that want to serve their nation in uniform and potentially go into harm's way and give their life if necessary. And that indeed is a blessing, and it's an all-volunteer force. With that, many people are excluded from serving for a variety of reasons, from flat feet, from not being able to see well enough. There are psychological issues, there are physical issues, et cetera, et cetera. And we got to make sure that we maintain a standard here. The military has never been, at least in the United States in my time, and I think before my time, about the individual. We all have individual needs or wants. We might want to grow our hair longer. We might want to show up at 9 o'clock as opposed to 6 o'clock. The point I always made to my service members and soldiers is it's not about you. It's about this mission. It's about this team. And we're all doing it. We're all wearing the same hat. We're all wearing the same boots. We're marching the same way. We're eating the same food. And we're focused in the same direction. While some folks might want to join when they have these earbuds in that expand their earlobes, we say, God bless you. Please join, but that's your job to get that fixed before you join. And you can't do that after you join and be in uniform. If you have a neck tattoo that comes up above your neckline and comes up the side of your face and you want to join and fight your nation's wars, God bless you. We want you to come. But you got to get that fixed. You have to get that fixed. That's not the American taxpayer's responsibility. That's your responsibility. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It's just establishing and maintaining a standard. There's a lot of reasons for it. Cost is one. Order and discipline is one. Capabilities are one. I will tell you, if you are a commissioned officer that has come to the end of your time as a commissioned officer, I'm an aviator by trade, and we have a lot of commissioned officers that are aviators that come to the end of their commissioned service. Maybe they can't stay because there's not a slot available for them or a myriad of reasons, but still want to serve. And they say, well, can I revert to warrant officer, which is a specialist in their field? You're going to be an aviator only. I'm not going to command troops. I'm not going to administer anything. And the command may say yes and may say no. But generally speaking, you will not serve in the same unit that you served in before because there's an order and discipline problem. There are a lot of reasons to consider this. And I would just contend that we don't know enough about this right now. And there are problems. It's not about the individual. God bless them if they want to serve. Mr. Gomez said $3.7 billion over the 10 years. I can think of troops that didn't have body armor. I served with guys that up-armored their own Humvees to try and stay safe. I'm sure Mr. Davidson could tell you some stories. I know, right now, I look at all these commercials for the Wounded Warrior Project and Paralyzed Veterans of America and all these different organizations trying to take care of our veterans. And I'm thinking, isn't that the job of the United States government to bear the burden of those who shall have borne the battle? That's our burden. And if we don't have enough money to pay for that, then why am I paying for somebody to fix their earlobes or their tattoo? Oh, I'm not. But I'm going to pay for this. We're going to force the taxpayers to pay for this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about maintaining a standard. It's not about the individual. It has never been about the individual. It is about the mission. It is about the team. It is about doing the hard work of securing this nation and doing it quickly to minimize the loss of life and destruction for everybody involved. And I would just beseech you to consider this amendment and the fact that we were close. I understand your concerns, Doc. But there are members that did not get to vote on it, and they should have an opportunity to. So I'm just going to say that's enough said about that. 107 prohibits the use of funds to conduct or compile any report on climate. And this climate change, and this again was an amendment that we considered. I think there's more information, and I've talked to some more folks about it, and I just want to reiterate that I'm not here to adjudicate or debate climate change, whether it's real, whether it's not, who's causing it, how much, what's the fix is, are the seas rising, is the land subsiding? But I know a couple things. I know that Pennsylvania, one half of Pennsylvania, for 100,000 years sat underneath the Wisconsin ice sheet, for 100,000 years. So somehow we figured in the last couple hundred years, we've determined that the temperature needs to be this right now. And okay, let's even accept that. The question I have is why is it the job of the military? We've got NOAA, we've got NASA, we've got 100 agencies with instruments and scientists and studies and satellites that are looking at this. And to me, the military, the Department of Defense, whether you're in the Air Force, whether you're in the Army, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the Marines, or in the Space Corps, you need to be focused on defeating the enemy. The enemy, as far as I can tell, doesn't have a recycling program, doesn't care about an alternative fuels program, doesn't care about anything but defeating us. And it takes everything that service members have to maintain their focus on their mission. It's why you must have a family care plan before you leave, because you cannot focus on the fight if you're worried about your family, your wife or your husband and your children and your home and your water heater and your lawnmower back home. You must be focused on the fight because the enemy is focused on you. And anything that detracts from that. Ladies and gentlemen, you must know right now that officers every day are filling out forms that spend most of their time evaluating officers on their adherence to resiliency, which is suicide prevention, to don't ask, don't tell, to a whole host of things, EO, and what we call SHARP, or sexual harassment prevention. I filled out an evaluation on an officer who's a combat arms officer, who's focused on destroying the enemy, and most of my evaluation is that. I'm left with a couple sentences about their primary duty, which might be artillery, it might be a ranger, it might be an aviator, but whatever it is, it's about defeating and vanquishing the enemy, and I'm spending all my time talking all this other stuff, and it's mandated that I do it. This is another mandate, folks. This is where this is going. So I would just ask you to consider that. All right. Division B, the Ledge Branch 21 abolishes the budget analysis division of the CBO and transfers the duties of the agency to facilitate and administer scoring data compiled by the Heritage Foundation, the American Enterprise Institute, the Brookings Institution, and the Urban Institute to get a full spectrum of the political views of this country. And I would just hearken back to the conversation we had with Mr. Griffith, Representative Griffith. We're getting bad information. We keep doing the same thing. We're spending $40 million a year to do it. This uses aggregators. It's another approach. I understand that this amendment probably won't be found in order, but I think we need to start having a discussion about how we make decisions around here in the information we rely on, and this attempts to provide another alternative. Number 24 prohibits the use of funds to pay the salary of any IT employee who has not undergone a background check by the U.S. Capitol Police. We have folks working that have worked. Well, we have folks that are working now on IT that haven't had a background check. And let's understand, this might not be classified information that they have access to, but it is sensitive information. We don't know the outcome of a current investigation, but I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good, so let's not wait. Let's not wait until something, it's right in front of us. There's a problem right now. It's been identified for us. We might have not identified it, but it's been identified for us, and I would beseech you to consider this amendment. Number 26 reduces the appropriation to the Congressional Budget Office, and I picked 50.4% because that is the number that they were out of line by when they estimated the membership in the ACA in 2010 as of 2016. We got to have some metric. They got metrics. That's a metric. 50%. I know when I fail at 50% of my job, every time, and maybe it won't happen in Congress, and I'm sure that there will be members of my constituency that would agree that I have failed at that level, but every other job that I've held, including running my own business, when I failed that much, I'm out. Something's got to change there, and if somebody says, why 50.4%, because that's how much they missed the mark by, and to double down on it, they just missed the mark by nearly the same amount when they evaluated our bill. Moving on, Division C, military construction, the VA prohibits, number 41, prohibits the use of funds to implement, administer, or enforce the Davis-Bacon Act, which was enacted in 1931, modified in 1935. I'm asking for a change in the threshold to require it. It is currently, since 1935, $2,000. So if your federal job requires $2,000 or more to complete it, it requires Davis-Bacon wages. I have earned them. I have paid them. People always say, well, why are you against the working man? I'm not against the working man. I've been the working man. I still own Red Wing boots and dirty clothes because I've worked with my hands down in a ditch. But I'm for the taxpayer. And if I can wiggle the sticks on a backhoe making $18 an hour on the weekend, I don't know why I should be paid $56 an hour because I'm out working on the highway. But, folks, that's what we're doing. You want to stretch your VA dollars? That's a place to look. Moving on, energy and water. Number 76 prohibits the use of funds to implement or enforce the final rule published by the Secretary of Energy entitled Energy Conservation Program Test Procedures for Central Air Conditioners and Heat Pumps. Let me be real clear here. I've got a constituency in the district I represent in the city of York that is looking for people to come and build their businesses. This is a manufacturing operation. They build air conditioners and heaters for high-rise buildings in New York City and Chicago. These are retrofit outfits where you got to get into a closet or something like that, right? The old original one is gone and it's never coming back. The federal government requires them to have a test on every single model they make. Every single one is custom made. They're putting these people out of business. This is manufacturing in the heart of an urban center in the district I represent. You're going to put 125 people out of work, and a good company is trying to produce things for our, and this is good. This is good for to modernize the buildings around the country, the high-rises that are trying to modernize their heating and air conditioning, but we're going to put them out of business if we don't do something about this rule. Number 80 increases funding for EERE by $15 million and decreases funding for the Department of Energy, Departmental Administration by the same amount. And it's just to let you know that hydropower is available in every region of the country. It accounts for 67% of domestic renewable generation, 7% of the total electricity generation, and will create 1.4 million new jobs by 2025. I don't understand why hydropower isn't sexy. I know wind and solar is, but I know hydropower is baseload energy. The wind doesn't have to blow, the sun doesn't have to shine. It just sits there and runs all day long, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we snub it. We turn our noses up at it. I will let you know that there are 80,000 non-powered dams in the United States. 600 have immediate capability to produce energy right now. Pennsylvania alone has 678 megawatts of untapped hydropower. If we want to do something for renewables, think about hydropower. You don't have to get rid of the solar panel and figure out all the heavy metals and all that stuff in it. You don't have to erect all these wind towers and hope the wind blows. The fish swim through it, by the way, because people are concerned about the fish. And I said to the people that make these things, well, how do you get the fish through? They said, well, it used to be the turbines spin fast, right? And the fish couldn't make it through. Now the turbines are big and they move slow, and the fish swim through, and they might get bumped by the blade, but they just swim through. Folks, we're missing a great opportunity here, and I just want to advocate for one of the original energy sources on the planet. We have perfected it. We should be embracing it. It should be as sexy as these other things. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence in this late evening. I tried to talk fast so I could get through this. I entertain any and all of your questions, and I yield.
We stayed up late to hear from you. I enjoyed it. Mr. Polis.
Mr. Perry, you've been very prolific in your amendment writing. I have questions about several of them. On the Space Corps one, it's my understanding that this is a legislative proposal that Mike Rogers and Jim Cooper have been working on, and that this is not something that anybody is afraid somehow the president would create without our approval. I mean, is your fear somehow the president would somehow do this without legislative approval?
No, and I thank you for the question. I don't really have a fear. I have concerns. I know it's my job to learn about this. It's come pretty quickly from a person who's not on the committee. I am going to talk to Mr. Rogers about it, to Representative Rogers, Chairman Rogers about it. I hope to do that tomorrow. My concern is that we haven't explored all the options, and for a person who has seen, quite honestly, at the upper echelons and management in the military, a fair amount of mismanagement. It seems to me, from what I've seen, that there are facilities and structures in place to focus on this, and I'm not sure creating a new corps. Just think about a new corps. Everybody's got to have new uniforms. We got to have a new building. It's going to be competing for resources and so on and so forth, when we already probably have the assets available to deal with the issue at hand. And I acknowledge the issue at hand needs attention. I will acknowledge.
Yeah, and to be clear, I have no opinion on this either. It's something I would want to learn about. It's a legislative proposal. Like many legislative proposals, it has an uphill battle, and you will be part of that debate about it, whether it would pass. But a funding prohibition about something that hasn't been authorized is kind of putting the cart before the horse there.
This is my opportunity. I get that so the NDAA is working its way through, but by the time that happens, this will have been passed. So now is my opportunity. I appreciate that. Yeah. I had trouble even naming the amendment because the Space Corps doesn't exist. Yes, yet it does in the NDAA, which has preceded this.
Yeah, and this is a long way. There is a long way from a Space Corps existing, is the point, and I think it needs to be duly deliberated by Congress. You know, a funding prohibition, a blanket funding prohibition against one that doesn't yet exist would be a little bit premature. But I understand your concern with the Space Corps formation. I don't have an opinion one way or the other, to be clear. I encourage you to meet with Mr. Rogers and Mr. Cooper and to voice that. I do want to move on to your other amendment with Mr. Gomer. I want to extend the same invitation to you that I issued to Mr. Gomer. I want to see if you'd be willing to meet with some transgender veterans.
I will.
I do.
And I have. And I had
Thank you.
served, just to let you know, probably 25 or 30 years ago with a DOD civilian who previously served, who was transgender back then. Yeah. The question is it the taxpayer's responsibility? When should that happen? Prior to entering service or after? And
do you have a source for your dollar figure you threw out there? I believe you said $3.4 billion. Okay, just so you know, there's been only one study that I'm aware of about the cost of transgender health care, and it was done by the RAND Corporation, and it said $2.4 million to $8.4 million. So there's several zeros less than your figure. Would appreciate, any information on the provenance of your figure. And just so you know, the American Medical Association, the Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association all agree that transition-related care is medically necessary, not elective or optional. So, I mean, again, when you're talking, it's not like a tattoo or I think you compared it to an earlobe. Obviously, this is your gender, my gender. I assume you're a man. I'm a man. That's a pretty simple concept. It's not analogous to being flat-footed, which is obviously a disability, or to a tattoo or an elective procedure. Again, that's not my judgment, and this is the American Medical Association, Psychiatric Association saying it is elective, not optional. So, I mean, again, I think we need to avoid these kinds of social engineering where we're saying, sorry, medical professionals and associations, we politicians know better. But we're going to impose it on you. Happy to yield. Yes.
This is our job. The one great thing, one of the many great things about America is we're not run by the military. The civilians run the military, right? We're in this uniform, not that other uniform, and I respect that as a person who has been privileged to where both. So these are our decisions. You know, I would just, and again, once again, it's not about the individual, it's about the cost, it's about efficacy, and it's about when. I had a young gentleman just came to my office within the last month who's desperate to join the military, and you can picture this 18-year-old young man, strapping, strong. He's the guy you want to carry the squad automatic weapon, for those who know what that heavy thing is to carry around, right? He cannot join because he has a slight peanut allergy. He's barred from enlistment, and there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, again, one's gender is not analogous to a peanut allergy. I mean, they're different things. Everybody has a gender. You have a gender, I have a gender, we all have genders. Peanut allergies, the military.
The question is when you change and who pays for it.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, in this case, inclusion of transgender individuals in the military is not a special accommodation. It actually is an implementation of the merit-based policy. It's simply applying one set of rules to everybody, and that is a reasonable thing to do. It would improve morale, and we should not institute, we should not try to circumvent the judgment of the medical professionals.
Can I just add one thing? As
Yes.
a person who has had the training, I've had the level 2 and the level 3 training. I've taken that within the last 2 months. When you talk about morale, as a person who wears the uniform currently, I can tell you that it is a morale issue. I have witnessed it personally during the training as a firsthand observer. So I'm not sure where your metrics are coming from and how you gauge morale, but I can tell you as a firsthand witness, it has created morale issues, and I suspect it will continue to.
Yeah, and I just want to, share for my colleagues that most of our foreign allies, 18 foreign militaries, allow transgender troops to serve and support them. None have reported any compromises to readiness. Transgender troops have served under American command in many theaters, and the American Medical Association, joined by 4 former U.S. Surgeons General under both Republicans and Democrats, said there is no medically valid reason to exclude transgender individuals from service in the U.S. military. And of course, the hormonal.
We're not talking about them not serving.
Well, you are, because the hormonal treatment is medically required.
But you might also be medically required to have treatment or have treatment available if you're allergic to bee sting, right?
And I don't know what the military's done with respect to bee stings, but again, whether people who have bee allergies can serve or not is not material. Every single member of the military has a gender. We're just saying treat everybody equally. It should be merit-based. Whatever gender you used to be is not relevant. You can serve. You're the gender. If you need hormonal treatment, you get it. Just like, but by the way, there's a whole subset. You hear me when I talked to Mr. Gomer.
Yes.
There are many more costly conditions that are not being singled out here. That nobody is debating that the military should, of course, be able to support members of the military that have. So this is clearly being singled out for some reason. It has been defeated on the floor. I hope we can defeat it again. We'll share our cost figures with you. You can share yours with us. We're happy to set up a meeting for you as well, and we'll see what happens. I did want to get to one of your CBO scoring ones if I have a moment as well. If it's my understanding that clearly you don't like the CBO, I get that.
It's not about not liking it. I just wish it were accurate so we could depend upon it.
I think one of your proposals was to outsource it to several other groups that you named.
Yes, absolutely.
So they would submit scores?
Yes.
And would there also be a score from our own group?
Could be, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, outside groups are already allowed to submit scores. I mean, they can tell us it costs this or that. I just cited the RAND Corporation's estimate of the costs, and I look forward to your citation for whatever you thought the costs were with regards to the medical treatment of transgender troops. But the one thing that's good about having a Congressional Budget Office, love it or hate it, Democrats or Republicans, is that at least we have one set of facts or figures to go off of. And their methodology is such that they're supposed to, and I think they probably do, go with, they have a broad band, and then they circle down into this is the likely range. And so they can provide that information to us. We don't have to listen to it. You can, if you don't like what they say, you can say, I disagree, I think it'll cost less, therefore I'm voting for it. It factors into, in this committee, our budget and our rules, but we can, and we do, waive things routinely. So, I mean, I think it's a value, so that's why I oppose these efforts to kind of eliminated. I don't want to say you seek to eliminate it altogether, but clearly cutting their budget in half and outsourcing part of it would all but eliminate it. I mean, maybe they'd be able to score a few things, but not very many. Frankly, as an individual member, I have trouble getting scores on any of my bills. I wish they were able to score my bills more. I know they score leadership bills. So I don't know if that's the right answer. I think it would be good to get under the hood. If there's a problem we have with their methodology, let's send them some directives to fix it. It'd be good, rather than pointing out one prediction in isolation that was off, I think you said by 51%, we should look at 100 of their predictions on bills that we actually passed and see how they did. I mean, one doesn't mean much. If they might have been over 50 on one, under 50 on one. If they were exactly on the other 98, they're pretty darn good. I don't think that's the case. But I think that we should look at the bell curve of where they were. It's not of particular relevance to cite, one case where they may have been off. But I would look forward to an evaluation. And if there was it would take a very small amount of funding to do that. So I would encourage you to kind of move in that direction and say, why don't we take a look at whether they're right or wrong in the last 100 things that they scored that became law. Maybe we could even work with your office to request that absent anything that we put into the budget. But I think that would be the best way to go about figuring this out, as opposed to just this kind of big blow.
Appreciate your perspective. I'm not going to belabor the point.
Go back.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Yes, sir. Mr. Perry, I really appreciate your hard work on all of this, and I supported your amendment a couple of weeks ago, and I hope this was made in order so I can vote for it again. I want to talk to you about Space Corps.
Yeah.
I know you're going to talk to Chairman Rogers. I strongly encourage you to do that. Let me encourage you to do a couple of other things. We had a classified briefing last week on where our adversaries stand in space.
I'm well aware.
If you haven't had that, please, you can go get it yourself. They'll do it for you individually. Given your background, you will come to a very quick conclusion about the level and extent of the threat to the United States and where we stand.
And I don't dispute it at all. I agree wholeheartedly.
The second thing that was an eye-opener to me last week, this was not classified. We had a meeting with folks from GAO, and they went through the history. I knew a little bit of this, but I didn't know the whole of it. They gave us a history of how long this topic has been around about how we should manage space from within DOD. And you'll find that the idea of a Space Corps is not new. It's been around for 15 years. It's been discussed, and there have been hearings on it inside our subcommittee, the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, for a long time. Not new to that subcommittee. This is my first year, but long before I got there, there were hearings. This didn't just pop out of Jim Cooper's mind or Mike Rogers' mind. This is something that's been going on for a long time. I heard a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff say something that startled me, but after I heard this a few years ago, I've taken it to heart. He said, sometimes you have to make us do what we ought to do. Sometimes a civilian, you just said that earlier, has to make the uniformed people do what they ought to do. If you look at that threat that you'll see in the classified briefing, and you go through that GAO report, or even get the GAO people to sit down with you and walk you through how long this has been going on, I think you see that we're past time for needing to do this. And I understand Air Force has a different view about it.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut out of this hearing. We may go back to it a little bit later on, but we do want to take you to some local news. There are reports of a drowning call, and authorities will be speaking, giving us an update on that drowning call in just a moment. Stay tuned, an update on reports of a drowning here in the greater Phoenix area.
One check, 1 2, 1 check, 1 2.
Okay, you were saying.
1 2, 1 2. We good?
Yes.
Phoenix Police responded this evening to a home near 80th Avenue, just north of Thomas Road, where it was a check welfare call. Phoenix Police arrived. The information on the call was that a child was found in the pool. Emergency personnel, it was Phoenix Police that arrived, made contact with the family, and immediately began life-saving efforts, CPR, while they were on the phone with 911. The Phoenix Fire Department arrived shortly thereafter, transported the small child to the hospital. The child is in extremely critical condition as we're waiting for confirmation from the hospital on any updates for the condition. The child, about 2 years old.
The scenario. What was the scenario inside the house? It looked, from the looks on the outside, it looked like there was a lot of people inside the house.
The child was a member of the family that was visiting the people who live here. The child did not live here. There were other children. I hear about 4 children that were all part of this. The child came, was very excited to be here, to visit the family, knew that they had a pool, but the pool was not in any condition for swimming at the time. The child did manage to escape the watch of parents for a very short period of time. It's when an adult found the child in the pool, scooped the child up, and called 911.
At this point in time, are you going to describe the pool as being murky and unfenced?
It was in no condition to swim. I haven't seen it physically, but as it's described to me, green and not open for swimming.
Was there a barrier somewhere between the home and the home that you're aware of?
We're checking to verify what barriers or precautions may have been in place, in it, but we are hearing that there was no pool. No, there was no fence, excuse me.
So there, again, just to get this straight,
right.
There was no fence between the home itself, the domicile, and the pool?
Well, there was no fence around the pool. So we're looking to see what other barriers may have been in place, or restrictions or what have you, door locks and those types of things, where exactly the pool was. I haven't been in the backyard to get the layout, but I hear that there was no fence around the pool.
What does PD do at this point in time? For people who don't know what you guys do at this time?
Again, we're going to take a look at what barriers may have been in place. We're going to talk to the adults that are here. Obviously, this is a very trying time. Our thoughts are with the family with this very difficult time as everyone struggles, and we're waiting to hear an update from the hospital.
Do you know how long the child was underwater before someone found out, or?
I don't.
Do you know how far, what was the time frame of him disappearing between the family not knowing where he was?
It was a very short period of time, yes, very, very short period of time, much less than a couple of minutes. Again, we're going to verify that with the adults that are here, talking with them, and try to get a better idea of that.
Just to clarify, your officers did not pull the child out of the pool. It was retrieved by an adult, and one of your guys performed CPR.
Correct. When the officers arrived, they immediately began life-saving efforts. Phoenix Fire arrived and rushed the child to the hospital in extremely critical condition. So we're all waiting for the updates.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else?
And of course, as we all know, that they're saving the child for parts. Sorry.
I thought you were going to say watch your kids around water.
All right.
Don't. No, that's not your job. That's Phoenix PD, Phoenix Fire's job.
Real quick.
Yep.
Forget what I tell you about that. Keep that stuff up. I'll bring back things in.
All right, everyone. So that was the update from authorities there at this home, 80th Avenue and Thomas. We do also have some live aerials from the scene, some Skyfox pictures. I'm going to pull those up for you in just a moment. We know a small child in critical condition after authorities respond to a drowning call near 80th Avenue and Thomas. The child described as in extremely critical condition. The officer there on the scene describing the child as about 2 years old. You can see the officers, the units that have responded to the scene. Here are some live Skyfox pictures. Live pictures coming in from Skyfox from that scene as well near 80th Avenue and Thomas. All right, looks like we're getting another update. Let's go ahead and listen to this update again.
Call described a child who was found in a pool. When police officers arrived, they made contact with the family. A child was not breathing. The child was about 2 years old, and the police officers immediately began life-saving efforts, CPR, on the child. Phoenix Fire arrived, transported the child to the